Hello, hello, hello. It is I, Mr. Novice. And why is the game... Okay, there we go. And, welcome back to Project Eden's Garden. When we last left off, we started chapter 1. We got to know a bit more about, like, some of the characters, namely Ava, in that she's not actually the ultimate liar, she's actually the ultimate mathlete. The reason that she lied about it was because she felt more confident being an ultimate liar rather than an ultimate mathlete, and she constantly gets looked down upon whenever her talent gets brought up and stuff. And people don't recognize her other achievements she's had in life because of it. Yep, so there's a lot of mystery surrounding Wolfgang, and now he's dead. And we have to figure out why he died and how. It is definitely similar to V3, where the person with the most mystery surrounding them at that point in time is the first one to die. I don't have a problem with recurring tropes, just so long as you put your own little spin on it. Yeah, so there's something about his father and stuff. It's possible that his father may have been the one that killed the student in the first case. We don't have enough information to go off of, but that might have been what happened. I'm not sure. But it's interesting. So, let's get into the game. Yep. I completely lost my train of thought. But yeah, I've been really enjoying this so far. This is a very professional project here. This is obviously really high quality for a free paying game. Yeah. I'll save my theories for how Wolfgang got murdered and by who. In the preparation phase of the class trial. But first, we need to investigate. Let me do what I did last time and look back over the tablet first. The victim is Wolfgang Akire, the ultimate lawyer. He was discovered in the boiler room on the underground floor. He is kneeling in the water, and his upper body is slumped over a concrete platform. So my first thought is that he got electrocuted. But maybe that's not all there is to it. Estimated time of death is approximately 9:35 AM. This all pissed me off, seeing everything except the cause of death listed. especially when I knew the reason why. The cause of death. When we investigated the dummy's murder, the tablet explicitly said she died from blood loss, but this tablet doesn't list Wolfgang's cause of death anywhere. Of course, saying otherwise would make things too easy. The tablet's information has been divulged in such a way that both the killer and the spotless have equal chance of success. Tozu's definitely compensating for the killer, probably because they failed to hide their own tracks, and withdrawing information might be his way of balancing the odds. Bullshit rules. Who's to say they won't be abused? Regardless, Wolfgang's cause of death should be treated as the crux of this mystery. If I can figure out how he died, then everything else should fall into place. The tablet number 2 has been added to the true bullet section of your Tozo trinket. Alas, poor Wolfgang, the guiding light of the ultimate students, stuffed out in the instant. No use crying over it though, there's a mystery to be solved. Like any true investigation, important evidence won't always be visible on first glance. Should you ever find yourself stuck, press F3 to free the game's controls. By the way, any truth bullets you obtain will be logged by your Tozo trinket, which can be accessed anytime by pressing F1. You know, in case you needed a reminder. That's all for me, bye bye.
Hello?
Winona, you're still here?
Seriously?
Is there a problem with that? Why does she need to frame everything I say in the worst light? I'm preparing to hold a one-on-one session with Ulysses. I was consulting him about something important before we were interrupted by the announcer. Is that what you were doing before the blackout? Repeat that?
It's simple.
The blackout? Were you still with Ulysses when it happened?
Come on.
You're not speaking any sense. There was no power outage. Eh? She can't be serious. That blackout affected the entire building. Unless...
Anyways.
Let me rephrase. Where were you when the murder happened?
Sheesh.
Where were you? At Cassie's game tournament in the dining hall.
Oh, really?
Really? Not what I expected.
Let me see.
Ulysses and I spent this morning by the large tree. We stayed there up to and including the time of Wolfgang's murder. Sounded like she had an alibi then. As for the location she mentioned, I assumed this entire building complex connected to the one generator. But it made more sense for that tree area to have its own separate system. Hence why it didn't lose power. What about the courtyard though? Was anyone there at the time of the blackouts? Interesting, so not the entire building. Aren't you going to escape Wolfgang? Me?
Yeah.
Who else? Back when we mistook them for a body, you poked it pretty nonchalantly.
Hang on.
That's different. I never thought it was real.
I see.
I see. Now that we were finally advancing the investigation, her cool composure had all but vanished. Typical, I guess. She can only keep up an act for so long.
Terrible.
The generator over there is partially submerged in the water. I think it'd be wise to stay on this platform. Was he worried about the platform? Or was he worried about the water being electrified? Ava and I managed to stand in it way back when. I don't see why now would be any different. Then again, the generator wasn't damaged last time.
Damn.
Yeah, since Wolfgang is nearly in the water, we should avoid touching him.
No.
You don't know for sure if the water's unsafe.
Listen
Huh?
to me.
Before we start making conclusions, you should experiment first. Saying that, Ava walked over to a pile of boxes and pulled out a light bulb. Oh, I see what you're doing. Sure enough, Ava went straight to the edge of the platform and threw the light bulb in the water.
Look.
See? It's not lining up. That means the water is safe.
Well,
I see. I suppose it's safe to inspect Wolfgang.
okay.
Are you going to? I think I will observe from afar instead. Now's the time to be listening to your nerves.
Aye.
Oi, take a whiff of the air. And there's something off about it. I followed his instructions to sniff the air. It smells like burnt rubber.
That ain't it.
Because of the busted generator, yeah. But that's not what I'm talking about. There is another scent, a real bitter one. It might actually be onto something. It's almost like cereal and rubbing alcohol.
Bad news.
Indeed, I'm suspecting a mighty chemical reaction at work.
Eh?
Yeah? I've had my fair share of travels across the seas, and I'm no stranger to foul play. There's no stage worse than one of a disastrous
It
combustion.
is how it is.
Thing is, I've got no idea where it's coming from. Really? The smell is supposedly out of a chemical reaction. Where else could it be coming from besides the busted generator? Unless John's conclusion about the smell is wrong? I would have put it past him. Odd smell has been added to the truth bullet section of your Tozer trinket. Half of the generator's internals had melted away, and what still remained was almost completely singed. Yeah, this is definitely the cause of the power outage. What could have melted the wires though? It looked like a bomb had gone off in there.
That's...
Now that I think about it, during the game tournament... Taking a deep breath, I steadied my grip on the controller. Pushed both joysticks as hard as I could. Kaboom! Huh? All of a sudden the world around me turned pitch black. Ah. So I guess the chemical reaction would have been like a bomb for the generator? Okay, so maybe someone planted a bomb, maybe like inside a generator, and I guess Wolfgang wasn't expecting that, and like the generator exploded and that electrified him, maybe? There had been a loud boom right before the blackout happened, similar to a firework going off or someone firing a gun.
That's...
Did I overhear the sound of the generator being destroyed? Nothing else near the dining hall could have made that kind of noise, I don't think. Okay. If my assumption is correct, the generator would have been destroyed around the same time the murder was committed. That's suspicious as hell. There's no way the two events aren't connected. But I'm also working purely off of my memory of the boom. To be absolutely sure, I need to know when exactly the blackout occurred. Was there any way for me to find that out? Taser. Ah, taser gun? Interesting. Pretty random thing to be lying around a crime scene. It definitely wasn't in the boiler room prior to the murder either. Did that mean this taser gun was involved in the murder? On closer inspection, nothing about the gun looked particularly strange. Had it even been used? I'm pretty sure taser guns dispense some kind of wire when fired. Nearby were some yellow pieces of plastic on the floor. They were the same shade of yellow as the taser gun. Had these originally been attached to it? I can tell where they would fit on the gun though. Never mind. What's the point of making guesses when I can just get him to confirm? After all, someone who's a pro wielding guns should know them better than anyone else. There was blood sprinkled across the floor. I didn't notice it at first due to the room's restricted lighting, but now after my eyes had time to adjust, it couldn't be more obvious.
See.
Looks like it passes into the hallway too. I completely missed these during the blackout. Speaking of, after the body discovery announcement, everyone barged into the boiler room for the store. These blood spots don't look smudged. I'm guessing they were already dry by the time any of us got in here, in which case, could this be Wolfgang's blood? We don't really know for sure until we inspect his body. I'll inspect the rest of the sink first before going to his body, okay. Cord. Eh? There's a cord in the water. Judging by the lip, I think it's an extension cord. But what the hell happened to the other end of it? There's no internal plug, just a frayed tip lined with a black substance. Had the cord been burnt? I didn't see this cord in the boiler room either, so it probably came from someplace else. One of the storage rooms maybe. It wasn't always in this condition, that's for sure. All the items we've been provided so far, light bulbs, speakers, a fridge, they've worked perfectly well. So what happened to this cord and why was it even in the water? Oh, there's a thing down there. Crap money. Chunks of something red were floating nearby the generator. Most of like metal or maybe plastic. I'm guessing this is like what contained the bomb, maybe. Were these originally part of the generator? The colors and materials don't seem to match though. Hello? Okay. Oh, there's a knife. A knife? Why was a knife floating in the water? On the blade and the surrounding water, I could make something out. The unmistakable color of blood. There's no doubt about it. The knife must have something to do with the murder. Why the knife was here, not actually on the platform, I had no idea. Oh, come on. Did I talk to everyone else? I think I did.
Hi.
Why did you move over here? It's,
The struggle.
I feel it's highly important that we investigate anything and everything we can. That's why I moved over here to investigate. Not like he didn't want to be near Wolfgang's body. And what was a first for the investigation? Something other than fear appeared on Ulysses' face. It was curiosity. What is it? Look at the floor, front of the door. This?
Seriously?
Yes. This is just a small piece of scrap metal.
Do you think?
Even so, it's still part of the crime scene and necessitates
That's
documentation.
not important.
Seriously, something this small means nothing. It could have come from the generator or the pipes above us. Ingrid could have been carrying it for all we know. This guy, so much here he could actually document. Instead, he's focusing on some flimsy piece of metal. All no reason to rely on myself. And yet, there's a true bullet for it. Alright, it feels like we're giving the boiler room a good rundown, which means just yesterday, Wolfgang was talking with us, eating breakfast with us, and now he's dead. Who had the resolve to commit such a needlessly brutal murder that goes so far as to mangle his body? I couldn't unpack it. I didn't know how to. This wasn't just some dummy I had to investigate. This was a real person. It was so far of my expertise, let alone my comfort zone. Do you want to expect him? Holy crap, did she really have to scare me like that? Yeah, I do want to expect him. It's just the idea of getting close to him.
Where?
I'll investigate with you. It'll be easier for both of us that way. Right?
Right.
Right. Wolfgang lay completely still, his face frozen in a look of horror. His once bright eyes were shrouded in darkness, and his mouth was open as if he'd been killed mid-scream. Ava's expression said it all. Wolfgang did everything in his power to make us outcasts and make the worst of us. At times I even hated him for it, but this brought no relief to either of us. Wolfgang, what happened in his final moments that left him so terrified? Was it a realization he was about to die? Mulling over the what ifs won't bring me any closer to solving Wolfgang's murder. Right now, my focus should be to find evidence, and that begins by investigating his body. Wolfgang's suit was completely crumpled, a far cry from his once clean appearance. Water had seeped into the pants, completely ruining the fabric. Eh? As I leaned in close, I spotted a folded piece of paper sticking out from his back pocket. Though it was soaked, it wasn't completely destroyed.
Damn.
I really don't want to touch him, but with my thumb and index finger, I snatched the paper out of his pocket, taking care not to brush my hand against his body. I gingerly folded open the paper, aware that some of the wetter spots could fall apart immediately. I found the message written inside. That's some very ugly handwriting. Do you recognize it?
No.
A lot of the text is unreadable. Whoever wrote this probably used a low-quality pen. Although, at the bottom of the page, fragments of the message were still visible. Secret, 8:15 AM, boiler room, close the door. Doesn't this read a lot like a command? It seems like someone wanted to arrange a private meeting with him here.
I see.
Could that someone be the culprit?
Not sure.
8:15 AM. That's a long time before the time of death, though. Maybe there was a struggle, or maybe Wolfgang arrived late.
There must be something.
Either way, this message is definitely a valuable clue. It's our only insight into Wolfgang's movements before his death.
Well?
Wow, now I really want to know where everyone was at that time. I woke up at 8:30 AM this morning, so I was asleep when the meeting was scheduled to happen. It's only 45 minutes before the tournament. Cassidy, Jet, Mark, and I would have already been in the dining hall. Right, setting up equipment.
That's...
As for the other students, they're really asking them where they were at 8:15 AM might be risky.
Where?
Because they would wonder where we got the time from. Exactly. I prefer to keep this note between the two of us. At least for now.
Anyways,
Anyway, this thing about the secret. What do you think that means?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not really sure. It could be referring to anything. Anything, huh? You know what it means?
I know.
I have an idea. The author of this letter might be talking about Wolfgang's blackmail.
Huh.
Huh? If they claimed to have it, they could have baited him here without much issue. After all, Wolfgang asked us to meet with the person whose blackmail we had.
Strange.
A derelict boiler room is a pretty ominous place to meet someone, though. It would have been Wolfgang's first time here too, assuming he didn't explore this floor
What
beforehand.
could it be?
Either he didn't see the super obvious danger of meeting here alone, or he did realize and just didn't care. Right. Does it change anything about what I said? Well, duh. If Wolfgang knew the warning signs, his reason for coming might have less to do with integrity
You see?
and more to do with desperation.
Huh?
Desperation? To know the details of his
I
blackmail.
see.
It would stand to reason. If only Wolfgang had hidden this note somewhere safe instead of bringing it here, it would have been a valuable evidence. I doubt he could have envisioned something like this happening. He was never really on his guard during this killing game, except around you and me, I guess. There didn't seem to be any strange markings on Wolfgang's face. However, along the back of his neck was a massive bruise. Interesting. That looks like a really bad injury. Once his entire neck is discolored.
Damn.
Right. How did he get this on the back of his neck? Nothing around us seems to have lifted it. This might sound morbid, but what if it's a sign of his body decomposing?
That's...
Now, body really decomposed this fast? It could, or it could not. It probably depends on the environment. As in the temperature?
Correct.
Correct. Cold places are generally better at preserving things than warm, humid areas like the boiler room.
Thinking.
Kinda like dairy products, that's a good comparison. A tone deaf one, but sure. Wolfgang didn't have this bruise yesterday at the very least. If he did, it would have been super noticeable.
fair.
Yeah, true. Turning my attention back to Wolfgang, I caught something else on his body. Then the mark of his neck, but not directly overlapping it. Oh, so he was tasered. Maybe. It's a singular red dot. Is that a beauty mark? Doesn't look like it. The scare around the dot seems to be inflamed and reminds me of a Pops pimple. The sort of wound you could easily inflict on yourself.
So,
Dang, you don't think this is related to the murder? It might not be,
There
but
must be something.
judging by the lack of scabbing, this was inflicted pretty recently, so we may as well keep it in mind. The way Wolfgang was slumped over the platform almost looked like he'd fallen on top of it.
Focus.
Let me see if his palms are scratched. As I knelt down to take a closer
Huh?
look. Eh? Trickling out from under the cuff of Wolfgang's sleeve and into the rest of his hand, a strange injury that looked a lot like a tree sapling. What's this? A burn mark? I looked at Wolfgang's other hand, I saw the same thing. Markings that seemed to extend down the arm.
The hell?
Ava, look at this. Let me see. Yeah, burn marks. That's really horrible. They look like worse little veins. One inflicted them.
That's...
There's a taser a little ways off from where we're standing, but I couldn't find anything to indicate it's been fired. So the other thing I can think of is the generator.
is that really true?
Why the generator?
know.
The thing has clearly been destroyed by something. Maybe Wolfgang got caught in that something, and that's how he died.
Not sure.
Not sure. The generator seems too far away from where Wolfgang is hiding and calls burn like these. Oh, I just realized I'm dropping frames. Okay. I think we're good. That's all that really matters because, like, not exactly we're not exactly playing in requires particularly high frame rate, but okay, I am dropping a lot of frames. Holy crap! I think I need to. Let's see if I can- I'll be back. Okay, I think we should be good now. I think I need to order a new router. From my internet company or something. Oh nope. Oh my gosh. Okay, I think we should be back. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean to order a new router from my internet company because like we've had the same one for like a few years now, and it's been a bit finicky recently. The generator seems far away from what Wolfgang is assigned to cause burns like these.
Look at this.
Plus, the ruin's water isn't conductive, so electricity couldn't have traveled through it.
Right.
You're right. Anything able to melt the generator's wires could have burnt his suit to crisp too.
Thinking.
Exactly.
Thinking.
I think Wolfgang received these burns outside the boiler room. There's just nothing here that could leave these markings. As for the actual place he got burns, guess we'll have to try and find it ourselves. That is, if such a place even exists. While it's possible the generator may not have been involved in the murder. What do you mean it's not involved? It seems unlikely that Wolfgang made the detour for the boiler room after being severely burned. After all, burns like his would definitely paralyze someone. As for Wolfgang's palms, they didn't have any markings on them. Still, he must have fallen somehow. Why else would he be lying on the platform? He got electrocuted. I think that's it. Okay. Now that I think about it, the place where Wolfgang lagged was odd. What were the chances he would end up here between the only opening of the fence? What fence? The one spot where he can kneel over like this. Was supposed to be trying to climb onto the platform before he died? It's strange why he didn't use the stairs though, and even stranger that he was even in the water. That seemed to be everything I could gather.
Hello.
Hey, Damon. Since we've expected the boiler room, we should find the students who lived and ask them for their testimonies.
Right.
They went upstairs to investigate Wolfgang's storm, right? Yes, because of what I said earlier. Hold on. The victims also knew whereabouts are the best places to search for clues.
Okay.
Alright, let's see what they've been up to. Apart from collecting testimonies, there were two other matters on my mind. One, getting Desmond to inspect the taser gun. And two, pinpointing exactly when the blackout occurred, in case it happened at the time of the murder. Well, I walked over to the boiler room door, which had been left slightly ajar. But as I began to pull it the rest of the way open... I noticed it. The doorknob, something about it, looked different. Hey, Ava. The doorknob, I think it's been flipped. Flipped? Are you sure? Take a look for yourself. The first time we woke up here, I'm pretty sure this lock was on the inside, not the outside.
Is that really true?
How would someone be able to flip a doorknob, though?
That's...
By unscrewing it, probably. Okay. Why didn't you say something earlier? What do you mean? This is the first time I've noticed it.
Is that really true?
Really? You didn't notice it back when you entered the boiler room with Kai? No, not even then. It might have been because of the darkness of my own nerves, but back then I wasn't paying attention to the small details like the doorknob. All I wanted to do was enter the boiler room.
Anyways.
I know that makes me sound stupid.
Listen to me.
It's okay. I mean, I probably would have noticed the doorknob had I been there, but that's besides the point. Alright. Anyway, this discovery paints an interesting picture. Since the lock was now accessible from the hallway, you could technically lock the boiler room shut without ever stepping foot in it. Wait, what? Why can't I look at my ticks on? Okay. Meaning that if you want to lock someone inside the boiler room, All you have to do is lure them in and close the door behind them.
Moving on.
Come on, we need to complete pick up the testimonies before the investigation ends. Right, let's go. Okay. Since the lock was now accessible from the hallway, you could technically lock the boiler room shut without ever stepping foot in it. Meaning if you wanted to lock someone inside the boiler room, all you have to do is lure them in and close the door behind them. Is that how locks work? Sure. Okay, maybe I just have no idea how locks work, because like I figured it was just like I figured you would have to also like change like the internal mechanisms of the lock itself to make it line up with the doorknob, but maybe not. I don't know. If I say anything else, I'm gonna sound stupid. As a million questions rattled away in my mind, I followed Ava out of the boiler room. Actually, Ava, before we go upstairs, it's probably worth checking out the storage closets first. Why?
I know.
I found something in the boiler room that might be related to them. Touching by the lamp, I think it's an extension cord. What the hell happened to the other end of it? There's no internal plug, just a frayed tip lined with a black substance. Had the internal end been severed off and the cord burnt after? I didn't see this cord in the boiler room earlier, so it probably came from someone's house. One of the storage rooms, maybe. The extension cord, but you confirm if it did indeed come from a storage closet.
However...
Okay. But first, I want to talk to Cassidy.
Come again?
You want to talk to her? Yes, I want to talk to her. Is that bad? She wasn't much help last investigation. Well, any help is better than no help. Fair. Alright, I'll talk to Cassidy first, and then I'll investigate the storage closets on this floor. Cassidy was pacing around the hallway with a finger on her chin, seemingly doing nothing.
Yo!
Oh, hey guys! Sorry for not noticing these sooner. I was performing a super sweep down of this here hallway. This all was for wandering around aimlessly.
Listen to me.
Can you put your sweep down on hold? I have a really important question.
Okay.
Let's hear it. This won't get on too long, okay? Gotta finish my sweep down before time's up.
See?
Do you remember who attended the tournament? The game tournament, huh? Everyone who was slated to join kept their word, so we had a full house.
What about...
There were 8 people in total. Jet, Mark, Grace, John, Kai, and the 3 of us.
Huh?
Something on your mind? Well, since the murder happened in the boiler room,
Well?
wouldn't that mean everyone in the dining hall has an alibi? Ooh, that's a good point. I didn't even think of that. She's totally right. Also, since we split into pairs while investigating those rooms down the hall, every pairing can vouch for each other. Maybe.
Right.
Right, we all split up. What were the groups again?
Yep.
Jade and I explored storage closet B.
Eh?
Storage closet
Check
B?
it out!
That's what's called on the map. Does she mean the map of the Tozu trinket? I activated my trinket, and sure enough. See? Storage closet B. This was storage closet A, C, and D. Those are definitely the ones we explored. I see. In that case, Kai and I must have explored C. I remember it clearly. The two of us checked the closet above and opposite the one Cassidy searched. According to this map, the only closet to fit those perimeters is C.
Correct.
Grace and I investigated the closet directly next to Damon's, so we must have been inside A.
Yeah.
Which leaves Mark and John with D. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. You know, Damo, since you're here,
Question.
what's the deal with you in the boiler room? What? When Kai told us party peeps about Wolfie, he said you two were inside the boiler room.
How?
The heck did you do that for? You're supposed to check out the storage closet.
No.
You're not casting suspicion on me, are you? Me? No way. As far as Cass is concerned, everyone is innocent until proven otherwise. I investigated the storage closet with Kai. We just didn't find anything inside.
Anyway.
Although we did hear someone run down the hallway.
Am I hearing you right?
Huh? For real? Man, unlucky. All that work for nothing. What's the plan now? Do we just, like, go back outside? Let's check out how the people next door are doing. Pet, pet, pet. Huh? Suddenly I heard frantic footsteps echoing from the hallway outside.
Doubt it.
Weird, I don't remember any footsteps.
It's the truth.
Really?
I do. Meh? Ava, did you really? I heard them while Grace and I were investigating the storage room next to yours.
However,
I just brushed it off as my imagination though. Guess me and Jet must have been talking over them. Were those footsteps the reason you entered the boiler room, Damo? It's Damon, and yeah. They came from the direction of that room, so I wanted to see what the person was running
For
from.
real?
Ooh-wee, really? I would just chase after the footsteps. I mean, entering the boiler room after something like that, you weren't scared a murderer was hiding inside? What I actually discovered wasn't much better. True, true. Then whose footsteps could those have been? I don't know why anyone would want to be wandering around those spooky hallways let alone in the dark.
What about...
Unless, ooh, maybe they were also looking for a backup generator?
That's not important.
I doubt it's that innocent. Considering the place this person ran away from was the crime scene, those footsteps were probably the killers. You mean fresh off committing the murder? Right. Fresh off the murder, or a bit after, depends what time we went downstairs. Either way, whether it was immediately after the murder or not, for a brief moment the only thing separating us from Wolfgang's killer were the storage room walls. That's creepy to think about. Plus, bit by bit, the mystery slowly unravels.
My genius is almost frightening.
No need to thank me, 'tis all in a day's work. She didn't even do anything. Oh. Ew.
interesting.
Wow, that was easy.
The hell?
Why did you do that? To see if you were nervous.
Seriously?
Of course I'm nervous. You were nervous earlier.
No,
Earlier, yeah, but not anymore.
moving on.
Anyway, you shouldn't be so nervous. If you're too nervous, you won't be able to think straight, so you should calm down. Easier said than done.
Well,
Well, we've already investigated the really ugly stuff, right? We don't need to think about that stuff for now. Just focus on collecting people's testimonies.
listen to me.
I can remind you if you want. I'll be fine. Let's investigate all the storage closets. Okay, this is storage A. Yeah, let's take a look around. Speaking of the specific shelves, look at something shiny caught my eye. Yeah? Ava, look! There's a rolling pin here. And handprints on it too.
Strange.
What are you implying? That someone used this recently, and not for its intended purpose.
I know.
Look, can you see how the handprints are at the base of the pin? You aren't rolling much though if you're rolling this thing like a tennis racket, are you? The pin is also really dusty. If it came from the kitchen, it would be cleaned like the other utensils here. Yeah, agreed. Not only that.
Jeez.
Right, there's a dent on the pin too. Really? On the end opposite the handprints, can you see it?
Weird.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. Handprints and a dent, that's definitely not a coincidence.
Focus.
Could this pin have something to do with the mark we found on Wolfgang's neck? If it was used to knock him out, it would not only explain the dent to the pin, but the bruise on Wolfgang's neck. How did it make its way into this closet though?
Huh?
What do you mean? How did the pin make its way into the closet after the killer used it?
There must
Oh.
be something.
I mean, if the footsteps Kai and I heard were the killers, they probably chucked the pin in here on their way out.
Absolutely not.
No, that's not what happened.
Huh?
Yeah. If the killer entered this closet and hid the rolling pin,
Listen to me.
Grace and I would have seen them. Crap, of course. She and Grace were investigating this closet at the time. What if the killer placed the pin in here before any of us came downstairs? Well, like, Wolfgang could have been knocked out much earlier and been put in the and was just in the boiler room the whole time. I think that's possible.
Save it.
If they were out in the hallway, why didn't they use that as a chance to escape? Damn it, she's right about that too. Could this rolling pin really be unalerted? But it lines up so well with the other evidence.
Moving on.
Okay, I don't think there's anything else to this room. Let's keep investigating. One moment she's speaking nonsense, I think she's totally coherent. I don't think I'll ever understand this girl.
Where?
Ava's being Grace, Bewitchy, and Cassidy. Ava's quietly reciting who went into what storage closet, like an anxious high schooler trying to memorize her exam notes. She didn't even seem to notice me looking at her. Ah, okay. This was a closet Kaina explored. It's hard to get a good look at its contents in the dark, but seeing it
I
now,
see.
doesn't seem to be anything important here. I think we can move on. Okay.
Look,
This is storage closet D.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark and John explored this one. See what I can find here. Is there anything weird about this room?
That's...
I think I see something behind this pile of boxes. I sit on my tiptoes to get a better look in.
Jeez.
Ah, so they really are here. Damien registries.
well,
What's here? Extension cords, a whole bunch of them.
drain.
Okay.
Yeah, these are definitely the same type of cord I saw in the boiler room. Only difference is, these still have their other half intact. Ah, the internal plugs are pretty slim compared to other kinds of cords. The fact these cords match the ones in the boiler means the killer must have rummaged through these closets for equipment. For what reason they needed a cord, I had no idea, but it's still a step in the right direction. Besides that box of cords, nothing else about this room is standing out to me.
So,
Do you want to move on?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go. Not labeled.
interesting.
The map says this is B.
Right.
Right, the closest Cassidy and G explored.
Look,
Do you see that? See what? The box in the corner over there, look. Confused, I turned to where she was pointing. This is... I think I know what it
Yeah.
is. A generator, right? The one you were referring to during the blackout?
correct.
Yeah, exactly. Since I've explored these rooms before, I knew one of them had a backup generator.
That's...
If this closet has a backup generator, wouldn't that mean the ones who restored the power?
Thinking.
Well, if Cassidy and Jet were the only people who entered this room, then they're the people who brought the power back. Damn, I'm surprised the two actually knew how to navigate a generator. That seems to be all there is to this closet. We've looked through all the closets now.
So,
Did you find everything you needed? Yeah, I did. The rolling pin and the stack of extension cords. There's no doubting the relatives to the case, at least based on what I've investigated so far.
Anyway.
Ava, let's go upstairs and collect some more testimonies.
where?
Well, finally. Heading upstairs would be a bad idea. There are things in this... What? I guess we need to talk to Cassidy again. Ava and Grace explored storage A, Gina explored B, Yunkai explored C, and Mark and John explored D.
Yep.
Yep, that's definitely the order. Okay.
Interesting.
That...
No, moving on. Well, listen to me.
I can hear.
Weird.
What a weird looking storage closet.
Stop.
Very funny. I probably explored every storage closet. Have we not? Really? Anything this whole way specifically? Doesn't seem like it. What are we doing?
Where?
Maybe I need to inspect the generator. In that one storage closet. Nah? Okay. No. Okay, I don't know what the game wants now. What do you want from me, game? Oh! Okay, that's important. Destroy blood on the floor. For some reason, it seemed to pull right around this particular spot. Dried blood like in the boiler room. You notice the blood in
Correct.
here? I noticed you noticing it.
So.
I see. So who do you think left all this blood behind?
Focus.
Well, it can't be Wolfgang, can it? Considering the sort of injuries he's sustained, it wouldn't make sense for him to spill a lot of blood.
There must be something.
Which means the only possibility we're left with is...
What could it be?
the blood belongs to someone else? Yeah, exactly. Interesting. If I didn't notice the blood here, would you have pointed out to me?
Huh?
Yeah? I would have pointed out to you if the roles were reversed. That way you'd know not to sip on it.
Right.
Sure, I'd point it out.
Thanks.
Thanks. Alright. Interesting. It's Abe and I emerged from the basement on the lookout for anything which could aid us in our investigation.
Huh?
Yeah? Right in front of us, plus Eloise was huddled with her back to the wall, standing next to her.
Yeah.
Sup, you guys? I want to lower your voice around here. Some stuff has happened.
What could it be?
Is something wrong? Sorry, Eloise had a bit of a frightening experience recently.
You think?
I think we all have.
No kidding.
Well, yeah, the scene says it's bad, but I'm talking about something else. After Toza left, we tried going inside Wolfgang's room to look for clues, but the moment we stepped in, she suddenly pounced on me. She dragged me out and Desmond ran after us. I haven't been able to get my heart to stop beating so quickly since. Hold on, does she referring to?
Shit.
Yep, it's Grace. She's been guarding Wolfgang's dorm ever since she kicked us out. Grace was blocking access to Wolfgang's dorm. What the hell? We can't let her bar us from entering his room. The class trial could start at any moment. That's why I tried trialing everyone else, but they pretty much gave up. Jin and Mark went to the dining hall, Dinah went to the laundry room, and Toshiko and Ingrid went to the courtyard. Alois and I, though, we're not going to let this slide. We gotta get inside that dorm room, so we've been brainstorming other ways to approach Grace.
Think about it this way.
And we've landed on something, performing a brief inquisition. Inquisition? If Grace doesn't want to cooperate, we'll start bothering her with questions, book her ego into an adventure of
Safety
treats.
first.
If you want, you can join us. A debater must be good at dishing verbal beatdowns, yeah? I did come here to inspect Walking Storm, so I might as well. If that's the
I'm
case.
out.
I'll go to the dining hall and ask Jade and Mark for the testimonies. You're not coming along?
Where?
Grace isn't someone I'd like to be around right now. You freaking handle her. Something tells me she's just afraid of her talent being mocked.
Right.
No sweet. Have fun with Jade and Mark.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Ava lived in the direction of the laundromat, clearly taking the long route to the dining hall. Should we approach Grace then?
Totally.
Yeah, let's not waste any time.
Okay.
Right, okay. Do you want to take the lead, Damon? Oh, sure. I wasn't going to meditate either of their faces, but the plan seemed pretty half-baked. Not because I was going to face off with Grace, but because she was too. How could a bumbling person like her be of any help in a verbal showdown? If anything, she'll probably make us look uncoordinated. Guess I have to do most of the heavy lifting here. Since Grace was scouting Wolfgang Storm, she should be right around the corner. But I can see her over there. What? Why did you pan the camera there? Oh, wait, okay. Don't you two yuppies get it? You're not coming
Don't get it
in.
mixed up.
Hey, hang on, we're not there for that. Damon just wants to ask you a question.
Back off.
He isn't coming in either.
Jeez.
Why not? I need to investigate Wolfgang's dorm room.
Soybean.
Back out, Soybean. His room is none of your business. Except it is. I have to search his last known whereabouts, which includes his dorm room by default.
See that?
Well, I said I've done the job for
Come
you.
again.
As in, you searched your room. High and low. Want to know what I found? Nothing. For us to believe that, we need to see it ourselves. You think I'm lying?
Just saying.
There's a chance you could be, unfortunately.
Eh?
Nah. Think about it. You haven't given us any reason to believe you. Someone's got nothing to hide and being acting so protective right now, you know? It gives the impression there's something you really don't want us to see.
Anyway.
Also, couldn't this be considered breaking the rules? Cozy wants this game to be fair, but being prevented from searching every room doesn't seem very fair.
Don't test me.
Even if it isn't, what are you gonna do? I'll report it to Tozu.
You.
Makes sense.
Nice idea. What do you say we look for him now? If Tozu agrees this is sabotage, he might call Mara to help. Oh, it's not sabotage. I'm not hiding anything about the murder. Don't try to get me involved. This one never mentioned Wolfgang's murder.
Anyway.
Look, just let us into the room. Telling the truth will drop our suspicions.
Gotta stay one step ahead.
The reality of the situation is we gotta invade Wolfgang's privacy if we want to know what happened to him. You'll want to investigate our dorms before anyone else who died. Grace stood there silently, gritting her teeth. Then she stepped away from the door.
Okay.
Oh. Sweet, thanks, Grace. The sighs of relief brings Wolfgang's dorm. So this was Wolfgang's dorm. While some of my expectations were correct, a lot about the room still surprised me. I anticipated the layout resembling my dorms and the decor reflecting his talent. What I didn't anticipate was how messy it was. Well, I mean not messy, just really casual. A room that clearly been well lived in.
Oi, you.
Don't move things around when you expect them. I wanna keep the room as is. To be honest, I'm not sure why I was even surprised. Clothes were scattered across the room, including a familiar-looking woman's jacket. Nothing about them looked suspicious. Wolfgang also had a pin-up calendar in his room. This isn't what I should be focusing on during a murder investigation. What's up, Damon?
Hi.
Hey, can you check something out for me?
Easy enough.
In here or
That's not it.
in the boiler room? Found a taser gun
Are
in there.
you for?
I can't tell if it's been fired or not. I don't think it has, but I want to know for sure because if I'm wrong and this taser gun was used, it might clue us into the nature of Wolfgang's death.
No kidding.
Well, we're talking about is that big a deal, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, since you're good at using guns, I
All
figured.
good.
No sweat, I'll see to it once I'm done here. Thanks for the heads up, Damon. Eloise was nearly on the floor, sorting through Wolfgang's bedside ottoman with a serious look on her face. Hey, can we talk for a second?
Give me a moment.
Okay. She closed the ottoman and stood up, now wearing the same nervous expression she always did. Is there something wrong? I want to know your whereabouts during Wolfgang's murder. When the murder happened, I was with Desmond in the courtyard. The courtyard? Yes? You can ask Desmond to confirm if you're confused. No, I'm fine.
It's simple.
Let me just ask this. What were you doing during the blackout? The blackout? Yeah, you did experience it, right?
That's not...
No, I don't think there was ever a blackout. We were only alerted to the murder because of Toza's
I
announcement.
see.
I see. So my theory was right. If Winona never experienced a blackout in the tree room, and Eloise never experienced a blackout in the courtyard, both these villains must be connected to an entirely different power source.
Ugh.
We're not here for that, my
Hi.
ass. Hey. No one should be meeting my eyes.
Quit it.
I know you suspect me. I can tell by the look on your face. But I don't know anything about his death. To be in the dark like everyone else, about a person she was so close to. Damn it, get a grip on yourself, Damon. Grace and claim to know nothing about the murder, but what about everything before it?
Anyway,
So I heard our roommate became Wolfgang's new bunk buddy. This room seems to confirm that. How's he this morning? Grumpy? Happy? Sick. Yeah? We were planning to go to the game tournament, but he woke up with an ache in his stomach. He woke up sick? If you're telling me the truth, and Wolfgang plans to attend the tournament,
that's not it.
why did he say the opposite yesterday? From what I remember, Wolfgang said he'd be too busy to attend the tournament. Yeah, more like he wanted to know around at the pachinko machine.
Watch and learn.
I would know. I interrogated him after breakfast.
No.
What? That's seriously what he meant?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, huh? Which is why I told him, hey, no, let's do the tournament. He was a bit finicky at first, typical for a soybean, but he eventually caved. Wolfgang was a pachinko player? I'm sure I can believe that. And again, some of the paraphernalia in this room looked neither golf nor war related.
Okay.
Alright, so based on what you're saying, Wolfgang agreed to attend the tournament yesterday. However, come this morning... Bleh. Wolfgang remembered the pirate he was attending, so he suggested I track down that guy and partner with him instead.
Right.
Right, because he needed to bring a partner to the tournament. Wolfgang, he knew I was miffed about it. His smile said as much. But I walked out the door anyway.
Dumbass.
Wolfgang said he was too sick to get out of bed, so I walked away. If Wolfgang really had been bedridden, how did he wind up in the boiler room? Either he didn't come of his own volition, or he was never sick to begin with. By looking at her face, I could tell Grace realized the same. All that said, it wasn't like Wolfgang to hide anything. For a guy who's so gung-ho about honesty, you'd think he would confide in the person he's closest to. Did the letter I find inside his blazer pocket have something to do with it? Secret, 8:15 AM, and close the door. Doesn't this read like a command? While only a few words were legible, a lot could be gleaned from them. For example, the mention of a secret. Did the rest of the note elaborate on it, or was the word alone enough to scare Wolfgang? Maybe he wanted to shield Grace from the information even he couldn't handle. Or maybe he simply didn't want her to know. Whatever the reason, Wolfgang and Akira deliberately hid information from someone. Ironic, huh? Each one of the bookshelves filled to the brim with a catalogue of books towered over the room. Skimming the titles, most seemed to be about the intricacies of the legal system, although some were about old court cases recashed for new evidence. Did Wolfgang really read any of these, or were they all just for show? An intricately patterned couch side by side with two red sofa chairs. Even the throw pillows seemed to be arranged in just the right way. A large toy bear adorned the bed. Something tells me this didn't belong in the room originally. Well, that's all I could find. I was curious to antsy about people entering. There didn't seem to be anything suspicious lying around here. In any case, since I'm done here, I should head to the dining hall. I'm pretty sure that's where Ava said she was going. But what about Desmond and the taser gun? As soon as I entered the room, Ava walked over to me.
Hello.
Hello, I've just finished talking to everyone here. Anything important?
Rage.
Nothing important. I don't think Jake and Mark are taking this seriously. This might end like the mock trial where only a couple people know what they're doing. Does she really think so? While the information didn't bode well for me, I couldn't afford to be discouraged by it. Unless I want to die in this game.
Focus.
I'll see if I can make those two talk.
Thanks.
Good luck. Yeah, is it me or is there something funky about this
Come
place?
again.
What? I don't know, man. Everything feels kinda off. I can't play Slido and it's bugging the crap out of me. It's not like he just felt uncomfortable being here. I guess I can't blame him. For the turn things had taken, the attention and excitement of the tournament was all but a distant memory. And this room was now a reminder of Wolfgang died ran under our noses. Shit. Why didn't Tozu fix the blackout himself? Is maintenance of this place seriously our responsibility?
Not okay!
The fridge and pantry are restocked every day though. Ugh, can't things just be consistent? Whining aside, you made a good point. Why didn't Tozu fix the blackout? Thinking back on the spiel from earlier. This type of information has been divulged in such a way. Yep. Did Tozu abstain from fixing the blackout because it was important to the killer? They could easily make their escape and no one could see anything.
Wait.
Oh yeah, Damon, since you're here, I've been thinking really hard about these footsteps we heard
Come again.
when we were in the storage closet.
No, seriously.
Yeah, they were soft, right? Like the person was wearing
I
socks.
see.
Now that you mention it, it did sound like socks on a hard floor. Of all the things you write about, it has to be this. What do you mean?
Man.
I mean, why didn't the killer just wear shoes? Think about it. The sound of something like heels would be pretty distinct, right? But what about sneakers to get really squeaky on a smooth floor?
Don't
And?
say that.
What I'm saying is, you can totally figure out the shoe from the sound it makes. And if you know what shoes the killer had on, you can just look for the person with a matching pair. But socks? Anyone could be wearing socks. The person probably removed their shoes for that reason.
This sucks.
Just our luck. Marker returned to his position by the equipment. Hey, Desmond and Eloise told me you have plans to investigate Wolfgang Storm. Grace isn't guarding it anymore, so you can go inside now. Let me guess, you don't want to investigate?
It's nothing.
I just came here to make sure my interface wasn't damaged. This investigation gets about the difference between life and death. His priority was his stupid music equipment. Don't you feel it looks suspicious what you're doing?
What?
Yeah? I heard people are already giving Grace the side eye for being uncooperative. What might you say they found out you've ditched the investigation?
Slow down.
Yo, hold on. Jake called out to us from the other side of the room and ran over. Can't you see Broski isn't feeling well? Good guys in space.
That's not important.
I don't care. I'm working on a time limit. Who are you to talk anyway? Yeah? Don't you really look on Broski's face whenever you guys are together?
It's simple.
Out of everyone here, I think you should know the least about personal space. What? No way. Sure, Mark might not talk a whole lot, but if he wasn't having fun, do you really think we'd be hanging out so much?
Broskies always stick together.
Come on, Broski, bear me up here. Time. Uh-huh. What time did the murder happen?
That
9:35 a.m.? Check this. He pointed to a small digital clock at the top of the music pad.
that's
Huh? This is the time of the murder. It was like this when I came back here. I think the clock got screwed over by the blackout. So now it's frozen or whatever it was displaying before it lost power. Then, that confirms my suspicions. The blackout and by association the destruction of the generator occurred at the time of Wolfgang's murder.
My man.
Let's go on, bro. You hit the jackpot. But it's because I was here with you, huh? Sheesh, it's getting hard to watch. Okay. Guess they could have spent a lot of time dueling this. It must be upset that we didn't even finish a single round. The first time people ever get together and they're interrupted by a murder. Thinking back on it, the game tournament and the murder happened really close to each other. The former began at 9 a.m., while the latter occurred at 9:35 a.m. That's within the same hour. Taking another look at this whiteboard. Yeah, I can see why the killer chose to attack so soon. 8 potential witnesses all situated in one place, 2 preoccupied with video games to notice the world around them. There couldn't be a more perfect time to strike. Kitchen. Might as well skim through the kitchen just in case. Look inside the cabinets, there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. Except... Huh? This knife block had a knife missing from it. For a kitchen knife to go missing at the same time my knife is found floating in the boiling water. That can't be a coincidence. Eh? Oh my, would you look at the time? I did say we got to get this trial started soon. How does 20 minutes from now sound? Great? Great. Please continue to investigate until then. See you later. What? It's only 20 minutes till the trial.
Hang on.
Damon. Ah. Jeez, how does she keep scaring me? The investigation's almost over. We need to find the other 3 and hear their testimonies. The other 3?
As I was saying,
Toshiko, Ingrid, and Diana.
Jeez.
Oh, alright, calm down. These ones said they were in a courtyard, right?
I'm talking.
And Diana's in the laundry room. Jen, let's talk to Diana first since the laundry room is in the same building. In the meantime, don't panic, okay?
Can't you see?
I'm not panicking. As she said that, she motioned for me to follow her over to the door. Ava might deny it, but the anxiety which had been bubbling up inside her was clearly starting to boil over. Although, with how fast my own heart was beating, I guess she's not alone. Let's go. Alright, if this is telling the truth, then Diana should be in here. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Diana was standing with her back pressed up against the wall, arms wrapped around herself in a tight embrace. She's in even worse shape than before. Diana, I need to ask you a question. Please give me a moment. It's been kind of tough.
No.
The investigation is going to end really soon. We can't wait. Okay, sorry. Where were you during the blackout? Oh, the blackout right before the body was discovered. I was just in my room alone doing my makeup. Don't have any makeup on though. I was experimenting with new combinations, so I wiped it all off already.
I see.
So you were alone in your room the entire morning? Yeah, I just wasn't feeling up to it. Sorry, I'm feeling a little sick all of a sudden. Do you mind if I go back to my dorm? I've asked all the questions I want to. Thanks.
So...
Do you think she was acting weird at all?
That's...
No weirder than the others. Anyway, since Diana gave her testimony, I can cross her off my list now. Which is the only people I still need to speak to.
Where?
I hope Ingrid and Toshiko are still in the courtyard. I won't know until we see for ourselves. Alright, let's go for when the investigation ends. Yeah, it's automatically suspicious if you're by yourself. You claim you were by yourself the entire time. Toshiko and Ingrid had retreated onto the bandstand at the center of the courtyard. The larger girl was confronting the smaller girl, who completely hid her face behind her fan.
Hello?
Hey, have any of you been investigating? Investigating? Toshiko lowered her fan to reveal a pair of puffy eyes.
Unacceptable!
I don't know, what are you expecting me to do?
Seriously?
To look for clues? For clues? How am I meant to do that? It's not like I've had to solve a murder before, you know? My hands have been a bit full, so no luck finding any clues. I can see why.
Moving on.
Okay, well, did you at least notice anything suspicious this morning? It could be a person acting odd or a strange sound. That's what most real-life testimonies talk about anyway.
Think this through.
A person acting odd. Maybe not at the time, but looking back, it definitely seems a little strange. Do you want to tell them, Toshiko? Okay, fine. This morning, I saw Wolfgang.
Huh?
Huh? When did you see him? In the dorm hallway on my way back from the pharmacy. The dorm hallway? Just as I was about to into my room, I saw Wolfgang leave his. Oh, Wolfgang. What a coincidence running into each other like this. Are you already on your way to the tournament, Miss Kyra? It's rather early. Of course not. A professional like myself knows better than to attend some silly party. Right, my apologies. What about you? Are you going to the tournament? That's correct. I'm going to the tournament. Okay, so he was lying. I'm just heading to the laundry room right now. There's a batch of clothes I accidentally left behind in there.
That...
Wolfgang said he was going to attend the tournament.
Strange.
Yesterday, he told everyone he's too busy to attend. I assumed he changed his mind. I had no reason to question him. I heard bits and pieces of the conversation from inside my dorm. The whole thing couldn't have lasted longer than a minute.
Bit complicated.
Toshiko and I are bunk buddies, by the way. Thought I mentioned that in case Damon didn't know. Okay, thanks. Anyways, when I heard what Wolfie said, my first thought was leftover clothes. I don't remember any leftover clothes, but I figured I must have been misremembering with my aching head and all. Aching head? I was suffering a terrible headache this morning. Couldn't even see 2 steps in front of me, let alone get up from my bed. But that's why I had gone to the pharmacy. I was hoping to procure some medication for Ingrid. Not my proudest moment, I'll admit, but I knew I could trust Toshiko with the job.
So,
Do you know what time the interaction with the Wolfgang happened? 10 past 8, I think?
How should I put it?
The conversation just happened just a little after the morning announcements. That I can tell you with confidence. Yes, 10 past would make sense. When the announcement initially played, I was just about to leave the pharmacy. And she was already inside the pharmacy by 8 AM. So Wolfgang, he looked totally fine when you saw him.
sure.
Yes, nothing seemed awry. Huh. Doesn't that call into question what Grace told me earlier? Either Grace lied to me about Wolfgang calling in sick, or she was telling the truth, and Wolfgang just got outed as a liar. I can probably deduce an answer if I know what time Grace left Wolfgang's dorm. If she left before 8:10 AM, then she would have already been out of the picture by the time Wolfgang made his move. Hence why she only remembers him in bed. However, if she left after 8:10 AM, then she would have been there for Wolfgang's encounter with Toshiko, which means she lied about Wolfgang being bedridden during the period of time she was in the storm. Wait, I need to... Okay, whoa. What time Grace left Wolfgang's dorm? She lived after... Right, okay. Which means she lied about Wolfgang being bedridden during the period of time she was in the storm. Funny how she never gave me a time. What else happened with after Toshiko saw Wolfgang? The blackout sure gave us a spook. Toshiko and I decided to stay where we were until the lights turned on, though we did watch you and your buddies pass by. You saw that?
How should I put it?
Heard it first, then took a peek. I would have said something, but I still wasn't feeling like yourself, so I watched you until you went down the stairs. That must have been how you found the crime scene, right? Yeah, that's right.
Too much for me.
Such a terrible sight. Can't believe someone here might be actually behind it. I just hope we can solve it. Yeah, that's... Alright everyone, that's time. Please drop whatever it is you're doing and proceed over to the Tree of Ignorance. Don't make me wait too long, otherwise you'll be in for a shocking surprise. Ho ho ho, get it? Because your trinkets can zap you. Anyway, just get a move on. It's time.
Fingers crossed.
You two, go on ahead. Trishka and I will catch up.
Listen to me.
Okay, let's go, Damon. Right. Okay, I was expecting the investigation to go for like another hour, to be honest. Which, in that case, we are going to be doing the class trial. One second. I need to drink some water. Really liking the music. Ava and I made a short trek to the room of the tree. Once there, we waited for the others to arrive. Eventually, everyone had shown up. So, how are you guys feeling?
It's me.
Words wouldn't do it justice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty bad. I can't tell you how I feel when I don't even know what I feel. I'd rather we save the talking for the trial. The trial. In just a few moments' time, we're going to be down there. Down there in the trial room, fighting for survival, using only our words. Damn it, Damon. Get a grip already. Before the door into the tree opens, I need to ask Discipline if he has any new information about the taser gun.
Hi.
Hey. Hey. His voice is steady, but his eyes keep darting around the room. Did you cheat the taser?
Right.
Right, I did. Any findings? Just one. The gun's blast doors were missing.
Huh?
Blast what?
Eh?
Yeah? All of a sudden, the ground. Oh no, not again. Hold on to something, everyone. The Tree of Knowledge, a symbol of sentience, intuition, and understanding, exists here only as a barren replica. The Tree of Ignorance emulates the wonder of nature, but does not achieve it. And justly so, for ignorance often aspires to be seen as wisdom. Damn it.
Shit.
Well, guess we gotta cut this conversation short. I'll explain everything during the trial. Let's not keep this goat guy waiting.
Holy!
Oh man, this is really happening. We're so screwed. We're totally gonna die.
It is how it is.
If you go in expecting to fail, chances are you will.
Game over, man! Game
Oh.
over!
I'm gonna think of failure even more because you said that.
Hold your horses.
Look at it this way. Who here are the cards most stacked against? 14 people working together to solve a murder, or one person trying to lead everyone else astray.
Are we ready?
If anyone's in for a struggle, it ain't the group of 14.
Do you think?
You make a good point. Statistically, the odds are in our favor here.
It'll be okay.
Exactly, luck will be on our side.
No, it's not.
If luck was on our side, we wouldn't be in a killing game to start with. Can I say something first before we go? Oh, what is it? It's a message for the killer.
What did you say?
A message for the killer? The person here who killed Wolfgang. Whoever you are, can you please step forward? Huh?
I want to help.
We don't have to do this class trial. If you can just find it in yourself to step forward and bring this whole thing to an end already, then please. Despite Diana's pleas, no one came forward. That okay, that leaf like floating on the screen looked really funny. I don't know why.
Come on.
If someone's determined enough to commit murder, they won't back down because of one person's pleas. Since we're on the subject, I also got a message for the killer.
Dumbass!
Don't forget that the punishment fits the crime, asshole. Enjoy the fucking death penalty. God damn. Grace spat out those words and disappeared into the opening of the tree.
Can I go now?
Co-signed.
Slow down.
Yo, broski, wait up. One by one, people began to follow suit. I guess if it's time to go. We knew where the stairs would take us, and where the elevator afterwards would deliver us. But everything beyond that was shrouded in uncertainty. There was no mock trial awaiting us, no faux murder designed to waste our time with a stupid mystery. This was undoubtedly real. Come on, Damon, get a hold of yourself already. Taking a deep breath, I approached the opening in the tree and descended into the darkness. It was the same. The same elevator, the same slow churning of metal and echoing sounds of clunking machinery. And yet something was different. Someone was gone. Someone who I never held in high regard, but who was still a person nonetheless. A person with feelings, a person with aspirations, a person with a family. A person who I will never hear speak again. Not a single word. Am I ready for this? Was what I did during the investigation the best I could have done? Will it be enough to carry me through this trial? Will it be enough to lead me to Wolfgang's killer? I won't know until I do it. Until I face this trial head on. There's no way I can place my faith in the other people here. There's no way they'll come to the correct conclusion. Our survival depends on me. The elevator began to slow, snapping me back to reality. I adjusted my tie and stood up tall, and my movement stopped completely. The doors in front of us opened.
Rise and shine.
Somebody call an ambulance. I think I've caught a case of deja vu.
Isn't this lovely?
Oh, it feels like only yesterday we were playing detective with the corpse of a crime scene. My, how insouciant and chipper so many of you used to be.
How interesting.
After all that back and forth over a simple how done it mystery, I'm truly curious what today's trial will yield.
Yeah.
Just to remind myself, our names are on the podiums, right? Eager to start, are we?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, to find your podium, just look for where your name is written.
The show must go on.
Come on now, hop to it. I'm so excited, I can barely wait a second longer. I really don't want to do this.
Oh, crud.
We gotta do as he says though, otherwise the enforcer lady might get mad. Knowing we were powerless to disobey Tozu, we began to disperse in arcade podiums.
Hey,
It's okay, everyone. If we work together, we can do
we
this.
can't give up.
Right, guys? If we work together, we can solve this case. So, come on, let's do this for Wolfgang. Although her words elicited nonsense around the students, the expressions on their faces told a different story. It was an expression I couldn't help but feel conflicted over, in a moment where I shouldn't have been focusing on my feelings, and an expression of unmistakable fear. For days now, I've been angry over the mock trial, angry at how much people resented me for telling the truth, how they twisted my words and assumed my intentions. I'm angry, but that didn't mean I wanted to be right. I would have been happy for reality to prove me wrong, for no one to buckle under the pressure of the killing game. But good endings like that aren't existent stories. Reality was apathetic to what we wanted, and the events of today proved we were at its mercy. So I stood there at my podium, conflicted. To think this tragedy could have been avoided had people just listened to me. But who was it that encouraged everyone to turn on me? Who was it that encouraged everyone to trust each other? If Wolfgang hadn't been so naive, if he just told people to protect themselves rather than each other, then maybe he would still be here. Regardless, I can't let myself be consumed by the what-ifs. Although the others may have failed at preventing Wolfgang's murder, I, at the very least, could solve it. I'll uncover this killer, let them face the consequences of their actions. I'll solve this case and survive. Yes. Oops. And ball the cat. Alright, let's go over the truth bullets. Alright, at the time of Wolfgang's murder, Winona and Ulysses were by the giant tree. Winona does not recall a blackout happening. The same goes for Eloise, who spent her morning in the courtyard with Desmond. Okay, I don't think it's either Eloise or Desmond. Drops of blood were scattered around the boiler room door. They were also scattered in the outside hallway. The door has been flipped so that the lock is now on the outside. So I don't know what this quite means. Like, does it mean like like it's just been flipped from one side of the door to the other? I assume that's the case. There were burn marks all over Wolfgang's hands. Oh, this they need like a key to lock it. So I don't know where they would have gotten that key from. Not entirely sure about the burn marks or the. I'm assuming that getting electrocuted by the generator would have caused burn marks. Maybe, if it was a strong enough current, maybe I don't know. The digital clock on Mark's DJ pad is Thursday 9:45 a.m. Mark believes the blackout caused some kind of internal damage to his DJ pad, and the clock is frozen on the time. It lost the displayed before power was lost. Okay. Which confirms that the generator was used in some way. I tatted an extension cord floating in the water. There was no internal plug, only a frayed tip lines of a black substance. A collection of similar looking extension cords were discovered in D. These ones were fully intact, and the internal plugs are particularly slim. Yeah, this is the biggest mystery. Because I don't know what the extension cord was supposed to be connected to, or even if it was connected to anything at all. Frayed tip of black substance. It could be that the frayed part was like in the water, and the plug was connected to something else. Possibly. It would have had to been someone who knows a lot about how electricity works, the killer. When Kai and I were exploring C, we heard someone run past the closet. The footsteps sounded like they were moving away from the boiler room. Based on how subtle the footsteps were, it can be inferred the person was not wearing shoes. The game tournament began at 9 a.m. I was attended by 8 people. Of those 8, 6 competed in the tournament. Kai, me, Jit, Cassidy, Sean, and Grace. First match was between myself and Kai, but the game was cut short by the blackout. Half of the generator's wires were melted, what remained intact had been completely singed. It's like a bomb went off inside the machine. Wolfgang was going to attend the tournament with Grace, but had to cancel this morning after waking up with a sore stomach. He encouraged Grace to attend the tournament with John instead. A knife found falling in water on the blade, and in the surrounding water was this unmistakable color of blood. While spitting in the kitchen, I discovered a knife block inside of one of the cabinets. This block just so happens to be missing a large knife. The air in the boiler room smelled like an odd combination of cereal and alcohol. John believes the smell is the result of a chemical reaction. Right, this is wow. There's a lot of parts to this. Chunks of an identified needle were floating in the water near the generator. A dusty rolling pin discovered inside A. On one end is a small dent, on the other 2 very clear handprints. Oh my gosh, yeah, there's that as well. Yeah, it's like, yeah, this is gonna be hard, like, determining the order of events. The underground floor is 4 storage closets. During the blackout, the tournament attendees who were searching for a backup generator agreed to enter these closets in pairs. Okay. Okay, I can scroll using this, okay. Did any one of these have skulls? No. Okay, so A and B are closest to the boiler room. Okay, where's the steel rolling pin? A. Yeah, so the rolling pin was an A, and where's the extension cord? D. Sean and Mark. Okay. Jin and Cassidy found the backup generator inside storage B and returned power to the building. A note discovered inside Wolfgang's blaze of pocket. The paper was damaged by the water, smudging most of the ink beyond readability. However, a few words can be made out of all of the notes. Secret. 8:15 a.m. and close the door. A tasting gun found at the scene of the crime. Small thin piece of metal discovered near the door. Okay, so this was used. Small thin piece of metal discovered near the boiler room door. Toshiko left the dorms before 8 a.m. to fetch Ingrid some medication from the pharmacy. On the way back, she briefly encountered Wolfgang in the hallway. Ingrid overheard bits and pieces of Toshiko and Wolfgang's conversation from her room. She was fairly confident the encounter happened around 18 a.m. Discovered in a boiler room on the underground floor. He was kneeling in the water and his upper body is slumped over the concrete platform. Time of death is 9:35. Here's the scalded mark ran down the back of Wolfgang's neck. Was this the first time of decomposition, or was it a bruise left by something? Next to the discoloration on Wolfgang's neck was a tiny red dot. The skin around which looked inflamed. There was no scabbing, however, which suggests this dot appeared recently. I'm assuming the dot came from the taser, but why was it only one dot? Shouldn't it normally be 2 dots? I'm confused about that. Yeah, this is this is quite an elaborate mystery. Okay, so Diana was by herself. John was at the game tournament with us. Same with Jet. Toshiko was like with, well, she was getting medicine. Mark plus. Where was Ulysses? I don't remember. Deceased. Cassie was with us. I don't know where Desmond was. I don't know where Elvis was. I was with us. Grace was with us. Ingrid was kind of with Toshiko. Don't know where Winona was. And this seems like this was very elaborate, so it needed to be someone fairly intelligent that could pull this off. So I think my suspicions are Mark, maybe. Although I really don't know how he could have pulled it off when he was like kind of with us the entire time, but wait, I need to see where Mark was. Into D. Yeah, Mark, well, someone ran by C, all the way upstairs. I don't know. I don't think it's Mark. I don't think it's Mark. I don't think it's Ulysses based on how he was acting. I don't think it's just based on like how he's like been cooperating with us. Wolfgang like was trying to get close to some of the girls. That's one thing I picked up on. So I feel like Eloise and Diana are a bit suspicious, although I don't know how. Although I'm not sure. Although I don't have any like direct evidence to support that. Grace is like obviously suspicious, but I feel like it's a bit too obvious. It's a bit her. It's her. I think it's one of the woman. That's what I'm getting. So right now I'm suspecting Winona, Eloise, and Diana. Because we haven't heard much about their involvement. And Wolfgang was like kind of trying to get to know Diana and Eloise. That's also, but I feel like it has to also be someone intelligent. So I'm very suspicious of Winona right now. Yeah, I think that's who I'm most suspicious of. Diana, Eloise, and Winona. Kind of suspicious of Grace, but but again, feels like that's too obvious. All right, give me one sec. All right, and this is both on main. All right, here we go.
Let's get this started, shall we? Welcome back to the trial grounds, everyone. Unlike previously, today will be no circus. No mockery woven with stitches and needles. A true, fair, and proper trial will commence. A battle of wits between the blackened and the spotless. I doubt I have to explain the rules to you again. But even so, you must vote for who you believe is the blackened. If the blackened receives the majority of votes, only they will be punished, and the rest of you will resume your killing game experience. However, if you vote for the wrong person, then expect no sympathy from your hosts. All spotless students will meet a tragic end, while the blackened will be granted release from this academy. Happy discussing! We pray for your survival and success.
Can someone please break this silence?
I don't want to talk about this.
Wolfgang deserves justice. But putting everyone's lives on the line like this is just cruel.
Oh, crap. Without a lawyer, we're totally screwed.
Whenever I turn my head, I keep expecting to see him at his podium.
Oh, don't cry, Toshiko. He's in a better place now, you hear?
Whichever one of you sick bastards did this, whatever it takes, no matter if I have to kick the brains out of every single person here, I'll find you.
Do you really gotta resort to violence?
Let's just stay calm, okay? Making peace with our situation is, the first step in handling it.
How the hell can I stay calm when there's a killer on the loose? That bastard is watching us right now, fully content putting our lives on the line. Is that what you call peace? Being at the mercy of some dickhead silent observer?
Well, nobody knows for sure if the killer is even a silent observer. If anything, the killer might try to feign innocence through other means. For instance, pretending to be outspoken about the case.
What the? Are you accusing me of something?
I mean, what you did during the investigation seems really suspicious.
What did Grace do?
She stood in front of Wolfgang's dorm room and wouldn't let anyone go inside. Intentionally or not. It really hindered our investigation.
Because of Grace, almost everyone who planned to investigate Wolfgang's dorm gave up and went elsewhere. It was only after some of us started protesting that she finally relented. You know, for someone who seems so adamant about finding Wolfgang's killer, it's odd she tried to conceal potential evidence.
I'm not saying Grace is definitely the killer. I just think we should be cautious of her.
She has an alibi, though.
Huh?
Grace couldn't have murdered anyone. 'Cause she went to the game tournament.
Grace attended the tournament?
Does that rule her out from committing the murder?
Well, yeah. We had to be at the dining hall by 9 a.m.-ish. Which was like half an hour before the murder. Nobody left the tournament after it started either. Nobody I know of, anyway.
There weren't many of us there. Had someone disappeared, it would have been obvious.
So, Grace is off the hook? Wow. That plot thread resolved itself quicker than I was anticipating.
So Jean, Grace, and Kai attended Cassidy and Jet's game tournament.
And me.
And Mark.
Damon and I also attended the tournament. We can also vouch for Grace.
You guys aren't lying, are you?
Lying about Grace?
What the heck? Are you seriously doubting 8 testimonies?
If the 8 of you were really together when Wolfgang was discovered, then Kai, doesn't that contradict what you said before the investigation? You told everyone you and Damon found Wolfgang first. How is that possible if you guys never left the dining hall?
What happened here? Did Damon and me, we just found him like this?
I never said I didn't leave the dining hall!
But earlier you told us you were with the other attendees.
That's because us partygoers left the dining hall together.
Mm-hmm. When the blackout struck, the tournament folk joined arms and headed straight downstairs. I would know. I saw him.
There was a blackout?
You don't remember?
Actually, I don't recall a power outage either.
How could that be? Did an alternate timeline converge with ours?
Why is it that some people can recall a blackout but not others? Thinking back on the testimonies I've collected, I can probably make an educated guess. Blackout affected one building.
I got it! The reason not everyone experienced a blackout is because only the building containing our dorms was affected. If I had to guess, the courtyard and tree area are connected to separate power sources.
So the tournament attendees were affected, yet they left the dining hall? Why not stay put until the power returned?
Because we were the ones who brought it back. It didn't seem like the power was being restored anytime soon, so we took up the challenge of fixing it ourselves. And just our luck, boom! We found a spare generator lying in one of the storage closets. Of course, then we found Wolfgang.
She's right. The 8 of us split into 4 pairs and inspected a storage room each.
Because of the toaster trinket map, we know which ones too. Eva and Grace check storage closet A. Jet and I check storage closet B. Damon and Kai check storage closet C. And Jean and Mark check storage closet D.
Yeah, I was with Grace. She can confirm being with me too. Yeah, we were together.
Oh, I didn't realize. I'm so sorry for what I said earlier.
Sorry? You're sorry for accusing me of murder. Sorry doesn't cut it, you conniving two-faced bitch! If you really want my mercy, then get on your knees and beg for it!
Whoa! Uncool, dude.
Hang on. Even if you aren't involved in Wolfgang's murder, you must know something about his last known whereabouts.
What makes you think she'd be privy to that?
You see, there's proof Grace spent last night with Wolfgang.
Grace and Loya Man? Talk about an unexpected pairing.
When I investigated Wolfgang's room, I saw a bunch of golfing equipment inside. Also, there was a blue woman's jacket tossed over the mantle of Wolfgang's bed.
Ugh.
He's right. I also saw the equipment and the clothes.
The clothes are understandable, maybe. But why was golfing equipment in the room?
Yo, Little history, dude. Wolfgang must have spilt the beans with you, right?
Why would Ulysses know anything?
Common courtesy. If you're gonna have a one-night stand, you gotta let your roomie know in advance.
Common courtesy also says you should watch your mouth around children.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I'm getting this right, Ulysses is bunking with Wolfgang?
Well, we only shared a dorm for one night.
You aren't bunking with him anymore?
Let me provide some context. As you may remember, after Desmond suggested everyone bunk together, the male students were directed to the dining hall. Once there, we played rock, paper, scissors to determine who would partner with who. Jet partnered with Mark, Desmond with Jean, Damon with Kai, and I with Wolfgang. Those were the pairings at the time. However, the following day, Grace and I agreed to swap rooms.
Yeah? Why'd you do that?
For reasons.
Totally not suspicious.
It was a win-win situation. I get Grace out of my hair. She gets me out of hers.
You two were originally bunking together?
The pairings were decided via a game of tic-tac-toe. I wasn't big on my partner being chosen for me, so when the opportunity arose to change that, I took it.
Thus, I became Winona's roommate, and Grace became Wolfgang's.
Can confirm. I watched the whole thing play out.
Since the room swap happened the night after we implemented the bunk buddy system, that would mean Grace and Wolfgang have been bunking for about a day and a half. Ugh, gross.
In that case, Desmond was right about those two being together last night. Grace, did Wolfgang act strange at any point? Like, maybe he said something that stuck out to you, or, maybe had trouble getting to sleep.
No. Nothing weird happened last night. Nothing happened last night, but... The morning of the murder, this morning, Wolfgang told me he felt sick.
Sick?
With a stomachache. It hurt so bad he couldn't get out of bed. I was gonna cancel my plans for today, but he convinced me to attend the tournament. So, I left his room right after the morning announcement. And yes, I'm talking about the game tournament. The same one Wolfgang acted all hesitant about attending. Newsflash, I changed his mind after breakfast yesterday.
Hold on a sec. That ain't what you told me this morning.
What did Grace tell you?
Simply put, she felt like competing. Grace knew I planned to compete as well, so she asked me to be her sparring partner, since you needed one to enter the tournament.
She withheld information.
Aye, that she did. Of course, since I now know Wolfgang's condition at the time, I can't say I blame her. If someone you cared for was in a vulnerable position, would you go around and admit that in a killing game? No. You would try to protect that person by saying nothing at all.
When you put it that way, man, sounds rough.
I think it's obtuse.
Huh?
Say we assume the best of Grace. She withheld information not to trick anyone, but to protect someone she cares about. What then should we make up the glaring contradiction in her testimony?
What the hell do you mean, contradiction?
If your bunking partner was too ill to make the short trek to the dining hall, how did he walk all the way to the boiler room?
Good point. If Wolfgang really were bedridden, he would have stayed in his room.
Now that you mention it, to reach the underground floor, wouldn't Wolfgang need to descend, like, 4 flights of stairs? It's nothing for a healthy person, but for a guy who's supposedly really sick...
It's not my fault it doesn't make sense. It's just what Wolfgang told me.
Yeah. Didn't we decide Grace wasn't the killer anyway?
That's not to say she doesn't know more than she's letting on.
I'm not withholding anything else. Leave me alone.
There's more to the story than Grace is telling us. Too many people are delaying their emergency call of judgment. I need to solve this mystery and set things straight. God.
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I've got nothing else to explain. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallways.
Nah.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace he was sick.
I wouldn't lie about what he said.
What if Wolfgang used the elevator in the tree?
You're not helping.
No. Because it made a discrepancy in Grace's testimony, but is she necessarily at fault for that?
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I've got nothing else to explain. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallway.
Oh, wait.
We would have found those by now.
Toshiko. Right.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace he was sick.
Maybe Grace has some kind of reason for lying about what Wolfgang said this morning.
How? If anything, telling you the truth is putting my ass on the line.
Why is my input guy so low?
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I've got nothing else to explain. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallways.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the
killer.
No, that's wrong!
It's true Grace's testimony is inconsistent with where we found Wolfgang's body. But that's not Grace's fault.
I think they fixed the transition a little with the break. It looked a bit better. It's true. It's Grace's fault.
The only person we should be blaming is Wolfgang himself.
What the heck? Why are you blaming him?
Simple. Because he lied about being sick.
Seriously?
You can cooperate. Can't you, Toshiko? During the investigation, you told me you saw Wolfgang in the hallways at 8:10 a.m.
That's after I left.
Yes. I remember now. Ingrid. She had developed a headache, so I went to the pharmacy to find some medication. The trip itself went fine, but when I returned to the hallway, I found myself face to face
with Wolfgang?
Hold the phone! Toshiko actually saw Wolfgang?
We had a normal, pleasant exchange. He appeared perfectly healthy and even mentioned going to the tournament. Of course, he never made it.
I don't want to be that guy, but can anyone confirm this?
Mm-hmm. I heard them chatting a while in my room. Though I was bedridden like a sitting ghost, I could still make out their voices here and there.
Strange. He told Grace he wouldn't attend the tournament, but then said the opposite to Toshiko.
Sounds like he was telling fibs to conceal his actual intentions.
And what's his true plan supposed to be?
To go to the boiler room. Most likely.
I'm lost. What business would a guy like him have down there?
Why did Wolfgang go to the boiler room? That I can also answer. Where is it? The suspicious note.
This is it. During the investigation, I found this note tucked away inside Wolfgang's blazer pocket. A lot of it is water damaged. The paper looks like it was ripped from a notebook, and the handwriting was done in ink, but some parts are still legible.
Secret 8:15 a.m. boiler room closed door.
This mentions the boiler room.
It specifically says to close the door, which means the locks being swapped around is relevant.
Exactly. The fact we found Wolfgang in the boiler room, and this note in his pocket, it can't be a coincidence. This note must be the reason Wolfgang went there.
That mention of a secret sure is suspicious. I'm willing to bet Wolfie's reason had something to do with it.
Agreeing to meet a stranger in some spooky, dark place? Wolfgang had nerves of steel.
Ulysses, Grace, do you remember Wolfgang getting delivered a weird note?
No. The only time I recall him receiving anything was when Tozu distributed those envelopes.
I don't know anything about a note.
Really? Wolfgang shared nothing with you guys?
Guess he didn't want them to know what it said.
Right. And if Wolfgang wanted to keep this note a secret, he would obviously want to keep the meeting a secret too.
Then the reason he told Grace he felt sick
Was to remove her from the picture. Once she's not in the room, Wolfgang has his opportunity to sneak out and head downstairs. That's also why he encouraged her to attend the tournament.
Didn't this same guy ask us to share our blackmail with each other? Talk about double standards.
Are we sure he wasn't just trying to protect Grace? Maybe he knew he was meeting someone dangerous, so he thought it would be safer not to involve her.
That does sound like something Wolfgang would do.
Not to interrupt, but on the subject of blackmail, did Wolfgang ever confront the person he had?
Oh? You don't know whose blackmail he got?
Well, if you recall what Wolfgang said originally.
For that reason, I implore you all to speak with the person whose blackmail you have, and them only. Even if the contents of the envelope seem horrible, give the person a chance to explain themselves.
Regardless of the blackmail's contents, it would be treated as a matter between the recipient and the subject of the blackmail, and no one else. Which makes me wonder, could whether or not Wolfgang confronted his person clue us into what had originally been written on that note?
I'm not picking up what you're putting down.
If that person somehow realized Wolfgang carried their blackmail, but never came forward about it.
Because we have Wolfgang's blackmail, but we never came forward about it.
They could have demanded Wolfgang show it to them, hence the mention of a secret. However, if Wolfgang did confront his person, I don't see why that same person would then send him a threatening note. Not least act coy about information they both know.
If the person being blackmailed wasn't the one who wrote the note, who was?
Obviously, it would be the student with Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, I knew that.
Yes, the secret in question may actually be a reference to Wolfgang's blackmail, not the sender's.
Is there any way to figure out whose secret it is?
We'd probably need to know whose blackmail Wolfgang had first.
Oh, I've got just the idea. Yo! Person who Wolfgang had blackmail on! If he gave you your blackmail back, can you say something?
Don't forget the person with Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, right. Hey! Person who's got Wolfgang's blackmail! If you're innocent, say something already!
If I'm innocent, I should say something. Would telling everyone I have Wolfgang's blackmail really guarantee my innocence in their eyes? I don't know. Although everyone may have followed my direction during the trial, since they can't ignore the evidence on my side. When it comes to me of all people owning Wolfgang's blackmail, how do I know they won't suddenly change their tune? They might chastise me for not revealing his blackmail sooner, or maybe they'll think I'm confessing, and accuse me of murdering him. It's not like I wouldn't be able to refute their arguments, but do I really want to subject myself to all of that? Does the trajectory of this trial really depend on whether or not
I was hesitant to admit it, since I knew it would put me on the spot. But I'd rather be suspected than be the reason this trial comes to a standstill.
Are you confessing? Do you have Wolfgang's blackmail?
Nah, not his.
Seriously? Way to be anticlimactic.
However, it's thanks to him that I have my own.
Your own?
Wolfgang approached me the same day everyone received an envelope. Funnily enough, it happened right after I'd finished speaking with my own person. He and we had a good talk. He gave me his envelope and asked me to take care of it, if you need the proof.
Ah, Wolfgang's envelope had the same signature.
Aye. I held on to the letter for safekeeping. This should have all been said sooner. I realized that. I suppose my pride was stronger than my rectitude. My mistake for stringing everyone along.
I mean, at least you're honest.
Truth! Thanks for letting us know, bud.
Indeed. To acknowledge one's own misdoings is a most virtuous feat, I believe.
Right. It's very noble.
If I reveal my blackmail right now, would everyone here treat me like the same? Would they be just as forgiving?
I take it our other blackmail person isn't gonna step forward?
if nothing happens, let's just have everyone recite whose blackmail they got one by one.
Huh? You sure that's a good idea?
No one's reciting shit.
It was only a suggestion. Calm your farm.
Even if we knew who had Wolfgang's blackmail, that doesn't necessarily mean they're his killer. It's annoying they won't speak up, sure, but unlike John, they would actually need to reveal Wolfgang's blackmail to prove they have it. This person might just want to respect Wolfgang's request to keep the blackmail between two people, especially now that he's gone.
I don't know. Is it really okay if we never find out?
Circumstantial evidence alone can't prove something beyond a reasonable doubt. If we want to solve this case, we need indisputable evidence.
Yeah. It's like doing a jigsaw puzzle without the box art to help you.
The cases, or...
Obviously, the case. The more pieces you connect, the clearer the image you're constructing becomes. The clearer the image, the more you can assume about it. Do you see what I'm saying? Once we know how Wolfgang died, the rest of this case should fall into place.
You certainly talk a lot stranger than you used to, but I think I get it.
Well, I don't want to be the one to start, but we can all agree Wolfgang was stabbed to death, right?
What? Stabbed to death?
When I was in the boiler room, I saw a knife bobbing around in the water near him.
Oh my god.
And on the ground, there was blood. Dried blood. On the boiler room floor and on the hallway floor.
That's gotta be Wolfgang's blood, right?
The knife was bloody, so...
Huh. Seems like a brawl happened in the hallway. While poor Wolfie was minding his own business, he was confronted by the killer, who attacked him and chased him into the boiler room.
That would line up with how we found him.
The killer said Wolfgang in the hallway, then followed him into the boiler room? No, that's not what happened. I need to show everyone where they've gone wrong.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him.
Not just that, there's blood on the boiler room floor and along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Yeah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind.
Nah, that's not fun.
And the rest is history.
With that knife-wielding villain on his tail, Wolfgang had no other place to run but the boiler room.
So, the killer entered the boiler room after him, which was when they, you know, ended it.
It all makes sense.
Oh, so they're trying to spin here as if it's not the truth. I conclude as much from the crime scene.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him.
Not just that, there's blood on the boiler room floor and along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Yeah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind.
Okay, I think it's this one, but
That
I
does
just...
not dispute the possibility of a confrontation.
Maybe I need to attack it with the Tozy tablet.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating right next to him.
Not just that. There's blood on the boiler room floor.
And
along the underground hallway. A confrontation must have happened in the hallways.
Yeah.
It was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang,
Stabbed him from behind.
No, that's wrong!
Jed, you talk a lot about the knife and the bloodstains on the floor, but did you ever look at Wolfgang himself?
I gave him a glance. Nothing too deep.
I figured, had you actually taken the time to look at Wolfgang's back, you would have noticed a clear absence of stab wounds. In fact, none of the injuries he sustained were the type to cause severe blood loss. Seriously. We went over the same thing with Cassidy during the mock trial. Couldn't you give Wolfgang the dignity of a proper investigation?
Hey, man! It's not like I didn't try! It's just... this stuff doesn't come easy, you know? Nobody wakes up thinking they'll have to solve their buddy's murder later.
Isn't that exactly what you should be worrying about in a killing game?
Not everyone has the stomach for investigating. That's fine. That's why you got people like me to do the heavy lifting. Since some of us here weren't able to investigate Wolfgang's body, I'll lay out his injuries. There were 2 marks on the back of his neck, a bruise, and a tiny red dot. His hands were burnt too, so 3 injuries in total. Besides that, I caught nothing else.
Burns, you say?
Junior high, my dear Wilson. The killer used a flamethrower.
These didn't look like normal burns. Not the sort you'd get from a stove fire, or a hot iron.
Execution.
Or a flamethrower, I suppose.
Contradicting my theory outright? Jeez. So this is the thanks I get for vocalizing my thoughts?
Sorry, lass.
Yes, if I may add on to what John said, the burns actually bore a strong resemblance to what you might see in cases of corona paralysis.
Chiaro... Huh?
Ooh, now this I know. Coronoparalysis. It's something which happens to lightning strike victims. Getting struck by lightning is like getting kicked by a horse. The impact is so shocking. Some people will lose all feeling in their limbs for a few hours.
I was aware of lightning paralysis, but even I didn't know its official name. That's a nice head you've got on your shoulders.
Lots of people tend to overlook the importance of lightning safety, especially where I'm from. My grandpappy once tried working out in the open during a thunderstorm. Pure luck's the only reason he lived to see the next day.
Sorry to hear that and all, but what does lightning have to do with anything?
Well, if I had to guess, Ulysses, did it look like a big old tree was drawn on Wolfie?
A big old tree. Yes, that's how I would describe the burns on Wolfgang.
So Wolfgang had lightning strike scars?
Huh? We're trapped inside a building, though. Lightning can't come from anywhere.
Could he not have been struck before the killing game? Fate is stronger than will, you know. Perhaps the deity decreed the glow of his altruism from their heavenly abode and felt him a threat.
What?
Nay, those burns were fresh. One look was all it took for me to know that. If he had these scars before, we would have noticed them anyway.
But if those marks were recently inflicted, wouldn't it mean Wolfgang somehow
Oh my
went
gosh. Just, it's so obvious. What do you mean?
Not necessarily.
What do you mean? Like...
This is only something I thought of just now, but the reason Wolfgang sustained burns similar to that of lightning strike victims may be because whatever inflicted his burns was equivalent in damage to a lightning strike.
Oh my gosh.
You saying there's something out here channeling the power of lightning?
The generator in the water! Oh my gosh. The idea sounded ridiculous, but when I think back on the boiler room and what was inside it, right, if I take that object into consideration, Ulysses' fury starts to hold some weight. The generator!
This is it. Ulysses, since you write everything down, do you have a description of the boiler room in your notebook?
Yes, I do. Why?
Since some people here never investigated the crime scene, they probably aren't as familiar with the room as we are. So, you should read out your description of it.
Sure. The boiler room consists of a small concrete platform surrounded by ankle-deep water. Throughout the room are boxes filled with various garbage, and in the back looks to be a generator. charred beyond belief. What you just heard is a brief summary of my notes.
Hear that? There's a generator inside the boiler room. Of all the things which could deal similar damage to a lightning strike, doesn't a generator sound the most likely?
Didn't Ulysses say it was destroyed?
At the time of the investigation, sure. But it wasn't always destroyed. You probably don't remember. But back when we found the dummy, I mentioned something about the underground floor. To be more specific, it was the boiler room I woke up inside. I hadn't been alone either. Ava was also there.
I woke up first.
Yeah. She did. Anyway, Ava, you agree the generator was in full working condition when we woke up, right?
Right.
So in the time since you woke up there, the generator was destroyed?
It's the only possibility. As for what destroyed the generator, well, it's hard to say for sure. My best guess would probably be...
Don't waste my time.
What?
Two things. First, destroyed is overly vague.
Okay.
Ulysses explained the state of the generator much better. Charred beyond belief. Second, and more importantly, where's your proof the generator inflicted those burns?
What are you talking about? The generator must be involved. It's near where Wolfgang is lying.
Being within range of something counts as proof now, does it? Do you also consider happenstance as conclusive evidence? Funny how the standards shift, if so.
That?
Damn it, she's trying to make me look like an idiot. If I let this continue, the others might start to doubt me. I need to stop her before she veers the trial off track. Cycle Truth Blades, hold. Oh, okay. Alright, controls are simple, alright. Ha, you thought you were the only one with an interjection animation? Think again. Sometimes a student will dislike your arguments so much that they will initiate a one-on-one debate with you. We call this Rebuttal Showdown. During Rebuttal Showdown, your opponent will fling a flurry of remarks at you, and it's your job to counter them. Use the WASD keys to slice through your opponent's arguments. And actually, you will slash in the direction of the button pressed. Slice diagonally, simply place two keys at the same time. Be sure to place close attention to the shape, size, and position of your opponent's remarks, as these will clue you into what direction you should slice. Every time you strike white text, the green side of the screen will shift left to represent your argument succeeding. Likewise, every time you miss white text, the orange side of the screen will shift right to show that your opponent is winning. If you cut through enough remarks, you will advance to the next stage. If you haven't, you will retreat. If you're somewhere in the middle and your opponent will wrestle for control in a short round of cross swords, in order to gain the upper hand, you must rapidly left click. Okay, so this is exactly like the minigame in Danganronpa 2. Now it's the meat of the duel, Truth Blades. Similar to non-stop debates, any suspected contradictions will be highlighted in gold. Hold on right click to slice them apart with a truth blade. Of course, don't start slicing the second you see gold. Assist the validity of the remark and check you have the correct truth blade equipped. Now let's not keep Winona waiting longer to battle.
While the generator may look suspicious, consider the time frame we're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our kidnapping, that gives us a period of almost 4 days, in which the generator might have been destroyed.
Oh, okay, I see where she's going with this.
What about the blackout? It's impossible for the generator to cause the blackout if it was already broken prior to the tournament.
For time.
What about the blackout? The building may very well have lost its power at any point before or after the murder.
I'll cut through those words!
Hey!
When the blackout happened, it froze a piece of equipment which had been set up for the game tournament. Mark's DJ pad. While there was no physical clock inside the dining hall, a digital one has been built into Mark's pad. If you look at what time the digital clock is frozen on, it matches the time of death listed on the tablet, 9:35 a.m.
Well, Mark, is this true? There's no point in me saying anything when someone else has already said it better.
Just answer with a yes or no, will you?
Yes.
In any case, the matching times are too much of a coincidence. The destruction of the generator caused the blackout, and the blackout occurred at the time of the murder. There's no way the destruction of the generator wasn't tied to Wolfgang's death.
What do you suppose happened then?
I'm willing to bet the generator's destruction resulted in the boiler room's water becoming electrified. Since Wolfgang was discovered kneeling in the water, we can reason he was standing in it at the time this happened, and...
Damon, you and I both know that's not true.
Huh?
Did you forget? It's impossible for the water in the boiler room to play a role in Wolfgang's murder.
Why?
Because it isn't even conductive.
Huh?
It's not?
After Damon and I woke up in the boiler room, I wanted to investigate the flooded area.
No, but it would only be conductive if the generator was like active, like in the short time that it was like destroyed itself, right?
So I tested the water.
Yeah, but it could have been only temporarily conductive.
I even redid my test during the investigation, since Damon wasn't sure if he should touch Wolfgang's wet clothes. In both instances, I proved the water was safe to enter. To be honest, neither result really surprised me. Water will only act as a conductor if it makes contact with two separate energy sources. The boiler room's generator is just one source.
Yeah.
If you're standing in the water, one outlet should be enough. Speaking from experience, large bodies of water are terrifying conductors during storms. All it takes is one lightning bolt, and the surrounding miles are scorched.
But the generator is a slow, persistent source of electricity. It's not the same as a lightning strike.
Yeah, but but it's like when the generator exploded, it caused like a reaction.
Electricity is electricity. Doesn't matter how it manifests. The reason you two avoided electrocution is because the generator's exposed wires aren't even touching the water.
Oh, but then that's what the extension cord is for, I guess.
If they were, you would have been scorched right from the start.
Maybe when the generator was destroyed, some of the wiring fell into the water?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Nah. Even in its current sorry state, the generator's wires are nowhere near the water.
Okay.
It doesn't make sense for the generator to pose a danger anyway. The point of the killing game is for the students to kill each other, not for the facility to kill the students. A feature of the building killing a student would be a meaningless death because you can't attribute a student killer to it.
As for why the generator's been charred, sometimes electrical faults happen. Even my ship's engines have broken under particularly relentless storms. And if an electrical fault caused Wolfgang's death, then his murder is purely on the hosts, ain't it?
Of course! If we were responsible for his death, you lot wouldn't be here discussing it.
Is the generator really unrelated to the case? But the timing of the blackout is too perfect. It can't be a coincidence.
Okay, since we've ruled out the generator, what else could have electrocuted Wolfgang?
It mightn't be relevant, but I did see one other thing on the boiler room floor. A toy gun or something. At least, that's how it came across to me.
A taser gun.
Not a toy gun, a taser gun.
A taser? I'll shoot electricity!
I'm not sure how the taser fits in with this case, though. It doesn't seem to have been used.
Nope. The taser was definitely used.
How so? I didn't catch any sort of string protruding from it.
Not all taser guns release a string when fired. Some are completely wireless. For those types, you can tell they've been used if their blast doors are missing. Side note, blast doors are plastic panels which cover the muzzle of a taser. If a shot is fired, they pop clean off. When I was investigating the crime scene, I found the taser gun in one spot and its blast doors in another. Speaks for itself, yeah?
And here I was thinking the yellow bits were just random trash.
Where the heck did a taser gun even come from? Last time I checked, there weren't any lying around in the storage closets.
Maybe it belongs to someone here.
Huh?
Just think about it for 1 second. Everyone here has a dorm room which is themed around their talent. Mine's got DJ equipment. Jet's got car batteries. If that's what we have with our talents, what could someone with a dangerous talent have?
Are you talking about, like, knives and stuff? What? Is there something on my face?
Forget this. The person I'm talking about is Desmond.
Huh? No way! You think the gun is Desmond's?
Yeah.
Hang on. You've got it all mixed up.
Jean, do you know anything about this? As Desmond's roommate, perhaps you spotted something inside his dorm.
Alas, we stayed in my abode. I couldn't tell you if he had weapons.
Talk about suspicious.
Did Desmond agree to bunk in Jean's dorm so Jean wouldn't see the weapons in his?
Listen, I get where you guys are coming from, but that taser gun, it's not mine. I've never seen anything like it.
No, that's a lie.
A lie?
It's a attempt to feign innocence from fool me. How would I know the truth? I do? Oh, there's blackmail? It doesn't... Okay,
I got it.
Sure. I guess.
The blackmail tools you gave us. That's my evidence.
You didn't get mine, did you?
No. But the person who did informed me of what it said.
That doesn't... That's not proof. What are you talking about? What do you...
The writing style seems to match. I think it's legit.
That's more than a little suspicious, don't you think? Leaving a bunch
That
of
doesn't-
weapons unguarded during a killing game?
That doesn't include a taser... That doesn't necessarily include a taser gun. What are you talking about?
Don't judge me. This is the first time I'm hearing of it too.
You didn't know there were weapons in your room?
Yep, no idea.
Our rooms aren't particularly subtle in their theming. Are we supposed to believe yours is any different?
It is themed. I'm not denying that. But I sure as hell didn't catch sight of any weapons. If I did, do you seriously think I'd leave them unguarded and risk being found out?
Yeah. Desmond cares too much about everyone. He pointed out the broken doorknobs and gave us the idea to bunk together. Why would he hide weapons in his room?
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent, and found the taser gun hidden inside. There's no other way to explain it.
So while Desmond gets a bunch of guns, all I get is an old game console and a dead controller.
Take the bad with the good, dearest pupil. No one fears game consoles. Well, no one besides parents and the religiously inclined.
Enough talking about consoles. Why are you guys believing Desmond so easily? If the taser gun belongs to him, then he's the killer. Any argument he makes against it is just a flimsy excuse. Desmond is the killer. The taser gun came from his room.
I had no idea the gun even existed. I was barely in my dorm to begin with.
Because you wanted to draw attention away from your weapons hoard.
But... If this is about avoiding suspicion, why did Desmond say the taser gun was fired? I don't think a killer would draw attention to their own murder weapon.
I was with Desmond.
I call it reverse psychology. You sprinkle in a little helpfulness, and suddenly everyone trusts you.
When the murder happened,
It's been innocent. Like, really even say my statements.
Desmond is the killer. The taser gun came from his room.
I had no idea the gun
I took
even
it as
existed.
news.
I was barely in my dorm to begin with.
Because you wanted to draw attention away from your weapons hoard.
But...
If this is about avoiding suspicion, why did Desmond say the taser gun was fired? I don't think a killer would draw attention to their own murder weapon.
I was with Desmond.
I call it reverse psychology.
Okay. Yeah.
You sprinkle in a little helpfulness.
Oh, what? There's such a short time limit.
Desmond is the killer.
I had no idea the gun even existed. I was burying my dorm
To begin with.
Damn, I missed my chance. I can't get him on the screen. It doesn't be solved.
Desmond is the killer.
I had no idea the gun even existed. I was burying my dorm to begin with.
Because
You wanted to draw attention away from your weapons hoard.
But...
This is about avoiding suspicion. Why did Desmond say the taser gun was
Fired. I don't think a killer would draw attention to their own murder weapon.
I... with Desmond.
I got it.
Regardless of whether or not Desmond knew about the gun, he definitely wasn't involved in the murder. Eloise can back me up on this.
Right. Desmond and I... we were together in the courtyard at the time of Wolfgang's death.
I see. Then both of you can be ruled out as suspects.
Don't just take her word for it. She could be covering for Desmond.
Jeez, if you have a bone to pick with these guys, at least save it for when we're not solving a murder.
Yeah. Why don't you want to believe Eloise?
Ever since the investigation, these two yuppies have been on my case non-stop. They're obviously working together.
Not gonna lie, I see where Grace is coming from. When Eloise tried to single her out earlier, Desmond was pretty quick to jump in and agree.
Even so, since the topic has been brought up, I would like to mention something. During my trip to the pharmacy, I believe I saw Desmond and Eloise in the courtyard together.
You also said you were back in the hallways around 8-10 a.m., didn't you? That means those two were wandering around unsupervised. Either one of them could have left the courtyard.
If Desmond was the killer, what would Eloise gain from defending him? Should the wrong vote be cast? Nothing about the rules suggests an accomplice of the killer would be exempt from execution.
That's right! And even if she was exempt, Eloise is too nice to be an accomplice to murder.
Grace, I realize Desmond's irked you, but that's no reason to keep steering everyone down a dead end. Let's move on.
A person who's always steering others down a dead end, huh? I guess they needed a GPS. Anyway, we should totally thank Desmond for clearing things up now. Not only do we know he's not the killer, now we know how the killer got their hands on the taser.
Now we know how... What?
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent, and found the taser gun hidden inside.
Yup, that is word for word what Desmond said.
Right. Good memory.
All in a day's work, babe!
Can you repeat that quote, Cassidy?
Again. But I just said it.
Yeah, but I want you to say it again.
Alright. Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent and found the taser gun hidden inside.
I guess the question is who gave the idea?
Is there something on your mind?
If Desmond's testimony is anything to go by, then wouldn't this mean the culprit has to be male?
Why?
What?
If I remember correctly, all the guys were aware of each other's pairings. With that sort of knowledge, a male student could try and infiltrate another male student's dorm.
No? Not necessarily? What?
None of us knew which room we'd be bunking in.
It only takes a quick peek to check if someone's inside or not. Anyone could have done that.
Yeah.
And who's to say the thief didn't barge in before we started bunking?
Or while people were having breakfast.
Seems there was a mountain of opportunities for our culprit to sneak in unnoticed. Doesn't exactly help us narrow things down, does it?
Well, guess this taser gun was a bust.
Look on the bright side. If it's been fired, then it's probably what electrocuted Wolfie. If trying to suss out who stole it isn't feasible, why don't we talk about Wolfie's other injuries instead? You know, the ones that weren't burn marks? Those seem like they could lead us somewhere.
Yeah. Besides the burns on his hands, Wolfgang also had a bruise and a tiny red dot on the back of his neck.
A bruise and a tiny dot, huh? Want to try tackling them in alphabetical order?
Alphabetical order? Now, aren't you full of smart ideas?
No need to thank me. It's only common sense.
Okay, let's discuss the bruise first.
Still rolling pin.
I think it's safe to say the killer didn't use a flamethrower.
Maybe Wolfgang got into a fight? Someone might have attacked him and aimed for his neck.
If you can even reach that high.
Either way, something must have... I got it.
Kai is right. Something did hit Wolfgang.
Really? Man. And I was only blurting out the first thing which came to mind. Anyway, from how you're wording things, do you know what that something is?
A rolling pin.
Eh?
Wolfgang was hit with a rolling pin.
How on earth did you reach that conclusion?
Ava and I found this pin inside storage closet A, which is just a few feet from the crime scene. Coincidentally, the pin also has a dent.
You sure that's enough to say it's involved? Could just be a flimsy pin.
No. There's something else which solidifies this pin's role in the murder. Handprints. 2 of them on the edge of the pin.
So the killer used a rolling pin to attack Wolfgang?
It certainly explains the bruising on his neck.
They must have wanted him to be unconscious so he wouldn't fight back.
Exactly. It would be easier to drag him into the water if he's not awake.
You reckon the killer purposely put Wolfie in the water?
Damn! With one electrified blow, Wolfgang is zapped to bits with the taser! Since he's lying in the water, he's definitely a goner.
Considering the logical ethos of the killer's rectitude, especially when governed under constricting pressure, leaving him catatonic would be the most facile solution.
Yeah, it's a lot of big words, young lady.
I guess it makes sense.
After shooting Wolfgang with the taser, what was the killer's next move? If I figure that out, I'll be one step closer to solving this case.
So let me get this straight. The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin, and then chucked the pin into Closet A?
When exactly did they discard the pin?
They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were already downstairs.
Why?
Because the 2 of us went inside Closet A.
Why were you inside the closet?
To find the backup generator, remember? Jed and I checked Closet B. Eamon and Kai checked Closet C. Eva and Grace checked Closet A. And Jean and Mark checked Closet D.
The killer just discarded the pin. Before we came downstairs.
Yeah, I think Mark's right. 'Cause the killer could run upstairs and go back to their room immediately after discarding the pin.
Just because the killer placed the pin earlier doesn't mean they left before they arrived.
So let me get this straight. The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin.
Maybe.
And then chucked the pin?
When Eva and I were already downstairs. Because the two of us went inside closet A.
Why were you inside the closet?
To find the back.
The killer just discarded. Before.
I don't know. Okay.
Leave me out of this. It's not my problem if you don't get it.
So let me get the...
The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin. And then chucked the pin into closet A? When exactly did they discard the pin? They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were already downstairs. Because the two of us went inside closet A. Why were you inside the closet? To find the backup generator, remember? And then checked closet B. And then Prime checked closet C. Eva and Grace checked closet A. And Johnny checked closet B. The killer just discarded the pin before we came downstairs.
Yeah, I think Mark's right. Because the killer could run upstairs and go back to their room immediately after discarding the pin.
No, that's wrong!
Diana, there's proof the killer fled the underground hallway at a later time, when the tournament attendees were looking for a backup generator. Kai and I heard someone run past our room.
Huh?
Oh man, that's right. We were just exploring the closet when all of a sudden we heard footsteps in the hallway. That's when Damon decided he was gonna follow where the footsteps came from and entered the boiler room.
Did anyone else hear these footsteps?
Nope. Not ringing any bells.
Yeah, Jet and me didn't really hear it over all our talking.
I heard the footsteps.
Huh? You did?
Well, I initially thought it was my imagination, so I never said anything.
Ashamed to say I also brushed off the footsteps. Thought I was hearing things. However, since other people can attest to hearing them...
Then someone else was on the underground floor with us.
Before anyone tries to bring it up, none of the tournament attendees could have been the person running. Since everyone explored the closets in pairs, they all have solid alibis.
I'm sure we can all vouch for that, aye?
Everyone was still in their closets after Damon and I found Wolfgang. So...
Considering the footsteps were moving away from the crime scene, I think it's safe to say they belong to the killer.
Wouldn't that mean the killer fled while you guys were exploring the rooms?
Hold on! So the killer had been right next to us?
Boy, that's a given.
Huh? How are you so calm after hearing that? The only thing which stood between us and a murderer was a door. What if they attacked us?
Well, they didn't, so I don't see what the problem is.
Sheesh, you're weird.
Why not run away earlier, though? Fleeing while everyone is searching seems really risky.
Maybe it was a miscalculation?
It's not impossible, I guess.
If not that, then maybe the killer returned to the boiler room after discarding the pin?
Sounds pretty meat-headed if you ask me.
Yes, you'd think a killer would use that moment to run away.
For the two who heard the footsteps, describe the sound.
It was kinda... socky. As in, it sounded pretty soft. Like the person had taken off their shoes.
Saki, huh? Seems this killer was purposefully trying to keep quiet.
Cause their footsteps were soft?
That seems like a leap in logic.
No, I get what she's saying. Everyone here has socks on, I'm pretty sure. So any one of us could have run down the hallway. The thing with shoes is, not everyone here has the same kind. If the killer had worn theirs, we might have been able to figure out their footwear from the sound it made on the floor. Then we just have to single out the person with that footwear. Man, it would have been so easy to find the killer.
We already can find the killer, though.
What?
Oi, are you pulling our leg?
I'm completely serious. Picture a map of the building complex in your head. The building with the dorms is on the left, the courtyard is in the middle, and the building with the tree is on the right.
Okay.
Now, try and pin everyone's locations during Wolfgang's murder. Once you do that, the identity of the killer will definitely become clear.
I still remember where everyone was.
Is the killer someone whose position we can't place?
Diana. Diana is like good. Yeah, I mean, it's suspicious. That yeah, she doesn't. She's the only one that doesn't have an alibi, as far as I remember.
No, it's not about position.
Eh?
Wolfgang's killer can easily lie about their location during the murder. The only thing distinguishing their testimony from everyone else's is that theirs can't be corroborated.
In which case, our killer. Yes, that's right. Did anyone here who can possibly be the killer? It's you.
It has to be you!
Diana, it's you, isn't it?
Her? The makeup girl?
She's the only one here without an alibi. Those of us who attended the tournament can obviously be ruled out. And as for those who didn't, Desmond and Eloise were in the courtyard. Toshiko and Ingrid were in the same dorm room.
What about Winona? She never mentioned an alibi.
That's true.
Give me a break.
Winona and I were in the building with the tree all morning.
Right.
In fact, yes, Desmond and Eloise should have witnessed us walking over there, as those two were in the courtyard at the time.
Yeah, that's true.
In that case, Diana really is the only one without an alibi.
Guys,
if she's the person who fled the boiler room, those footsteps we heard make a lot more sense. Heels make a pretty loud clop sound on hard floors, and the underground hallway's floor is pretty hard. Diana would obviously want to take them off. Also, heels aren't comfy to run in.
Whoa! I didn't even think of it like that. You're totally right, though. Since Diana's the only one here with heels, she would have to take them off.
Guys, what are you talking about? Me? A killer? Do you really think I could be a killer?
The fact you weren't at the tournament is incriminating enough.
Not just that. Everyone but you has an alibi.
But I do have an alibi, right, Ava? You woke up with me this morning, and you never saw me leave my dorm.
During the brief amount of time we were together, I never saw you leave. What you did after I left for the game tournament, however, is anyone's guess.
Ava wanted to help me and Cash set up the tournament, so we told her to swing by early.
For that reason, I left Diana's dorm at 8:05 a.m. I know the exact time since her room has a clock. I probably entered the dining hall around 8:10 a.m.-ish.
So much for an alibi then.
Diana, don't tell me.
Holy smokes, it's all falling into place!
Are we sure there hasn't been some sort of misunderstanding?
It's not possible. Diana can't be the killer. No! I refuse to believe it!
Like, some people here aren't willing to face the facts. It's not a problem. I'll make them face the facts. Whether they like it or not, soon enough, nobody will be able to deny Diana killed Wolfgang.
If it was Diana inside that boiler room, could she be the one who left the blood trail? Because if so, that might be her blood on the knife too.
That's a good point.
Diana's blood? Are you saying she wounded herself?
Wounded herself? What makes you think that?
I don't know! Why else would the killer's blood be on their own weapon?
Did we not already agree the killer was wielding a rolling pin?
Well, maybe they had both. The rolling pin in one hand, and the knife in the other.
wielding weapons? Holy, this killer's next level.
That person's point is clearly impossible. They should realize this much if I point out that piece of evidence.
If it was Diana inside that boiler room, could she be the one who left the blood trail?
Oh, wait.
Because if so,
Wait.
that might be her blood on the knife too.
Does this have, like, both hands? Two handprints. So she couldn't have been holding both.
Did we not already agree the killer was wielding a rolling pin?
Well, maybe they had both. The rolling pin and
One hand? No, that's wrong!
No. The killer was only wielding the rolling pin during their confrontation with Wolfgang. You can tell just from looking at the pin. There are two handprints wrapped around the edge, as if the killer had been holding the pin like a tennis racket. Which makes sense, because you can swing with more force if you use both hands. And that's what a killer wants when trying to knock out a grown man.
Then, who held the knife?
It wasn't the killer. So it was most likely the only other person in the boiler room. Wolfgang Akire.
What the hell are you talking about? Wolfgang, carrying a dangerous weapon? Bullshit!
If you were in his situation, wouldn't you? Wolfgang received an anonymous message asking him to meet in a basement, all whilst in the middle of a killing game. At that point, it doesn't matter how much of an optimist he is. He'd know better than to come unarmed.
A knife isn't super hard to find, either. Wolfgang probably just stole one from the kitchen.
Besides, if Diana is the one who got stabbed, it would explain the blood trail. Think about it. She arms herself with the rolling pin and attacks Wolfgang, getting hurt by him in the process. For some reason, possibly because of the blackout, she doesn't clean the blood trail she's leaving, and returns to her dorm room after.
No! That's wrong!
Huh?
I wasn't stabbed. If I was stabbed, then I'd have an injury.
That is true, but you're very covered up right now.
But there's nothing, right? There's nothing on me.
Depends. If a vein got nipped, you'd be seeing blood no matter the size of the cut. Of course, that also means a small cut will need bandaging, which I'm not seeing on you.
You may not see any injuries on Diana, but that doesn't mean they aren't there.
Huh?
If she wanted, she could simply hide her injuries from view.
With makeup.
After all, someone like her has exactly what it takes.
I got it.
Her talent. As the ultimate cosmetologist, Diana could easily cover her wounds.
It makes sense. With the right equipment, she could probably disguise even a bandaged wound.
As Diana's bunking partner, I've seen firsthand how many different cosmetics are inside her room. So unfortunately, I have to agree.
Well, Diana, did I get anything wrong?
No. No. But
Wait. Diana, did you just say no? As in, no, you're not wrong that I covered up my wounds? Oh, crap. You guys know what this means, right, guys? Diana basically just confessed!
A confession? Are you for real?
It makes sense, though, doesn't it? Diana got wounded, which proves she got in a fight with Wolfgang, which means all that stuff about Wolfgang going to the boiler room, all that stuff really did happen.
I see. I see now what you were saying. Diana. She lured Wolfgang to the boiler room by writing him that note. And when he arrived, she attacked him and killed him. And now, She's been lying this entire trial, hoping we would never suspect her. Yeah! How cruel!
Diana, you...
It wasn't me! I promise, it wasn't me.
To think she could preach about friendship after committing a violent crime.
And then try and sentence the rest of us to punishment.
Golly, you're right. If we voted for the wrong person, we would have been executed.
Ah! That's so fucked! Seriously, Diana? What the hell is your damage?
Can we at least hear Diana's side of the story?
Her side?
Well, you know, Diana has, I just think it's fair we listen.
What does it matter what she says? Look at the evidence. This case, it's closed. We know who the killer is. If you really want to ask for Diana's side of the story, then do it after the vote.
Yeah.
No! No! No!
Vote. That's right. We have to vote for the killer. Diana, I've proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she's the killer. I've proven it beyond a reasonable doubt, so...
No. No. No.
But what about the extension cord? Why is it that when I hear her cry, I get this strange nagging feeling in my chest? Why does a tiny part of me want to believe the things she's saying? Why, all of a sudden, do I doubt myself?
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I would never murder Wolfgang.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
But I wanted to believe so badly that you were innocent. Why didn't I see you for who you were?
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote!
Is Diana telling the truth? How is that possible when I already know the truth? It can't be possible. Not unless...
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I... I would never murder Wolfgang!
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
But I wanted to believe so badly that you were innocent. Why didn't I see you for who you were?
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote! Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene,
killed him immediately,
hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I... Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately. That doesn't mean shit! Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
I know that's
That
wrong.
doesn't mean shit! She had every opportunity to kill him then and there. Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I...
I would never murder Wolfgang.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
But I
wanted to believe so badly that you were innocent. Why didn't I see you for who you were?
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote!
I'm not sure.
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I would never murder Wolfgang. You seriously believe her? Open your damn eyes! Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I would never murder Wolfgang.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
But I
wanted to believe so badly that you were innocent. Why didn't I see you for who you were?
I don't know. Heroes going to the tournament race, but had to cancel this morning after wake it was sore stomach. Oh. Can I use the knife? Maybe, what if I try using the knife on Diana?
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick. What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote!
Diana was the one who lured... Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana?
Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
I would never murder Wolfgang.
Oh?
You seriously open your damn... Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana?
Yeah, I'm just guessing now.
I would never murder Wolfgang. You see, open your... Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana?
Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
Wolfgang! Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once...
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth. How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together. I would never murder
Wolfgang! Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he...
I don't know.
Hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth. How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
Never murder Wolfgang! Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room.
Okay, now I'm thinking of taking Mark's thing.
Once he got there, she killed him immediately. Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room.
Once he got there, she killed him immediately. Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth. How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together. I would never murder Wolfgang.
If you don't have lie, that doesn't mean there's anything.
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room.
Once he got there, she killed him immediately. Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth. How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together. I would never murder Wolfgang. If you don't have an alibi.
Then you obviously did. That doesn't.
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I would never murder Wolfgang.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
But I wanted to believe you. Why didn't I say that?
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote! Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
I don't know what it wants from me. Oh my god.
But I would never murder Wolfgang.
If you don't have an alibi,
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I would never murder Wolfgang.
if you don't have an alibi,
You obviously did. If this goes on any longer, we're gonna be sick. What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote!
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately. That doesn't mean shit. She had every opportunity to kill. Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there,
She killed him immediately.
that doesn't. Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately. That Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room.
Gosh.
Once he got there, she killed him immediately. That does. Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately. That does. Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
What?
No, that's wrong!
Huh?
Hold on. Grace, you're overlooking a crucial detail.
Huh?
Do you recall the note I found in Wolfgang's blazer pocket? It asked him to meet in the boiler room at 8:15 a.m. But, according to the Tozu tablet, he died over an hour later
thought I
at
already tried
9:35 a.m. That means Wolfgang didn't die right after he got to the boiler room.
What's your point?
My point is that the killer had no reason to lure Wolfgang to the boiler room, and then wait over an hour to kill him.
Kill had no reason to lure Wolfgang to the boiler room.
There's no guarantee another person won't enter the room during that time. It's in the killer's best interest to be in and out of there as fast as possible. When we originally discussed the note, we lacked the context to properly understand this time discrepancy. But if we go with your idea that Diana killed Wolfgang immediately, then that discrepancy becomes all too clear.
How do you know Wolfgang didn't just arrive late?
He was already on his way when I ran into him at 8:10 a.m. He must have arrived on time.
Same goes for the killer. I doubt Wolfgang would stay in the boiler room for long if no one came to meet him. For that reason, we can assume Wolfgang was knocked unconscious soon after he arrived. But there's such a long period of time between him being knocked out and him being killed. Unless you want to tell me he and Diana were in an hour-long struggle, then I'm sure there's more to the mystery here.
Shut the fuck up! What the fuck is wrong with you? Don't you see this is a trick? All of Diana's blubbering and crying is just a farce to make us think she's innocent.
I wouldn't fall for a farce like that. My only concern is the evidence not adding up.
If you're still not convinced Diana is the killer, then let me show you something you overlooked. I call it undeniable fucking proof! I don't give a damn what Diana says. Not only is she the one person without an alibi, the blood from her wounds places her inside the exact same room where Wolfgang died. How can the killer be anyone but her?
Grace seems to think she knows more about the crime scene than I do. But we're true, she'll probably let us afford an argument.
I don't give a damn what Diana says. Not only is she the one person without an alibi, the blood from her wounds places her inside the exact same room where Wolfgang died. How How can the killer be anyone but her?
If Diana lured Wolfgang downstairs, why would she take over an hour to kill him? It doesn't make sense. Not when there's a risk of someone else entering the boiler room.
What risk? Diana wouldn't have to worry about anyone walking in because she could just lock the fucking door. Boom. Look at that. No intruders. Now take your argument and shove it up your ass.
Grace is thinking she knows more about me.
What risk? Diana wouldn't have to worry about anyone walking in because she could just lock the fucking door.
I'll cut through those words.
The boiler room door can't be relied upon here. If Diana locked it, she would be trapping herself inside the boiler room.
What?
The doorknob has been flipped so that the keyhole faces inside, while the lock faces outside. Had you investigated the crime scene more closely, you might have realized this detail sooner. In any case, locking the door would lock everyone inside the room, not outside. If Diana was the killer, she'd be better off leaving the door open.
How the heck do you even flip a doorknob? Sounds like something only a tradesperson could do.
Meh. You really think so? Swapping a doorknob is easy. Well, last time I did anything like it was a while ago, but everyone here knows knobs are screwable, right? If you get a screwdriver and know what you're doing, you can rotate the doorknob quick smart.
If you can swap a doorknob, then I guess anyone can.
Right on! Wait, are you saying that like it's a bad thing, or...?
Is that why Diana remained in the boiler room after Wolfgang died? She had been locked inside?
What do you make of the footsteps then? If they were Diana's, it would imply she escaped the boiler room. How do you suppose she did that?
I guess I was in the boiler room, huh? And even us in the boiler room, pretty confident I can do this in the those. A bomb? Ah, thin piece of metal.
This is it.
Near the boiler room door, I discovered a thin piece of metal. At first glance, it didn't look important, but if you were to fold it in half, theoretically, it would look like a hairpin.
Ah, she used the classic maneuver, picking a lock with a hairpin. It can be done, it just takes a bit of practice.
Diana probably had this hairpin inside her makeup bag, so she used it to fiddle with the lock until it eventually came undone, which, judging by the timing of her footsteps, happened late into the blackout.
Messing with a lock in pitch blackness. Whew, now that would be impossible for me.
Right. Even if Diana did access light, like through the Tozu trinket, undoing the lock would still be difficult. Way too difficult of a situation to deliberately put herself in.
In which case, that can mean only one thing: that Diana was in the room with Wolfgang. Someone else locked the door?
I got it.
Oh.
Someone else must have locked the door.
What?
If we go off our current train of thought, the doorknob was rearranged so you could only lock it from the outside. It doesn't make sense for Diana to rearrange the lock, enter the room, and deliberately trap herself inside, which means someone else must have locked the door. I know this doesn't necessarily clear Diana of suspicion, but it's strange enough to warrant further investigation.
I'd rather resolve this thread before we move on to voting.
Agreed. We could easily miss something important if we turn our noses away.
So, why did this mystery person close the door in the first place?
What if they saw the scuffle between Wolfie and Diana and closed the door to protect themselves?
Instead of seeking help? Or trying to stop the scuffle?
You say that like closing the door isn't exactly what you would do.
What kind of asshole do you take me for?
Any chance they locked it to prevent Diana from escaping?
And somehow unscrewed the doorknob without drawing attention to themselves?
Didn't you hear him? He's talking about the door being locked, not the doorknob being unscrewed.
Unless two entirely different people just so happen to interfere with the boiler room at two entirely separate intervals. The one who locked the door is most likely the one who flipped it, yes?
Yes.
Then you should be wondering the same thing. How did they unscrew the doorknob without catching anyone's attention?
Yeah, doesn't sound possible.
Not in the moment, it isn't. But what if the doorknob had been swapped beforehand? Say this person knew Wolfgang and Diana were coming to the boiler room. They could have swapped the knob in advance, waited for Diana and Wolfgang to enter, and then closed and locked the door.
So the flipping of the doorknob was premeditated?
With what we currently know, I'd wager it's our safest assumption, at least until we hear Diana's side of the story.
Diana, since you were the last person with Wolfgang, your testimony could be our most valuable piece of evidence yet. You need to tell me what happened. If not for me, or for you, then at the very least, do it for Wolfgang's sake.
I'm sorry. I'm really I wanted to help. I wanted to make everything okay, but all I could do was be useless. All I could do was watch him die. It's all my fault. All my fault. For doing the wrong thing.
So is this a confession, or...
No!
Huh?
I didn't kill Wolfgang. And I don't know who did, but I still failed him as a friend. I failed him then. And I failed him here. But if I told the truth, things would be worse than they already are. But now that I've said nothing...
Diana watched Wolfgang die?
It's okay, sweetheart. Come on now, take deep breaths.
Yeah, we'll believe you no matter what you say.
It's looking like Diana might actually be innocent. It's looking like that, but the nagging feeling in my chest still hasn't gone away. Damn it, what am I doing? Because of one girl, I've been doubting myself and jumping from one argument to another. If I can't piece together my own faults, how can I possibly piece together this case? I need to get a grip on myself. I need to keep sight of myself and the goal of this killer. Whatever's thrown at me next, I need to persevere. Because if I don't, if everyone else here votes wrong, I won't leave this place alive. Oh, is this an intermission?
Has all this murder hubbub left your head in a tizzy? Perhaps you need a short break. Something to lighten the mood and let you collect yourself. Something like a nice cup of tea. Welcome, one and all, to the first episode of Tozu's Tea Time. If you haven't already, please sit back and relax. Here, we do not use our brains, but deal only in gossip.
Well, this is pretty.
Now, a question from me to you. What are sheep good at, if anything? Most humans, and some sheep, tend to respond with a resounding absolutely nothing. Sheep cannot create art or invent medicine. For goodness sake, they can't even perform music! Their limited speech and quadrupedal locomotion prevents them from reaching the heights of humans. They're practically glued to the lower echelons of the food chain. No matter how hard sheep may try, they will never be anything more than their number tags. I can't say I like that answer. Too pessimistic for me. Plus, what of the sheep who still try? The sheep who realize their fate but continue to challenge it all the same. That they can be so determined to prove their worth when humans have all but deemed them microwavable meals. Isn't that something admirable? What a shame our sheep had to be so misguided. It seems that's about all the time we have. Thank you again for attending Tozu's Tea Time. No need for extravagant farewells. I've an inkling you'll be back for tea sooner than you can say Jack Robinson. Who's Jack Robinson? I have no idea. Ta-ta!
Diana, now's your chance to defend yourself.
Well, okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. See get a drink and stuff. I'm back. Diana, now's your chance to defend yourself.
Tell me what happened.
Where do I even start, though?
How about you begin by explaining why you went to the boiler room?
Why I went there? It was 'cause of a note.
A note?
2 days ago, someone slid one into my room. I never got to see who. I just heard a knock. And when I walked over, there was a note under my door.
I don't remember any of this.
Sorry. It was midday-ish, and you weren't there at the time. And I didn't show you the note later because, well, I'll just read you what it said.
Diana, as you are aware, it is our obligation to speak for those whose blackmail we have obtained. After receiving your blackmail and reading the information disclosed in it, I believe a meeting between the two of us is warranted. In 2 days' time, please come to the underground boiler room at 8:45 a.m. Make sure to arrive promptly and close the door behind you. To avoid discourse, do not show anyone this later. Do not approach me about it either, even in private. There's always a chance someone can hear. Oh my gosh! It's and the letter that Wolfgang received was like eerily similar to this. Oh my gosh! it's a Danganronpa 2 Case 2 reference. So yeah, that was not written by Wolfgang. That was written by someone else, the killer.
Wolfie wrote this?
Wolfgang had Diana's blackmail? But didn't he have Jean's?
Oh yeah.
Hold on a sec. If you take a closer look, the handwriting on that note, doesn't it resemble the handwriting on Wolfgang's note?
You're actually right. Even though Wolfgang's note has been water damaged, the words I can make out were in the same messy scroll as Diana's here.
Then someone else was posing as Wolfgang?
The killer, most likely. They must have thought his word was the only one Diana would follow.
Guess it worked, huh?
I didn't want to show this note earlier. Because I was scared of how people would try to twist it. Like saying I faked the note, or that I decided to kill because of it. I thought it would be better to just stay quiet. I know you guys think I'm stupid for agreeing to meet in a place like the boiler room. And I am stupid. I just didn't want to disappoint Wolfgang in case he really did write the note, which was why I left my room around 8:40 a.m. and went downstairs.
Did you catch any strange movement down there?
No. It was just me. I did find the boiler room door hanging open a little bit. But I didn't think much of it. I just went inside and closed the door behind me. Since that's what the note asked me to do.
What did you see inside the boiler room?
The boiler room was really dark. So the first thing I noticed was actually the security camera light. My eyes had to take a few seconds to adjust to everything else. But after that, I finally saw him. Wolfgang was lying in the water, making these weird noises. It didn't seem like he'd even noticed me entering the room. Not until... Wolfgang? Hearing his name seemed to snap him out of his trance, because he slowly rose to his feet. Wolfgang, are you okay?
It's you.
Huh?
I can't believe it. I really am finally meeting you.
What do you mean?
Please, forgive me. Please forgive me for what I've become.
Wolfgang?
Despite how hard I tried, how much I wanted it to be true, I could never become you. I will always be a failure.
It's okay, Wolfgang. Look! There's stairs over here. Come over here and We can get out! I have no idea if he didn't hear me, or if he was just ignoring me. But, okay. I'll get closer to you then. I went over to the ledge of the platform, the part where the fence had a gap. Just take my hand, okay? And I'll pull you out. He slowly stumbled over, and he held my hand. I didn't really think I could pull him out. I just wanted to be there for him. It was the best I could do, because I didn't want to enter the water. Staying on the platform felt so much safer. And I really, really hate that it did. It's okay, Wolfgang. We'll get through this together, all right? I was looking at him when I said that. I was looking right at him. But somehow I didn't think to react. When he reached inside his blazer.
Bring her back. Bring her back!
I tried to leave the room, but the door was locked. I didn't know what to do. I started looking around for things to defend myself with, and that's when I saw the gun.
The taser gun? Did you use it?
I took the taser, and I aimed it at Wolfgang, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't shoot him. I just backed away from him. I couldn't understand anything. Why was this happening to me? Why was I being attacked? Why can't I do anything to...
I'm not like you. I'll never be like you. I won't give up until the world knows. I won't give up until everyone knows me as...
All of a sudden, everything turned white. Everything in front of me. Except Wolfgang. In those few seconds, he became pitch black. And then, so did everything else. Even though I didn't see Wolfgang fall over, I heard it, his body cracking against the pavement, and his knife falling into the water. I waited for the gasp of pain, for him to groan or mumble or say something, but there was nothing. There was just me and the silence. That's how it happened.
What the fuck?
That man attacked you?
Oh my goodness, Diana, I'm at a loss for words.
This is getting too much for me, bros. I think I'm gonna faint.
Holy shit. So Diana really did watch Wolfgang die.
But why was he so violent towards her? It's like he became an entirely different person.
The word you're looking for is crazy.
Despite how hard I tried and how much I wanted it to be true, I could never become you. Why would Wolfgang say those words in that particular moment?
How'd you manage to escape the boiler room after all that?
By picking the door's lock.
For reals?
I wasn't even thinking. I just started feeling my way back to the door in the dark. And then, well, my supply bag. I remembered the spare hairpins I always kept inside. So I felt around the bag and dug one out. To be honest, I have no idea how I managed to unlock the door. The whole thing was repeated trial and error. Just minutes of me telling myself that somehow this next attempt will finally work.
Whoa! Actually unlocking the doors. That's like hitting a bullseye blindfolded.
Now we know why it took so long for her to escape.
I realized why it happened. Getting trapped inside, I mean. The door's lock was on the outside. So, someone must have set the lock before I came downstairs, so that when I closed the door, I'd be trapped.
The lock is normally on the inside, too. The killer purposely flipped it, then left the door open so you would be the one to close it. As for why the killer locked the door to begin with...
It was to frame Diana, right?
Right. The killer made Diana trap herself inside the boiler room, so they could kill Wolfgang in front of her, and force her to remain by his body. Had their plan worked, Diana would only be able to escape if someone from outside entered the boiler room, by which point, that someone would be stumbling across what looks like a cut-and-dry murder case.
If the tournament folk found Diana, they would have been playing right into the killer's hands.
Speaking of which, Diana, I'm curious to know, did you unlock the door before or after the tournament attendees arrived downstairs?
It sort of happened at the same time. Like, when I opened the door, there were already people walking down the stairs. Obviously, I couldn't stay inside the boiler room. If anyone saw me close to Wolfgang's body, it would look really bad. The hallway was a bit easier to make out in the dark, so I walked over to a wall bordering one of the storage closets and hid behind it, and stayed as quiet as possible. I was still bleeding a little from Wolfgang's cut, though, and some of that blood ended up dripping onto the floor around me.
It's the blood on the underground floor! It's all coming together!
This was shortly before us tournament goers split up. And you made a run for it, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Down the hallway, up the stairs, and then as quietly as possible into my room. Since everything was still really dark, I had to patch myself using the Tozu Trinket's projection as my light. I realize this is a lot, and I know it's hard to believe without proof. So, if you guys could just give me a second.
Reaching into her makeup bag, Diana pulled out a wipe and began scrubbing at her arm.
I cleared up the blood pretty fast. Luckily for me, the cut wasn't that deep. There's still a chance it may leave a scar, though.
Holy crap! That's awful!
It's okay. I'll cover it back up again.
Why did Wolfgang attack you for no reason?
I wouldn't say it was for no reason.
You're being kind of insensitive, man.
Huh? I didn't mean it like that. What I'm trying to say is, Wolfgang's actions may look random from an outsider's perspective, but from his perspective, well, judging by his behavior, it seems like he saw something which shook him to his core.
Like, there was something in the room that Diana didn't see?
That's impossible! It was only me and Wolfgang in the boiler room!
I don't believe Jean meant it in a literal sense.
Wolfgang unliterally saw something?
He thought he saw something, is my point.
You mean he had been hallucinating?
What did Wolfgang hallucinate for him to turn out the way Diana described?
You'd be surprised by the sort of things our minds can invent. I'm lucky to have never experienced anything myself, but I know some who have hallucinated nasty things. Demons and monsters. Or the feeling of being tortured. If Wolfgang went through something similar, I can see why he lashed out.
Now what the heck is going on at sea?
Of course, these hallucinations don't just happen out of the blue. More often than not, they're substance-induced.
Substance-induced?
Just say Wolfgang took a hallucinogenic.
Hallucinogenics?
One which induced a lot of fatigue, too, judging by the way he lumbered about in Diana's account.
It would explain why Wolfgang mostly stayed in one place.
One place, which happened to be in the water.
Seems very deliberate. I reckon the killer knocked Wolfgang unconscious in order to drag him into the water, but knew he would eventually wake up again. So they drugged him with something which would basically make him despondent. As for where the drug came from...
Oh no! Don't tell me the killer robbed...
I knew exploring it was a bad idea.
It? What's this it we're talking about?
The pharmacy.
The pharmacy, obviously. Why the heck did we think leaving that place open was a good idea? Now someone's stolen an item and drugged Wolfgang. Fuck! I knew our promise was too good to be true! I can't trust any of you guys! And don't say Wolfgang drugged himself! Who wants to be tortured by demons?
Well, stranger people do exist.
That's rich coming from you!
It's just as I predicted. Exploring the pharmacy ended up paving the way for murder. Should I have made more of an attempt to stop people from exploring? Back then, all I did was, of course, see determined expressions to turn into the newly opened pharmacy. Giving everyone unrestricted access to the medication sounded like a disaster in the making. But having already evoked the group's ire after speaking my mind before, I wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. I'll just stay quiet, let them do their thing. Then again, nobody would have listened to me. Especially not with Wolfgang in control.
If we know where the perpetrator got their chemicals, I guess our next step is figuring out how they did the drugging.
Agreed. It would help us better understand the timeline of events, and potentially even validate Diana's testimony.
Sounds like you guys can leave this one to me. I'm the kind of person who knows someone back to front the moment I meet them. If you haven't already realized, I've gone and read this killer like an open book.
You're the last person I trust to reach a correct conclusion.
Just you wait! The second you hear what I gotta say, you'll be eating those words!
Putting down how Wolfgang was drugged may validate Diana's testimony. The question is, how did the killer drug him?
I bet the killer took a pill.
Must fake cereal.
And forced Wolfgang to swallow it.
Just jab him at that point.
How would the killer make him swallow a pill? There was no proof they restrained him.
Didn't the killer knock Wolfie out? Maybe that was their way of restraining him.
You can't force an unconscious person to swallow a pill.
What if it was a drug you don't need to eat?
Like an inhalable substance?
Oh yeah, like a powder or something.
The pharmacy does have a large collection of over-the-counter sedatives, but there's too many for us to isolate any specific one.
How did the killer drug Wolfgang? Out of all the ideas being thrown around, only one has any real merits.
I bet the killer took a pill.
Alright, that's only
Now hold on. Diana came to the boiler. A pill ain't gonna be.
I bet the killer took a pill. And forced Wolfgang to swallow it.
Just jab him. Point.
How would the killer make him swallow a pill? There was no proof they restrained him.
Didn't the killer knock Wolfie out? Maybe that was their way of restraining him.
You can't force an unconscious person to swallow a pill.
What if it was a drug you don't need to eat?
Like an inhalable substance?
Oh yeah, like a powder or something.
The pharmacy does have a large collection of over-the-counter sedatives, but there's too many for us to isolate any specific one.
I bet the killer took a pill. And forced Wolfgang to swallow it.
Just jab him at that point.
How would the killer make him swallow a pill? There was no proof they restrained him.
Didn't the killer knock Wolfie out? Maybe that was their way of restraining him.
You can't force an unconscious person to swallow a pill.
What if it was a drug you don't need to eat?
Like an inhalable substance?
Oh yeah, like a...
If Wolfgang inhaled something.
I bet the killer...
Point.
How would the killer
Make him swallow a pill. There was no proof they restrained him. Did the killer not Wolfgang? Maybe that was their way of restraining him. You can't force an unconscious person to swallow a pill. What if it was a drug? You don't need to eat. Like an inhalable substance? Yeah, like a powder or something.
I bet the killer took a pill.
Just jab him at that point. How would the killer make him swallow a pill? There was no proof they restrained him. Did the killer not Wolfgang? Maybe that was their way of restraining him. You can't force an unconscious person to swallow a pill. What if it was a drug? You don't need to eat. Like an inhalable substance? Yeah, like a powder or something.
That? Nope.
I bet the killer.
At that point, that's...
I bet the killer took a pill. And forced Wolfgang to swallow it.
Just jab him at that point.
How would the killer make him swallow?
There was no proof they restrained him. Did the killer not Wolfgang? Maybe that was their way of restraining him. You can't force an unconscious person to swallow a pill. What if
It was a drug.
you don't need to eat?
Like an inhalable
substance? Oh yeah, like a powder or something.
The pharmacy does have a large
Collection of over-the-counter sedatives. But there's too many
for us
to isolate any specific one.
I bet the killer took a pill.
Now, a pill ain't gonna...
I bet the killer took a pill. And forced Wolfgang to swallow it.
Just jab him at that point.
How would the killer make him swallow a pill? There was no proof they restrained him.
Didn't the killer knock Wolfie out? Maybe that was their way of restraining him.
You can't force an unconscious person to swallow a pill.
What if it was a drug?
Oh.
You don't need to.
Oh. That's why there's only one thing. Because that's why there was only one hole on the snake. Okay.
I bet the killer took a pill.
I got it.
When Wolfgang's wounds were discussed earlier, it was mentioned he had a tiny red dot below the bruise on his neck. During the investigation, I thought this dot was a scab from a mole or pimple. But knowing Wolfgang was drugged, it's clear to see what it really is. A puncture wound.
Considering the timeline of events, an injection would check out. If Wolfgang got drugged a little after 8:15 a.m. and was already feeling the effects when Diana arrived at 8:45 a.m., then we're dealing with something which entered his bloodstream in under 30 minutes. Any normal pill would have taken, probably an hour to dissolve.
Whilst an injection would be much quicker. I see.
That's probably another reason why the killer knocked Wolfgang unconscious. It would have been incredibly difficult to inject him if he was still moving around, only when they had him right where they wanted. Dazed and unable to fight back, did they plunge the syringe into his neck.
With said syringe being filled with a hallucinogenic.
But if this all happened a few minutes after 8:15 a.m., doesn't that make it impossible to pin a suspect?
What? Why is it impossible?
Because everybody's got an alibi for that time. I mean, Damon and I were in my dorm room, and the other party people...
8:15 a.m. Yeah, I was already in the dining hall with Jet, Mark, and Eva.
I left Wolfgang's dorm right after the morning announcement and spent the rest of the hour with Jean.
When Nona and I were in our dorm room together.
And me and Eloise were already sitting down in the courtyard.
Toshiko was giving me the medication she grabbed from the pharmacy.
And, I stayed in my dorm room until 8:40 a.m.
Oh no. If everyone can be accounted for, we really can't assign a suspect.
So, we're back to square one?
Someone here must be lying.
And doesn't plan to stop.
What's screwing us over here? Is there part of this mystery we're getting wrong? Or could it be we're overlooking something? It was ruled as having no relation to the murder because the wires don't touch the water. But the position of it, the fact that it's destroyed, the timing of the blackout. I knew it! I knew the generator was the cause. Once a coincidence is easy to wave off, but when it's coincidence after coincidence after coincidence, then there's something more going on. There's something more to the generator.
If everyone has an alibi for 8:15 a.m., is it possible the killer never actually attacked Wolfie at that time? But his little note said to come by at 8:15 a.m., didn't it?
Ingrid, do you remember what you said when we couldn't figure out who stole Desmond's taser?
To be honest, I'm drawing a blank.
You suggested we switch subjects and discuss Wolfgang's injuries instead, which we did. As a result, we ended up unraveling more about the case than if we had stuck to the original topic. Right now, we're at a dead end. If we can't get any more leads out of this current discussion, then that's a sign to switch our focus.
Switch our focus to what?
I want to take another look at Diana's testimony.
Mine?
Back when you were describing Wolfgang's death, something stuck out to me.
I won't give up until everyone knows me as. All of a sudden, everything turned white. Everything in front of me except Wolfgang. And as 3 seconds, he became pitch black. And then so did everything else.
The flash of white Diana described must have been the generator exploding, with the darkness afterwards being the blackout. Think about the order of events there. In just a few seconds, the boiler room's generator explodes, and Wolfgang falls over dead. Doesn't it sound like the two are correlated?
Oi, didn't we go over this already?
We did. The generator has nothing to do with Wolfgang's death. Its wires weren't touching the water.
Indeed. Which is why the murder weapon is the taser gun.
Diana said she never used the taser, though.
Then she's lying!
What? That's not true! I never fired the gun!
It's all good. I believe you. Sure, nobody can dispute the gun was fired. What can be disputed, though, is when it got fired. I wouldn't be surprised if the killer fired that gun way in advance. Like, sometime before Wolfgang arrived downstairs and left it in the boiler room for us to find later.
What? So the taser gun isn't the murder weapon?
If Wolfgang wasn't killed with the taser gun or the generator, what other options are we left with?
Oh my gosh! It's the generator exploding.
The taser gun is the only option which makes sense.
The
The murder weapon can't be anything else.
The true murder weapon. Is it possible there's a first dose of electricity? Yeah, we consider, yeah. And my gosh, it's supposed to be by thinking something like that. I guess the extension cord. I mean, do the extension cord.
And anyway, the only proof Diana never shot the taser is her own word.
Huh?
Ava! What do you mean?
All the evidence supporting your version of events is circumstantial. The note you showed us? That could be a fake alibi you made for yourself.
Bruh.
The fact that it has the same handwriting as Wolfgang's is already suspicious.
Couldn't that just mean the same person tricked them?
If you earnestly believe Diana didn't write it, then maybe. But do you see what I'm saying? There's no proof Diana never wrote the notes. There's only her word to go by. Because if she did write them, everything about her entering the boiler room at 8:45 a.m. and being locked inside could be a total lie.
I get what you're saying. But if we run with the idea that Diana was the one waiting for Wolfgang all the way back at 8:15 a.m., then we're stuck with the issue we had last time. Why did Diana wait over an hour to kill him?
That's also circumstantial. None of us know what really went on between those two in an hour. Ruling someone out because they took a long time to murder is stupid.
Without context? Sure, I'd say the same. But since the boiler room is unlocked, anyone can enter. If Diana knocked Wolfgang out, then she took over an hour to kill him with that info in mind.
Okay, but who would enter? No one wants to make a detour down some gross, freaky-looking basement. The boiler room is probably the most covert place a person can be.
Most covert place? her words to make sense. After all, I chose to meet Toast in the boiler room for that very same reason.
Diana claims she didn't write the notes, and she claims she didn't shoot the gun, but where's the hard proof she didn't do any of these things?
The answer lies in what destroyed the generator.
What?
Didn't we already talk about that?
All you guys did was discuss theories, never anything concrete. Settling for a theory isn't good enough when our lives are on the line. In the same way Ava can't rule out Diana's involvement in the case, we can't rule out the generators.
So we have to figure out what destroyed the generator? What should we do? Just throw out ideas?
It's what we've been doing this whole time.
Oakley dokley. All right, everyone, let's put our thinking hats on. If we work together, we'll unravel this mystery for sure. Ready? On your marks, get set, go! Why did the generator blow up?
Could have just been an electrical fault.
So, a coincidence?
Is this the best situation? To be waving stuff off as a coincidence?
Did the killer throw something at the generator that made it explode?
Perhaps it's the fault of the taser gun? The electrical discharge it released might have connected with the generator and created an overabundance of energy, which caused everything in the circuit to pop.
Probably. There's no proof anything besides the taser was involved.
No, that's wrong!
Unfortunately, Ava, I have to disagree. You say nothing but the taser could have been involved in the murder. But there's one possibility you didn't consider. The shrapnel in the water.
Do you mean those bits of red metal which were floating around?
Right. The ones that look like the aftermath of an explosion. Due to their proximity to the generator, it's safe to assume the two are connected.
Can't that just be debris left by the generator?
Except this debris is a completely different color. It lacks the rust the generator has accumulated. We're obviously looking at the remnants of something else, which means an object we haven't yet identified was caught in the explosion.
Floating near it was another out-of-place item. The knife? Or the extension cord.
This is it.
In the water was also an extension cord, half of which had been burnt away.
Huh? Did the cord get caught in the explosion?
Seems that cord has the misfortune of floating around the wrong place at the wrong time.
From what I saw in my investigation, the building's extension cord supply seems to be kept inside Storage Closet D. So in a way, yeah, it was definitely in the wrong place.
Storage Closet D, huh? It was hard to make out much of it in the dark. And after the power came on, Kai came screaming for us to leave our closets. But I do recall seeing some extension cords peeking out from behind a shelf.
Since we already know the killer raided one storage closet, anyone else willing to bet they raided this one too?
The hell did they need an extension cord for?
Probably something involving the generator, given its proximity to the cord.
Same thing with the red bits. Even though we don't know what they are.
Right, the red shrapnel. Definitely isn't debris left by the generator, so what exactly is it? So far, nothing in the boiler room can be directly tied to the shrapnel. At least not any of the clues that have already been discussed in this trial. If I were to flip my thinking and consider the clues we haven't discussed yet, there's no proof what I have in mind is related to the shrapnel, but when all other options are ruled out, I can only turn towards the one that hasn't. The one thing the mysterious shrapnel might be related to. The generator. I don't know. I don't know. Extension cord again? What are we doing? I don't know what we're doing. The knife. The generator. The odd smell. Lol. The odd smell.
This is it.
Okay.
Hold that thought. We may be able to identify the shrapnel using context clues. During the investigation, there was a strange smell permeating the boiler room. It took me a moment to notice, but when I did, well, the best way to describe the scent would be if you mix cereal and alcohol together.
Cereal and alcohol? Talk about specific.
Mm-hmm. 'Tis a sign a chemical reaction was at play.
Wait, you recognize the smell?
Chemical reactions can produce some pretty pungent odors. Usually something to the tune of alcohol mixed with cereal. Or fruits, or eggs. I noticed the smell going into the investigation, but it had completely slipped my mind until now.
Could it be a chemical reaction was caused by the taser?
The gun never touched the water. There's no reason for it to be the source of the smell.
What about the generator?
Considering the state of it, that generator would smell more burnt than anything else.
If the chemical reaction can't be explained by what we already know, like the generator or the taser gun, we need to consider the possibility that the explanation is the one piece of evidence still evading us, the shrapnel.
Can someone translate this into less complicated talk?
It was just a long-winded way of saying he's using process of elimination.
I know it sounds like a stretch, but if you follow this line of reasoning, a lot more questions start getting answered. Think about it. If the smell and shrapnel are linked, then whatever object the shrapnel belongs to must contain chemicals.
So we're looking for a metal object, which is also packed with chemicals?
Surely something like that would be kept inside the pharmacy.
Looking at my notes... When we originally visited the pharmacy, I recorded everything I saw. A bright red metal object would have definitely caught my eye, but I don't see one written here.
I got lots of metallic objects in my dorm room, but nothing chemical. Just big old slabs of metal.
Big old slabs of metal. Why does that sound so familiar? Hold on. That's right. I don't know. What Ingrid said just now, similar to what she said tonight, everyone began banking together. Nope, I don't remember. I guess this will explain my room, too. It's loaded with all sorts of fancy tools and metals. At the time, people were talking about the dorm rooms being themed around the talents. Could it be? Could the shrapnel actually be the remnants of the unique device that guy boasts about having in this room? The only way to know for sure is to put you on the spot. I don't know who he's talking about. Nice. I legitimately don't remember at all. I vaguely remember you bragging about something, but...
It has to be you! Jet, I need to ask you something.
No, I don't want it to be Jet.
What's up?
Can you tell me what's inside your dorm room?
Like, a full-on list?
Whatever works.
Sure thing. I got a pretty gnarly collection of parts and accessories. Blind spot mirrors, lithium batteries, wheels, spare brakes, you name it. Oh, I even have the legendary mantle from the 1984's Grand Prix winning speedster.
That's what I was hoping to hear.
Cool. So, why'd you want to know? Unless... Wait, I'm not being suspected, am I? No. Don't try to rope me into this, bro. I've got nothing to do with the murder.
I know you don't. You have an alibi. The only reason I ask is because that mysterious red shrapnel may be the remnants of one of your lithium batteries.
What?
I see. A lithium battery might explain the smell in the air.
And lithium? That's an explosive substance. If it made contact with water, gosh, you'd be left with a mess and a half.
Wouldn't someone have heard an explosion, though?
I did.
Really?
During the tournament. Right before we lost power.
Oi, that's right. There was a boom.
Wait! I remember hearing it too!
I initially assumed the generator made the noise somehow. But if Jet's car batteries contain an explosive substance...
Hey, Jet, were your batteries bright red at all?
Maybe?
You don't know for sure?
I never took the batteries out of their packaging. The packaging isn't red, I can tell you that, but the actual batteries? Yeah, I got nothing.
So it can't be proven beyond a reasonable doubt?
Pretty much.
Well, what's the reaction time of a lithium battery?
The reaction time?
When a lithium battery hits the water, how long does it take to combust? I think, once we know that, we can decide whether or not the battery is relevant to the case.
A lithium battery would be an almost instantaneous reaction, I'm pretty sure.
Lithium isn't a metal I've worked with, but it got beat into my head never to mix it with substances it doesn't like. All that electricity, the battery would have let out when it hit the water. It must have went straight into poor Wolfie.
There's warning labels on the battery for a reason.
Okay. If the reaction is instantaneous, then the battery would have entered the water only seconds before the generator exploded. That's really weird.
Is it?
According to Diana's testimony, when the explosion happened, she was still holding the taser gun. In which case, who threw the battery into the water?
Huh. Good point.
Is it possible that I kind of want to suspect Mark for some reason, but like someone because there's a vent, maybe someone could have opened the vent in the dining hall and threw the battery in there? Maybe? Maybe. But that doesn't really explain the extension. Oh, maybe it does explain the extension cord. Because Mark would have had a bunch of extension cords for his equipment. Oh.
We can rule out Wolfgang, since the Blackens can only be a student who kills another student. And Diana.
It was only Diana and Wolfgang in the boiler room. So unless Diana herself was the one to throw the battery, then the battery can't play a part in the murder.
I didn't throw the battery. I promise.
The shrapnel and generator are too close for comfort. They must be correlated. I'll admit that Diana throwing the battery is a possibility, but that's all it is, a possibility. Maybe they use the lithium. Would they use a lithium battery for powering equipment? I don't know. I don't know enough about that. There may still be another way for the battery to enter the water, and until I rule that out, I won't settle for a culprit to see it.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere, so it must have been submerged another way.
No.
Perhaps something akin to what Eva described?
If that battery is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun?
Maybe it's a red herring.
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water, a few inches from the generator.
Not the hardest shot to make.
Everybody's quick to say the battery was from, but when I consider the boiler room in which all the security could leverage, what that person considers impossible sounds to sound anything but.
If the battery is related to the case,
And he was
only
leveraged
Diana
by
could have
the
thrown it in the
cord.
water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen somewhere. Novice!
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water. Damon, Diana. If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere. So it must have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described?
If that battery is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun?
Maybe it's a red herring.
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water, a few inches from the generator.
Not the hardest shot to make.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere.
Falling off from the generator. Oh.
No, that's wrong!
No. The battery might actually have fallen from the generator.
What makes you say that?
The shrapnel's position in front of the generator suggests there's a correlation between the two. However, it's unlikely Diana threw the battery at the generator. Not only is the boiler room difficult to see in, the generator is positioned far enough from the concrete platform that Diana, with her wounded arm, would need to stand on the platform's edge to make the shot, which would obviously put her in danger of being attacked by Wolfgang again.
Yeah. Wolfgang was really close. He could reach over to me if he wanted.
If the battery hadn't been thrown, the only other possibility is that it fell down into the water. And considering the layout of the boiler room, what else could the battery fall off of? Except the generator.
Are you saying the battery was sitting on top of the generator?
Not on top, but maybe that was hanging. Suspended or teetering?
I got it.
The battery may have been suspended over the generator.
Suspended over.
If the battery was suspended by something, then the presence of that item starts to make a lot more sense. The extension cord.
This is it.
The killer could have tied the extension cord around the battery and slung the battery over the generator. If the cord and battery were tied together at the time of the generator's explosion, it would explain why half of the cord had been burned away.
The more you explain it, the more unbelievable it sounds.
What if that's the point? Maybe the killer chose a crazy method because no one would believe it.
I don't see how weaving a cord into the mix is any more beneficial than leaving it out. If anything, the cord adds extra weight.
Which would be especially inconvenient for Diana, because her arm was bleeding.
Right. It wouldn't benefit Diana to hold the cord. So, what if she didn't? Something else may have been supporting the cord instead.
Something like... a third person.
Yeah, Like Diana.
It wasn't me! I promise!
Okay, maybe it was all jigs.
I got it. Throughout this trial, we've assumed the killer held the battery in some form or another.
I was thinking that someone was like holding the cord like for the vent or something. Maybe.
If the battery was on its own, the killer tossed it in. If the battery was wrapped with a cord, the killer held the other end of the cord.
Yeah, but like that would have made sense because someone would have saw the person like going. Someone would have witnessed the person holding the cord for the vents. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Never mind.
But in the same way something else can hold the battery, can't something else also hold the cord?
Ugh. My head's starting to spin.
Are you talking about something which could keep the cord in place?
Something to keep the cord in place. If I mention the cord and the battery is tied around in front of the generator, in the same spot where the shrapnel has surfaced. The ceiling pipes? Oh. Or the vent itself?
This is it. The killer tied the cord to the vent.
What vent?
The one above the generator. It connects the boiler room and the dining
Oh, okay. Maybe it is possible, and what like someone had to do was just like cut the cord or something.
There's a vent above the generator?
You should remember some light shining into the boiler room. That's where the vent is. The vent itself is set a bit far back into the wall. So, you probably assumed the spot was a small window or something.
If the boiler room and the dining hall are separated by one vent, does this make the wallpaper thin, or...?
There's two vents. The boiler room vent and the dining hall vent. Both are connected via a small ventilation shaft. I was able to get a close look at the boiler room vent after Ava and I woke up, which is why I know these details.
How close is close for someone under 6 foot?
Ava helped me reach the vent,
By?
letting me sit on her shoulders.
Quite the visual.
Don't rub it in.
Anyway, if the killer tied one end of the cord to the vent and the other end around the battery, they could suspend the battery over the generator.
Something like that would result in an explosion.
What do you mean?
You say the killer tied one end of the cord to the vent and the other end to the battery. However, indoor extension cords are much longer than regular cords. They can be upwards of 9 or more meters in length, as opposed to the average cord's 2 meters. 9 meters is significantly longer than the distance between the vent and the boiler room floor. If the killer wanted to tie the battery to the cord's other end, they would be tying it to something which is already submerged in water.
I see. It is an impossible setup.
Not necessarily. The killer can have greatly reduced the length of the cord by doing that, by just really cutting the cord at one end.
Cut the cord using what exactly?
Scissors? That's what anyone would use, right?
And where exactly did these scissors come from?
Could have been the storage closets. They're packed with tons of stuff, so...
Well, I've been through those closets twice now, and I never saw scissors.
Not even pliers?
I didn't see pliers either.
Could the cord have been cut with Wolfie's knife?
You believe the victim set up the murder trap?
So this whole thing was a suicide mission?
That's definitely not the case. Oh. I guess just wrap it around several times.
I got it. The extension cord is pretty thin and flimsy. If the killer wanted the battery to be secure, they need to wrap a lot of cord around it. Probably to the point there wouldn't be much spare cord remaining. Which is a good thing, because this spare cord is what the battery will be suspended by.
Okay, I'm greatly suspecting Mark right now, but... wait, I need to... but I don't remember the position of the vent. I believe it was like on the left side of the room, whereas like the music equipment and stuff was on the right side. I think. I don't know.
So long as the spare cord isn't too long, the battery will sit safely above the water.
So much effort.
Agreed. How do you even submerge the battery into the water under those circumstances?
How simple. By adjusting the cord's position, Oracle will need to utilize a certain aspect of the boiler room. The pipe? Or the vent again?
This is it.
Okay.
Like I mentioned earlier, I gave the vent a close look after originally waking up in the boiler room. Part of my inspection included opening the vent to get a better look at the other side.
The vent can be opened?
Not all the way, but far enough for the vent to cause a domino effect if then closed. In our case, a domino effect involving the extension cord tied to it. If we assume the vent must be open for the battery to remain a safe distance above the water, we end up with a pulley system.
Okay.
To prevent the battery from entering the water, the vent is literally pulling the entire cord backwards. Ergo, it's not just the killer's own measurements keeping the battery in place, but the vent itself. Having opened one of these vents before, I can tell you how tough they are to move.
I have my fingers around the grate really in front of me. I pulled as hard as I could.
A lightweight battery definitely isn't heavy enough to pull one shut. It takes an actual person to close one, which is great for the killer, because it means they get to maintain full control over when the battery enters the water. If they close the vent, the cord should slide forward and submerge the battery into the water.
Ooh.
When that happens, the boiler room water becomes electrified by the battery's components, which in turn causes electricity to pass directly into the body of Wolfgang, who is standing in the water.
Well, I guess like everybody else would be like kind of distracted by the game, while someone could have walked over to the vents and closed it. I don't remember what Mark looked like in the CG. So I'm suspecting him again.
Exactly which vent is the cord being tied to?
The boiler room vent.
Funny. Earlier, you said there's a small vent shaft connecting the boiler room vent to the dining hall vent. Assuming the killer is operating this trap from outside the boiler room, since we know there were only ever 2 people in that room, how would they even be able to reach the boiler room vent? Like you said, there's a separate vent in front of it.
Yeah, there must be someone from the dining hall. Huh, she has a point. I'm assuming the cord is tied to the boiler room vent, but I failed to consider the ventilation shaft, because it's really hard to reach the boiler room vent if you have to reach down that shaft first. I'm just sad, I never tested to see the boiler room vent could be open inwards. I only got to open outwards. By that logic, I've been on the opposite side of the shaft.
This could only mean one thing. The killer never tied the cord to the boiler room vent. They tied the cord to the dining hall vent.
That just creates the same problem as before, but reversed. Instead of the dining hall vent making it hard to close the boiler room vent, it's the boiler room vent making it hard to reach the dining hall vent.
You're becoming a bit more talkative, Mark.
While the vents may seem like an obstruction, especially since they can't be opened all the way, there's a very easy workaround. All the killer needs to do is fit the extension cord between the grates of the boiler room vent.
Oh yeah, the grates. You mentioned something about them earlier. Right. When you described opening the boiler room vent.
Wrapping my fingers around the grate directly in front of me, I pulled as hard as I could.
If you can fit your fingers between the grates, there's no damn way you can't fit a cord.
Exactly. After which, you could slide the cord through the ventilation shaft and out the opposite end for the killer to then go and tie to the...
Actually... Hello?
What is it now?
There's something I still don't understand about your theory. It's to do with the logistics of the cord.
The logistics?
Its size.
Back to discussing this again? Never mind, I'll find a way to come back to this argument just like I've done countless times already.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
I don't see a problem here. The killer doesn't even need to open that vent, because they could simply slide the cord between the grates.
Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't.
Right.
How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate? Either the boiler room vent was never involved, or it was open at some point, and someone else closed it. That is my issue.
This argument might have made sense if it weren't for one fatal flaw.
Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't. How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate? Either the boiler room vent was never involved, or it was open at some point, and someone else closed it. That is my issue. Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't.
I'll cut through those words!
If you insert the cord through the boiler room vent first, it's possible to fit the cord through. You just need to start with the internal plug. The cords in Storage Closet D have a slim internal end. This can easily be slid through the gaps in the vent. Once the killer ties the cord around the dining hall vent, presumably with a knot, the cord won't be at risk of sliding back out either.
I see. When put like that, whether or not the boiler room vent was closed isn't really relevant.
How'd you figure all this out from some shrapnel and an extension cord? This is crazy.
At the same time, what he's describing sounds plausible.
Since the battery was suspended over the generator, it's no surprise the machine ended up the way it did. Fortunately for Diana, she was safe by virtue of remaining on the platform. I imagine that was also the killer's intention.
The killer kept her on the platform?
They must have known they were injecting Wolfgang with a hallucinogenic. So, it's possible they hoped his behavior would scare Diana off from entering the water. Although, even if Diana did die, the moment people realized only she and Wolfgang entered the boiler room, they'd probably call the whole thing a murder gone wrong.
Well, all of this certainly changes things.
Huh?
If the killer is someone who needed access to the vent and needed to be operating from the dining hall, then everyone who attended the tournament is a suspect.
What?
No way!
One of the tournament attendees is the killer. Damn it, how did I not realize sooner? The fact that the killer could even access the vent. They say must have been in the dining hall at the time of Wolfgang's murder.
So we can reduce it down to 8 people. Damon, Kai, Grace, Eva, Cassidy, Jed, Mark, and John.
It was probably Cassidy. She set the whole thing up.
Hey, I was only trying to improve the mood.
It wasn't me. I was playing a game with Damon when the lights went out.
I had to play music.
Uh-huh. But you don't need to have the music intended like all the time.
Me too.
You never touched my equipment.
I meant I was watching Kai and Damon play.
I was spectating as well.
Me too.
Me 3! And Cass 2, I think? I was too focused on the game to remember who was or wasn't there.
If everyone's telling the truth, then all 8 of y'all were crowded round the same spot?
Near the right wall where the TV was set up. It's also the furthest wall from the vent.
Right.
Seems like someone is lying again.
The tournament participant who flipped the vent. I could deduce who that person is by determining everyone's position already before the blackout. The problem is, I myself have been totally preoccupied with the game. I never got a good look at the actual people around me. Never got a good look. Wait, is that it? Well, I never got a good look at the others. I can still deduce their general positions even if they were near me, from whether or not I heard them. Think, Damon, think. Who and what did I hear back then? It was you. The only one I never heard. It was you. Mark? Damn it! Mark usually doesn't speak ever. With that said, he was definitely mixing music before the blackout occurred. He must have been watching my game with Kai too, because I remember his music becoming more frantic after Kai gained the upper hand. Oh, I thought that it came from the game, not from him. Okay, come on. Cassie spoke. John spoke. Did you speak? I don't remember. Oh, shit. Hi, Wavy. Okay. Grace? I don't remember her speaking. I can't remember if I ever heard her talking to someone else. Something about being surprised the person plays video games. Okay. Was it Jade after all? I don't remember him speaking. Oh, I guess he did. Pretty sure you've been watching Kai and I play. Hey, Colin said that's right, come on to look at Kai being a natural. John definitely spoke. Wait, who else was there? Okay. I can't look at my truthfulness. No. Damn it. Yeah. Oh.
It has to be you! The killer is Ava.
Huh?
Ava's the only one whose position I can't account for. Mark was mixing a track at the time Kai and I were playing a game, so I know he must have been stationed at his pad. And everyone else? I remember hearing their voices over the sound of the game. Everyone. Except Ava. In fact, the last I saw her, she was standing in the corner of the room with the vent.
So Ava flipped the vent?
Oh man! And the reason no one heard it is because the music was too loud!
Don't blame me. I was just doing what I was told.
No one's blaming you. We're all in on Eva.
Care to contribute anything, Eva?
I didn't flip the vent.
Well, Damon says you did.
Damon says a lot of things.
While you aren't technically wrong, I don't think that counts as an argument.
His theory is full of plot holes. He just refuses to point them out.
What plot holes?
The cord.
What?
In retrospect, you were so quick to accuse me that you overlooked a huge problem with the cord. If I'm the killer, how did I dispose of it?
Trick question. You left the cord tied to the vent.
What then? It unraveled by itself and fell into the water?
Yeah, you got me there.
How did Ava get rid of the cord? I'm sure it's possible if she knew to untie it at the right time. During the blackout.
I got it. To dispose of the cord. You just untied it during the blackout.
She untied the knot during a blackout?
Being the one who set up the trap, Ava could have easily practiced untying the knot in advance. Or she just made it a really simple knot. Either way, it wouldn't be any more difficult than untying your shoelaces with your eyes closed.
If Ava untied the cord, did it also fall into the water?
Diana's testimony says as much.
It does?
During your confrontation with Wolfgang, you recounted hearing certain sounds. The first sound was obviously the battery exploding. And the second, when you first recounted the story, you said it was the sound of the knife hitting the water. But why would a thin knife make such a big splash?
Then, do you think...
What really caused that sound was probably the extension cord falling into the water.
When you say it that way, it does seem likelier.
I should have known. The kid who lied about her talents and tried to lie about the Tozy trinkets. I should have known. I should have known only Eva fucking Sadaka would tell Wolfgang!
You're right that Eva's lied to us several times already.
But she's just a mathlete. How did someone like her come up with something this complicated?
Her talent would give her the upper hand in all that measurement nonsense.
Even so, the sheer volume of items Eva had to steal.
But we know from a conversation with her that she doesn't. she hates her talent because like she's had so many accomplishments that are not tied to that talent, and yet people don't recognize it.
She's been under heavy suspicion these past few days. How did she sneak into Jet and Desmond's rooms without being noticed?
It's impossible. Wolfgang even got mad at me for being late to the dining hall by a few minutes. I've been watched the entire time I've been here. There's no way Jet wouldn't have noticed me taking his battery.
Right on. No one steals from me.
They already did.
And anyway, how could I enter the cord through the boiler room vent when I can't even reach the top of the generator? If anything, you should be suspicious of the taller students.
I understand why people are doubtful, but I can't let the conversation continue like this. Ava did in fact have a way to reach the vent. All she had to use... the boxes?
Ava grabbed one of the boxes on the concrete platform and placed it next to the generator.
That's setting myself up. Removing a box would reduce the amounts of boxes on the platform from 3 to 2.
Flexing your mathematical prowess, I see.
I'm saying Damon would have noticed if a box was missing, since there's so few of them to start with. But he never noticed anything, because there were just as many boxes as there were last time.
You could have just put it back. Well, I guess, like, the water would have... The water would have, damaged the box in some way.
Couldn't you just move the box back after using it?
Then the underside of the box would be wet,
Right.
which it wasn't.
This I can confirm. my notes on the box's exteriors mention nothing about watermarks.
Damn it, Damon. What were you thinking? The vent again.
I'm not tall enough to reach that high.
The generator itself.
I'm not tall.
The security camera.
If I can't reach the vent, how could I reach the camera?
This is it. Ava, to reach the top of the generator, you simply stood on one of the boxes in the boiler room.
But specifically the boxes that were already submerged.
There's already a huge pile of them near the generator itself. You could easily push one up against the machine.
Ah. She would have known about those boxes in advance, too. Since she explored the boiler room with you ahead of time.
Okay, I could have used the boxes to reach the top of the generator. And I could have fit the cord through both vents if I inserted the right plug. I can do both of those things without attracting suspicion. What I can't do without attracting suspicion is opening the vent.
Which vent are we talking about?
The dining hall one. Based on what Damon's saying, it needs to be opened for the killer's trap to work. But opening it during the tournament is asking to be caught, and opening it before the tournament is useless because Jet, Cassidy, and Mark would see it while setting up.
Oh yeah, you're right. If there was an open vent with a cord tied to it, I would have noticed for sure.
Now that Eva mentions it, I'm pretty sure the vent was closed during setup.
Vent was closed?
See, there's no way I can execute this trap without being caught. It's a stupid trap anyway. All the cord and vent stuff is too complicated. There's a billion ways it could go wrong. Damon's just making stuff up. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
What the? That's bullshit!
Can it, you four-eyed troll! You can't talk your way out of this one!
Shit.
The only person who would be sick-minded enough to kill Wolfgang is you, and only you! Don't you fucking try and tell me otherwise!
You can't say I'm the murderer just because I sat near a vent.
It seems to be pretty good evidence to me.
Wolfgang exposed you for the snake you are, and you despised him because of it. You have a motive!
Perhaps our understanding of the mechanism is wrong? Maybe it wasn't closing the vent that triggered it, but something else?
Do you have any evidence to prove that?
Even if this trap was used, you can't guarantee it operated the way Damon described.
How so?
Well, the battery could have been tied to the extension cord, with a special knot which can untie by itself, after a bit of time passes.
There's even less evidence for that!
Evidence? No one here cares about evidence. I just happened to be at the game tournament, and now you're saying I'm a killer.
Never mind what I said before. Focus on the facts. I just need to focus.
You can't say I'm the murderer just because I sat near a vent.
It seems to be pretty good evidence to me.
Wolfgang exposed you for the snake you are, and you despised him because of it. You have a motive!
Perhaps our understanding of the mechanism is wrong? Maybe it wasn't closing the vent that triggered it, but something else?
Do you have any evidence to prove that?
Even if this trap was used, you can't guarantee it operated the way Damon described.
How so?
Well, the battery could have been tied to the extension cord with a special knot which can untie by itself after a bit of time passes.
There's even less evidence for that!
Evidence? No one here cares about evidence. I just happened to be at the game tournament, and now you're saying I'm a killer.
I don't know.
You can't say I'm the murderer just because I sat.
Evidence to me.
Dang, you have a...
Perhaps our understanding of the mechanism... Maybe it wasn't closing the vent that triggered it, but something else?
Do you have any evidence to prove that? Even if this trap was used, you can't guarantee it operated the way Damon described. How so? Well, the battery could have been tied to the extension cord with a
Special knot which can untie by... See?
Not so fucking fast! If the knot was that loose, how'd it keep the battery in place for so long?
It couldn't.
Precisely. The knot would fall apart faster than this stupid theory.
You can't say I'm the murderer.
That seems to be pretty good.
evidence to me.
Wolfgang
Exposed you to the snake you are, and you despised him because of it. You have a motive!
Perhaps our understanding... Maybe it wasn't closing the vent that triggered it.
We've already established the vent needs to be closed. Stop derailing.
You can't say I'm the murderer just because I sat near a vent.
That seems to be pretty good evidence to me.
Wolfgang exposed you for the snake you are, and you despised him because of it.
You can't say I'm the murderer just because I sat near a vent.
That seems to be pretty good evidence to me.
No internal plug and afraid to find a black substance.
Wolfgang exposed you for the snake you are,
And you despised him because of it. You have a motive! Perhaps our understanding of the mechanism is wrong? Maybe it wasn't closing the vent that triggered it, but something else? Do you have any evidence to prove that? Even if this trap was used,
You can't guarantee it operated the way Damon described.
How so?
well,
The battery could have been
tied to the extension cord with a special knot which can untie by
itself after a bit of time passes.
There's even less evidence for that!
Evidence? No one
here cares about evidence.
I just happened to be at the game tournament. Are you a moron? I was literally right there. You can't say I'm the murderer just because I sat near a vent.
That seems to be pretty good evidence to me.
Wolfgang exposed you for the snake you are, and you despised him because of it.
Ava couldn't be down there in the boiler room at 8:15 because she was in the dining hall the whole time. Ugh. Oh my gosh. I need to really think. Just
happened to be at the tournament?
You have a motive!
Okay, I'm just gonna do this.
You can't guarantee it operated the way Damon described. How so? Well, the battery could have been tied to the extension cord with a special knot which can untie by itself. After a bit of time passes. Evidence!
No one here
cares about evidence!
I just happened to be at the game tournament.
No, that's wrong!
That was a complete guess.
No. It's no coincidence you were at the game tournament. In fact, it's not even a coincidence the tournament took place during the murder.
What do you mean?
Oh, was Ava the one who suggested that it should be done in the morning? Like,
It was impossible for me to notice this earlier, but the killer timed the tournament so it would grant them an alibi for the murder.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Are you accusing me of murder again? I thought you said Ava was the culprit.
The detective isn't supposed to switch suspects in the last stretch like this. You're totally throwing the audience for a loop, and not in a good way.
Except neither of you played a role in determining what time the tournament would be held. The only person to determine that was Ava.
when I was training my talent, I did most of my studying at 9 AM. My brain is most active and ready to absorb information around that time. I think this effect could help out video game skills. And a 9 AM tourney, huh? Wouldn't be the first time. Screw it, let's do 9 AM, 1 hour after the morning announcement.
Ava knew she would be in the dining hall tomorrow. So when Cassidy announced the tournament, she realized it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create an alibi for herself.
That's insane. How could she have come up with something like that on the spot?
It wasn't just for an alibi either. Since Ava knew about the tournament, she could time the setup of her trap accordingly.
So to answer a question of why neither Cassidy, Jet, nor Mark noticed them during the events, and I think back on what Cassidy told me earlier today, before the tournament began, I can discern exactly when Ava opened the vents. I don't know.
Ava opened the vent after Mark's equipment had been set up.
Someone would see her opening the vent.
Right, after breakfast.
Ava
Nope,
opened
okay.
the vent after breakfast this morning.
You really don't think we would have noticed her messing with our stuff before the tournament?
I
got it.
Cassidy, you told me Ava approached you yesterday and asked to help set up the tournament. What exactly did she say?
When did I tell you this again?
Before the tournament?
Oh, now I remember. Yeah, Eva wanted to see what sort of equipment the tournament needed. After I showed her Mark's stuff and told her we were redecorating the dining hall, she offered to help.
Back when this conversation happened, you still hadn't decided what time you were going to start redecorating, right?
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing. Eva really helped me out, though. She said she would stack the dining hall furniture we weren't going to use later that night. Afterwards, we could focus purely on arranging the technical stuff in the morning.
All right. Then tell me what happened last night.
Jet, Mark, Eva, and I came to the dining hall at around 8:40 p.m. probably. We stacked the table and the dining chairs against the left wall, and the sofas we moved to the middle of the room, maybe a little more to the right. Then we all went back to our dorms. Well, I was kind of hungry, so I stayed back a few minutes before leaving.
Hold the phone! If those sofa chairs were moved to the middle of the room, why'd I see one over in the corner this morning?
'Cause Eva pushed it there.
Eva what?
She didn't want to take part in the tournament. Just watch it from the side. That's what she told me. I never thought it was weird or anything. Some people just like sticking to the walls of rooms, you know?
We're talking about the sofa in the upper left corner, aye? The one next to the coffee table.
Yes, sir, Eva!
Yo, when the power went out, I'm pretty sure Damon ran over to that corner to look through. Yeah, a vent!
Did she move the chair there so it would be easier to reach the vent later?
Why would I when Cassidy just said the vent was closed during setup?
Because you were covering for yourself in advance.
Huh?
The vent may not have been open at the time, but I'm willing to bet that's because you were still creating your trap.
In what way?
Let's say Ava took a detour for the boiler room first, and slid the internal plug through both vents, after going upstairs and helping rearrange the dining hall furniture. During which she moves a sofa chair so it obscures the vent, she heads outside and hides until everyone else goes to bed. Then, she walks back in and opens the vent.
So Eva took complete advantage of them?
Not my fault those two are so trusting.
You think a big guy like me was gonna be afraid of some mathlete? No way!
I mean, she did lie about a lot of important things. Her talent being one of them.
She also cried and fled the scene after we found out, no?
I just thought it was cool. She wanted to help me out.
Hey, can we backtrack a little? Like, to before all this Ava talk?
Why? What happened?
It's to do with the chair's position.
The chair?
You guys keep saying it was in front of the vent, but Damon stood in front of the vent during the blackout.
Huh?
If the chair was in the position you all say it was, it should have blocked him from crouching in front of the vent.
Ava probably just moved it during the blackout. Before the blackout, it was positioned with its back to the left wall. However, when I ran over to the vent, the chair was suddenly pushed up against the northern wall, out of the vent's range. Ava must have shifted the chair while everyone was initially panicking from the blackout. I'm guessing she hoped people would misremember its position and think it was always along the northern wall.
Oh man! So I totally fell for it?
I also remember seeing a speaker in that corner.
Yeah, about that. This morning, Jet, Mark, and I arrived at the dining hall a little after 8 a.m., then Eva came a few minutes later. She helped us put together Mark's equipment, which was stationed in the lower right corner of the room. And then she volunteered to place speakers around the room while Jet and I set up the TV next to the fireplace.
Moving a speaker near the vent. Did Eva do that to drown out Diana and Wolfgang's scuffle?
Oh.
Yeah, and in turn exacerbate the effects of the other speakers. There were almost a dozen spread throughout the dining hall. Some even sandwiched into corners they didn't need to be. Eva probably placed them that way to cover as much ground as possible.
Still. Eva entered the dining hall at 8:10 a.m., right? So wouldn't it be impossible for her to knock out Lawyer Man at 8:15 a.m.?
That's true.
According to Ava, she arrived around 8:10 a.m. But it's possible she actually arrived much later. Since there's no clock in the dining hall, he just couldn't have known. In fact, that might be why Ava seemed so eager to arrange Mark's equipment in the morning. Upon realizing it had a clock, she wanted to ensure it would only be powered on after she arrived.
It seems the setup of this trap occurred across 3 phases. Phase 1 took place in the boiler room and involved tying a lithium battery to an extension cord. The cord was then slid through the grates of the closed boiler room vent, presumably until it almost poked out the other end of the ventilation shaft. Phase 2, by contrast, was carried out in the dining hall. The aforementioned cord was tied around the dining hall vent, which was then left open. This must have happened after Cassidy, Mark, and Jet were already done redecorating. For the third and final phase, the battery was carefully suspended over the generator. All these steps combined created a pulley system, which could only be triggered by closing the dining hall vent. Is there anything I'm missing?
How I closed the vent.
Huh?
No one has explained how I closed the dining hall vent. Obviously, I didn't do it during the blackout. According to Damon, the blackout can only happen after the vent is closed.
Blackout can only happen after fence is closed. Okay.
So, I must have stood up, gone behind the chair, and closed the vent during the tournament. That's stupid. Someone is definitely going to notice that sort of conspicuous movement. It doesn't matter if that someone is on the opposite side of the room. They're going to notice.
How did the
overlook such an obvious discrepancy?
Ava's right. Standing up would look really suspicious, normally. Which is exactly why she uses that to circumvent the problem. The music equipment? The game?
Hey, the tournament equipment is innocent! It was on the other side of the room from Eva.
The chair?
This is it. The location of your chair bypasses this problem entirely. To close the vent, all you need to do is set the chair to recline and reach behind you.
Oh.
Set the chair to recline?
All the dining hall chairs have the ability to recline. Some were already set to that position at the start of the tournament, including Ava's. With her chair in recline, Ava can easily reach down and close the vent without shifting from her position. It's not perfectly inconspicuous, but it's subtle enough to not catch most people's attention, especially those focused on watching a video game competition. Well, am I wrong?
This isn't funny. Just because I was sitting in front of the vent doesn't mean I was the one who triggered the mechanism.
No one can sneak up behind you without drawing attention, especially when all the lights were still on.
That's just dumb! Where I was sitting shouldn't make me a murderer.
Even so, with everything we've spoken about...
Everything? Did you already forget what was said earlier? Just look at all the items I would need to set up this murder. The battery, the extension cord, the rolling pin, the taser, the syringe, and the supposed drug used with it. How could I have collected all of those things? Wolfgang and everyone else hated me because I lied about my talent. They were on their guard whenever I was around. You think Jet and Desmond would just let me walk into their rooms and take their stuff?
That's true. We still haven't explained how she robbed 2 people's rooms without being caught.
Unless you can prove I had the chance to get all this stuff, you can't make me out to be the killer.
Fine. I'll show proof. Only you could obtain the items necessary for this murder.
Ava had Desmond's blackmail. Okay, but what does that have to do with
I got it.
anything?
Ava, you were well aware of the existence of those items. For starters, everyone heard about Jet's battery. It was common knowledge due to his boasting.
Okay, like, she knows about the existence of them, but like, it doesn't mean... It doesn't explain how she got them.
Wait, so it's all my fault? Ouch.
Since the dorms aren't locked, you could have easily snuck in and grabbed the battery while no one was inside.
Sure.
The battery is lightweight too, so you wouldn't have trouble carrying it. For the rest of your plan, the syringe and drugs are both readily available in the pharmacy. And as for the taser, you may not have known about its existence right away, but you still had every incentive to search Desmond's room because you received his blackmail.
Eva? You knew my blackmail this whole time and never said anything?
So what?
Huh?
So what if I knew? I wasn't the only one. Damon knew your blackmail as well.
Oh yeah, he read it out loud to everyone earlier, didn't he?
Damon knew almost everything I did. He knew where the items used in this murder were stored. He knew the layout of the boiler room and the storage closets. He knew all sorts of things. The only thing he didn't know is the one thing more important than any piece of physical evidence.
The hell are you talking about?
See, you still don't know. You still don't know that we never saw eye to eye.
Huh?
Eye to eye... on the not killing each other stuff?
On Wolfgang.
Eh?
Damon saw the way Wolfgang scolded me and treated me like a bad guy, and he thought I hated him the same way he did. But unlike Damon, I never wanted Wolfgang to die.
What the?
Whoa! That's a loaded accusation!
Not a first for this trial.
If you thought you saw the worst of Damon after the dummy trial, you underestimate just how low he can stoop. I practically risked my life pretending to be his ally. But in return, he let me see the extent of his deceitfulness, which is why I can tell everyone. that Damon has Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh gosh!
Ava, you.
Any reason you didn't tell us this earlier?
Well, I didn't think it was incriminating at first.
Not even when he refused to come forward about it?
That was weird, but I didn't want to make accusations at the time because it could have just been his ego talking. Only after watching him reject the taser gun over this dumb mechanism he made up did I realize I had potential evidence on my hands.
Damon, do you have your blackmail on you? Don't worry about reading it out loud or anything. Just show the image. That's all you gotta do.
Did Ava really never trust me? Why did she disclose so much to me? Why did she tell me? It's because I trust you. No, this can't be at the forefront of my mind right now. I want to close bringing this case to a close. Whatever thinks about me shouldn't matter. What she thinks about me. You took my side way back at the beginning, remember? We were the only people who refused to listen to that lawyer. He helped solve the mystery behind the whole case. No one thanked you though. I'm really sorry about how things turned out. The other students wouldn't have treated you unfairly if it wasn't for me. Damn it. Damn it! This entire time I've been judging the others for how trusting they are, not even realizing I was blindly following the words of a stranger. And now everyone here, they're gonna hold this blackmail crap against me, even more than if I just come forward earlier. Even so, what choice do I have? No one will let the discussion continue unless they tell the truth.
Fine. I'll show it. But only the picture. As requested.
With those words, I retrieved the envelope from my pocket and pulled out the photo.
He's married?
Ingrid, Wolfgang doesn't have blue eyes.
So, who is this then? His parents?
I mean, why else would the guy look like him?
Given the year this photo was taken, these two people must be his parents. Look at what's printed at the bottom. April 17th, 2001. We know how old Wolfgang is because of the student reports. In 2001, he wasn't even born yet.
But why his parents? Are they being held against their will?
You can't leave us hanging, Damo! You gotta read out what it says!
That's not what was asked of me. And even if I had to, I don't think someone who can't explain himself should have his secrets revealed to everyone.
Some things are better left unsaid.
For the record, I know what Wolfgang's blackmail says, but it didn't change my outlook on him. I don't think it's possible for anyone to hate someone like Wolfgang. He was always brave in the face of sheer adversity, and encouraged everyone else to act likewise. Wolfgang challenged me to be a better person. Wolfgang challenged all of us to be better people. And maybe Ava simply couldn't rise to his challenge.
Don't listen to him! He's trying to divert everyone from the truth.
It's really interesting how they're like both manipulators in some way, shape, or form with Ava and Damon.
Even though Wolfgang and I didn't always see eye to eye, my respect for him and his talent never wavered. Why would someone like me harm him? Me, who's been leading this trial much the same way he led the one before. I may have questioned the idea no one here would kill, but that doesn't make me someone who wants to see bloodshed.
He does! He does want bloodshed! We have all the proof he's a cold-blooded killer! Wolfgang's blackmail, which he lied about having!
But wasn't Damon playing?
Nothing he says should be trusted. Nothing he says about me, or anything else.
It is odd that we place faith in a man who does not have faith in us. So much so, these discussions are mostly led by his own conjecture.
Damon isn't the killer, though. Why would he try to mislead anyone? Like, he and I were playing a game when the murder happened, and multiple people can vouch for us.
Not to mention, the things he's been saying make a lot of sense.
Truth has no personal alliance. That's why.
Even if he wasn't here, we'd arrive at the same conclusion anyway.
Depends who you mean by we.
Then, you all still think I'm the killer?
Someone needs to be voted by the end of this.
Don't just say it like that!
My ears!
How would I know? How would I know when to drop it?
Drop what?
The battery! Damon says the killer dropped the battery when Diana was already in the boiler room. But how would I know when Diana was in the boiler room? It's not as if I could listen out for her. The music speakers are too loud. And the dining hall has no clocks. So it'd be impossible for me to know if it was 8:45 a.m.
Not sure.
Right. Only Mark's DJ pad had a clock.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Maybe Ava asked Mark for the time.
She never spoke to me.
We never spoke! I never even got up from my chair. Besides, how could I be sure Diana arrived on time anyway? If you can't explain how I knew when to drop the battery, then shut up and stop accusing me!
Ava makes a decent point. How did she drop the battery in time? Did she just rely on chance? No, that doesn't seem likely. Her entire plan fails if the time isn't right. Come on, think! My years of debate have taught me anything. I need to look at this from another angle. If I just take it from the top, while assuming Ava's the killer. She saw Diana enter? Is that possible?
I got it. The only way the killer would have known when to spring their trap was by seeing Diana enter the room. Any uncertainty would ruin the plan, and the dining hall was too loud to hear anything over.
So where did she watch Diana from? There are only two possible places. The vent.
Trying to look into the boiler room through the vent is impossible.
Oh. The security camera?
This is it.
Huh?
It's impossible to see anything from the vent, which means the only way anyone could see into the room was by using the school cameras.
Say what?
I don't understand how, but Ava must have used the camera.
Is she working with the kidnappers?
Are you kidding me? How the hell would I have access to the camera?
In order to actually see what was happening on the security cameras, what would Ava need access to? Naturally, it would have to be some sort of screen. The trinket? A screen, huh? Thinking back on all the various clues we've discussed, I can't pinpoint anything which could provide an answer to that question. Huh. Feels like deja vu, doesn't it? When all other options are ruled out, I can only turn towards the one which still remains. The one thing we forget to discuss. Ava, it's time I bring an end to what you started. For better or for worse, this one will be your final lie. What ho! It's time to solve the final piece of this puzzle. However, it won't be without fight. Announcing Arguments Altercation. In this game, you and your opponent battle each other in a bullet hell extravaganza. Dodge your opponent's attacks, shoot down their arguments, and solve the case. Player movement, mega bullet, noise bullet. Okay, this seems different. Oh. Okay, it's like a shmup. Noise bullet, spacebar, a white bullet so can destroy statements. Destroying statements increases Damon's mega bullet gauge and weakens the opponent's shield. Mega bullets are green, can pierce attacks and deal damage. Use shift to slow the battle temporarily. Okay. Use the WAC keys. Yep. Your opponent will fight their own bullets to be sure to use their ability strictly to avoid damage deals. Make statements to their own which repairs orange takes. Oh, they also start the name of a shield, meaning they cannot be damaged by any means. But worry not, you can weaken the shield by breaking the savings with your bullets. Breaking the savings also charges the mega bullet. You want to press the F key to fire that one. Why? Well, it's the only way to damage your opponents. If you miss, don't worry, just make a savings symbol to recharge your mega bullet. If there's a certain amount of heads, you will progress to the next stage of battle, and your opponent will become more frenzied and your attacks even wilder. Once they finally run out of HP, your opponent will then ask you to solve the burning question, use the WASD keys in the correct order to solve the case. If you fail, you will have to start over from the last stage of battle. However, losing all your HP will force you to restart from the very beginning, so I suggest you don't do that. This is quite a lot of information, so feel free to press F2 in order to refresh yourself. I would say have fun, but your life actually depends on it, so get going. Okay.
Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? There's no proof I killed. This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. I didn't see it. Why would I kill anyone? It's Damon who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. There's no proof I killed. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? Ouch! I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolf. There's no proof I killed. This isn't fair. This isn't fair. Damon, I thought you trusted me. Who cares about the camera?
What? Oh my gosh.
This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Ouch! I just wanted to help. I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. Ow! I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't see anything.
Ah!
Yeah, see what I can do? This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. It's Damon who's Why would I kill anyone? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. This isn't fair. Why would I kill There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed. This isn't fair. Who cares about the camp? It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone?
Oh my gosh.
There's no proof I killed. I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's... I just wanted to... Who cares about the camp? Damon, I thought you trusted me. Why would I kill anyone?
Oh my...
It's Damon who's... I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help.
Ow.
Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. Ouch! Why would I kill anyone? I didn't see anything. Ouch! There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything.
No. This is so hard.
It's Damon who's suspicious. I told you so. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's... this isn't fair. This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to... I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's There's no proof I killed Wolfgang.
I can't.
I didn't see... There's no proof I killed Wolf. I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. Who cares about the camera? Ow! Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. This isn't fair.
Oh my gosh.
Who cares about the camera? I didn't see any. There's no proof I killed Wolf. I just wanted to help. I thought you trusted me. It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help. Why would I kill anyone? Why would I kill anyone? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I didn't see anything. There's... Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera? Ouch! Why would I kill anyone? I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. There's no proof I killed Wolf. Why would I kill anyone? Why would I kill anyone? Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. It's... There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Why would I kill... Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. I just... Why won't you believe me?
No phase.
There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who can... Ouch! It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair. I just wanted to help.
Damn it!
This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. Why would I kill anyone? Ouch! There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's It's Damon who's suspicious.
Oh my gosh.
I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to help.
One more.
I just wanted to help. I didn't see anything.
Come on.
How could I access the security camera?
Ava's
This isn't fair.
Fuck.
Why would I kill
No!
anyone? This isn't
Are you
fair.
fucking kidding me? Oh.
Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted, yeah. See what I can do?
Oh my god.
There's no proof I
You couldn't
killed
even give me a
Wolfgang.
pause button. Oh my gosh. I know this is mean difficulty, but they made this way too hard for a shmup game. I'm sorry. They made this like way too annoying for a minigame. No,
This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious.
Tell me.
Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I didn't see anything. I just wanted to help. Why would I kill any? Who cares about the camera? Why would I kill anyone? Yeah, see what I can do?
This is annoying.
Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. This isn't fair.
Oh my god.
I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious.
Oh my god. This is
It's Damon who's suspicious.
fucking annoying.
I just wanted to help. Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? I thought you trusted me. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera?
What?
It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. Why won't you believe me? This isn't fair. This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious.
Oh my god.
I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to help. I didn't see any. It's Damon who's suspicious. It's Damon who's suspicious. Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera?
How do I do this?
I just wanted to help. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to help.
I can't move.
I just wanted to
Oh
help.
my gosh.
There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang.
Oh my gosh.
It's Damon who's suspicious. Who cares about the
Fuck.
camera?
I don't know how to do this.
This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? Ouch! Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera? There's no proof I killed. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. Why would I kill? Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help. I thought you trusted me. There's no proof I killed Wolf. It's Damon who's suspicious.
Why would you turn off like
I
that?
didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? Ouch! Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. There's no proof I... Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I didn't... Ouch! Why won't you believe me?
Call some help now.
I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? Ouch! I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera? Ouch! I didn't see anything. I just wanted to... I didn't see anything. Ouch! It's Damon who's... Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? Why would I kill anyone? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. could I access the security camera?
Ava's
It's
game.
Damon who's suspicious.
Fuck.
Who cares about the camera? There's no proof I didn't see anything. There's no proof I killed Wolf. I didn't see anything.
Fuck.
There's no proof
Oh
I
my
killed Wolf.
god.
Why would I kill anyone? I did. It's
dead.
Damon who's suspicious. It's Damon who's suspicious. I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? Why would I kill anyone? There's no proof I killed Wolfkin. I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill any? There's no proof I killed Wolf. Who cares about the camera? Why would I kill anyone? Ouch! Damon, I thought you trusted me. There's no proof I killed. Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I didn't see anything. Ouch! Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera? Ow! I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious.
Ah.
Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera? Ouch! There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. I just wanted to help. I didn't see any. This isn't
Why
fair.
won't you
believe me? Why would I? Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's suspicious. It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. It's
What?
Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? Ouch! This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolf. Why would I kill anyone?
Oh my
I
god.
didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. How could I access the security camera? Lame. Who cares about the camera?
You have to do it. Oh my god, you have to do it so
wanted to
fucking
help.
quickly.
Who cares
Oh
about the
my
camera?
god.
Who cares about the camera? Why would I kill? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. I didn't see any. It's Damon who's suspicious.
This is
It's
ridiculous.
There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Why would I kill anyone? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera? I didn't. How could I access the security camera?
Ava's. Oh my god, you had to do that so fucking fast.
We know the truth.
No! Don't kill me!
Oh my god.
What you said was true, Ava. Whether or not the trap works depends on if the killer can see inside the boiler room.
Oh no, so annoying. Okay, two things that could have just made that like significantly more tolerable. Just restart the checkpoint, but also just restart like at the last phase, and also have more time to actually answer the final question. Those are the only two things that would make that infinitely more tolerable. Ugh.
Which begs the question, how does the killer see inside? They can't just get on their knees and peek through the vent. Everyone in the dining hall would notice. Besides, the vent probably offers very little in the way of an actual view of the room.
Exactly! It's impossible!
Right. It's impossible. From this particular angle, if I switch perspectives, your entire argument comes completely undone.
What do you mean?
Ava assumes I'm taking only one factor into account. Her position at the time of Wolfgang's murder. Little does she know that in ruling out that factor, she's led me straight to another. A certain item which could have granted her the ability to see inside the boiler room. An item that, like the chemical smell, only makes sense when all other options have been ruled out. The game console she brought with her to the tournament.
Ava had a game console?
She wanted to get in the spirit of the tournament without being directly involved. Or so she claimed. But when every other option has been ruled out, what else can we look to but the one that's yet to be addressed?
Are you saying she saw inside the boiler room using the console?
So it played live footage of the room?
Sounds like a stretch.
If I'm wrong, Ava should be able to prove her innocence. Go on, Ava. Show us the console.
Huh?
I don't think she has the console on her, dude.
She has to. She never had an opportunity to slink away and dispose of it.
What about the blackout?
When the blackout first hit, people were disorientated for about a minute at most. Ava likely spent those 60 seconds undoing the cord and moving the chair. Between then and now, she's never been alone. The only exception was when she and I split up to investigate the dining hall and the dorms respectively. However, the laundry room, dining hall, and courtyard all had people in them, so I doubt she hid the console in any of those rooms. And the janitor closet? That room has been locked for days now. She obviously couldn't hide the console there. Which means it must still be on her person. Like I said earlier, if I'm wrong about the console, you can take it out right now and show everyone its contents.
What are you waiting for? Quit hiding the stupid thing and show it!
You're just trying to make me look bad. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just jealous of me. You're jealous of me and my talent. That's all you are. Jealous.
Hey, calm down.
Why not just pull out the console?
Yes, show us the console and then you'll be done with this.
No! Eh? I don't have to show anyone anything.
That's the most suspicious thing you could say.
It's not suspicious. I'm telling the truth.
That's obviously a lie.
Why go through the effort of mentioning Wolfgang's blackmail if you won't reveal this?
Now that I think back on it, Ava had been staring at her console the entire tournament. I thought it was weird, coming all the way over to the dining hall when she could have just stayed in her dorm.
Well, where did she obtain this console? We should discuss those details before continuing any more with these accusations.
She said she won it from Tozu's gachapon.
Seems natural he would stock that machine with dangerous items. with this being a killing game and all.
Between 14 impossible culprits and one possible killer, there's no need to sort out the facts further. Ava, you're the only one we can vote for.
That's such twisted logic! You're going to vote for me without being completely sure I'm even guilty?
There's no need to be completely sure, if no one else can be suspected.
In case anyone still doubts Ava is the killer, I'll go through the case one last time. And once all the pieces are laid out for everyone to see, I'll prove she's the killer. Once and for all.
Oh. What did Wolfgang and Diana receive? Count in advance. No. Sure. It's from the killer. Syringe. External flag. Yeah, the killer. Oh wait, no, we'll get to it. Okay, sir. That was Diana. I don't. Please no. Please no. Please no. What? Oh. Okay. Never mind. No, not. Ah!
This is how it happened.
This case was directly incited by the motive Tozu introduced, in which everyone here received another person's blackmail. Amidst the chaos that spawned, the killer saw an opportunity to commit a murder. They sent letters to two people, Wolfgang Akide, who they planned to kill, and Diana Venezia, who they planned to frame. Wolfgang and Diana were asked to meet in the boiler room in 2 days' time. Wolfgang's letter told him to arrive at 8:15 a.m., while Diana's told her to arrive at 8:45 a.m.
The messages threatened to expose our blackmail, so we had no choice but to follow their instructions.
At this point, the killer probably knew the way they were going to kill Wolfgang, hence, how they reacted to this next piece of information. The following morning, it was revealed that Cassidy and Jet were going to hold a game tournament.
The point was for people to spend time together and not think murdery thoughts. But little did we know, a would-be killer was lurking nearby. And how? The killer emboldened their own plans and made it so the tournament would happen at 9 a.m.
Did you just agree with yourself?
Both Wolfgang and Diana turned down the offer, which must have been music to the killer's ears. Since it confirmed their plan was working, the killer took this as a sign to commence the next phase of their plan. Later that evening, they went downstairs to the boiler room and began preparing the murder weapon.
Though it might be more accurate to call it a murder mechanism, the killer wrapped an extension cord as tightly as they could around a car battery, which had been stolen from Jet's room. I imagine the battery must have been sitting on top of the generator. Wouldn't want to risk an explosion by bringing lithium too close to the water.
The killer avoided opening the boiler room vent for this segment, probably because they knew I'd remember it being closed originally.
A crucial part of the killer's plan would involve sliding the cord through the boiler room vent and out the other end into the dining hall. So they could then walk upstairs to the dining hall and tie the protruding part of the cord to the dining hall vent.
Funnily enough, the killer was going to be needed in the dining hall very shortly.
Yeah, to help Cass and me rearrange the dining hall's furniture. We were saving the whole thing for next morning, but they convinced us to do it that night instead.
Their intentions were threefold. Create an alibi, hide the vent with a piece of furniture, and then open the vent in secret. After which, they'd return to the boiler room and suspend the battery over the generator.
Which brings us to today. Knowing better than to head downstairs without protection, Wolfgang went to the kitchen and armed himself with a knife. Toshiko didn't notice a knife on him when the two met in the hallway, so he must have hidden it in his blazer.
Wolfgang arrived inside the boiler room at 8:15 a.m., exactly like his letter requested. As he was waiting, the killer snuck up behind him.
And he got smacked right in the head with that steel rolling pin and crumpled like paper.
A syringe was then used to inject Wolfgang with a sleeping drug, ensuring he would remain in the boiler room until Diana arrived.
The killer might have, left the taser on the floor around this time.
Yeah, the taser they swiped from my dorm. They must have decided to raid the place after receiving my blackmail. If I'd heard about the taser sooner, I could have gotten rid of it, as well as whatever else my blackmail supposedly mentions.
Save the angsting for later, will you?
Anyway, back on topic. Wolfgang was left to lie in the partially flooded area of the boiler room, while the killer ran upstairs to help set up Mark's music equipment.
They didn't care about the equipment. They just wanted to put a speaker next to the vent, because it would drown out the fight which was gonna happen later.
Don't forget the digital clock! They wanted to get there before that became available. Don't need people knowing what time you actually arrived.
My letter said to meet at 8:45 a.m. So that's when I got to the boiler room. I made sure to close the door behind me, just as the message told me to.
Bad idea. Killer flipped the doorknob so that the lock was on the outside instead of the inside. You locked yourself in!
The room was really dark too. I didn't even see the suspended battery, only the blinking security camera. And then, Wolfgang, he got up on his feet all of a sudden. And he started crying and saying these weird things. I tried to keep him calm and asked him to come over to me, which he actually did. But the very next second, he attacked me with his knife.
The drugs probably gave him a frightening hallucination, and he perceived you as a threat.
He was screaming at me, and I was screaming back. No one from the tournament could hear us over the music. At one point, I even picked up the taser, but then I threw it back down again.
And that's when the killer decided it was time. Having set their chair to recline, they were able to casually reach down and close the vent behind them. This lowered the extension cord, causing the car battery to enter the water and discharge a huge amount of electricity. Wolfgang, who was still standing in the water, was electrocuted instantly. The battery itself exploded upon reacting with the water, which the killer was likely banking on as a way to destroy evidence. All of this happened right under my nose. No one could have guessed that someone present at the tournament was committing murder.
The explosion also damaged the generator and caused the blackout. Everyone ended up stumbling around in the dark.
Not for long, though. We quickly came back to our senses and agreed to look for a backup generator on the underground floor.
I used a hairpin to unlock the boiler room door and ran outside, but you guys had already made it downstairs.
That's when you say you ducked around a corner and out of sight. Only after everyone went inside the closets, did you then dash upstairs.
It's a good thing she did. Otherwise, we'd have found her alone in her room with Wolfgang's dead body. We would have wrongly assumed Diana was the killer, and died as a result. This complicated scheme calls to mind only one person. One person who just so happened to be sitting in a certain sofa chair. That person is you, Ava Sunaka. It's over, Ava. We know the truth.
It's not fair. This isn't fair. This isn't fair.
I did not expect the class trial to take that long. That was like 5 hours, like, almost.
My blood is rushing!
Wonderful, brilliant, spectacular. You have seen beyond the foul lies of this scorned mathematician, and delivered the honorable truth with wit and aplomb. Yeah, I didn't really suspect Ava, because it's like, I assumed she was going to be like with us throughout most of the game. Because like, she seemed to be like taking a similar role to like Kyoko from like Danganronpa 1 and Chucky from Danganronpa 2. Yeah, so I wasn't really suspecting her at all.
Well done.
This is worthy of your praise. Allow me to reward your success with...
This isn't funny.
Can you shut up? About Toza's mad ramblings, the trial room had gone completely silent. Everyone was staring at the floor, sneaking nervous glances at each other. I understand the reason for this. I understand the reason for this frosty atmosphere. You found out who done it, so now you wish to know why done it.
Such a spoil sport.
Very well. Every murder mystery needs a motive, and I would be loath to break tradition at this stage.
There must be something.
The nameplates glitched again. Ava, why did you do this? Just why?
Come on.
Come on, speak up. You have nothing to lose now. It was Tozu. Huh? Tozu made me do it.
This is...
What?
You...
You've been working with Tozu this entire time?
Such disrespect!
Me and her? Oh please. If her plan was to secretly infiltrate the killing game, she wouldn't have given herself such an attention-grabbing ultimate title.
Rubbish.
I mean, seriously, ultimate liar. Talk about on the nose. No, Ava is just as much of a kidnappee as there is of you.
Son of a bitch!
Shut up! You let her get away with breaking the rules. That's proof enough you're in cahoots.
Holy!
Huh? Ava broke the rules? Yeah, when she blew up school fucking property. Why the fuck was I punished for chucking a rock at a camera, but Ava wasn't punished for destroying a fucking generator?
Shit.
Shit, is Ava the exception that Roll's talking about? What? Desmond tapped the screen of a stream kit and conjured a familiar square-shaped hologram. With a few swipes of his finger, he located the Killing Games rules. Okay, yeah, everyone take a look at the second rule. Students are not allowed to vandalize any official Killing Game property, such as the cameras and the Toza trinkets. Exceptions may apply. Do you see how it says exceptions may apply at the end? Since Ava wasn't punished for breaking the generator, could that mean she counts as an exception?
Stop lying!
Are you going to explain how, or are you just trying to be a fucking contrarian?
This looks bad.
Well, if I had to make a guess, it's probably because Ava destroyed the generator while committing a murder. Eh?
What's all this about?
Are you saying Ava has special privileges? I think it's more like her method of murder was what destroyed the generator, meaning the generator is technically tied to Wolfgang's death.
Yeah,
Yeah, which is why Ava was excused for breaking it.
Slow down.
Yo, that can't actually be the reason, can it?
I see, I see.
And if it were?
Brutal!
You...
I see. Ava believed she would count as an exception to the rule, which is why she didn't take any steps to avoid destroying the generator.
What?
She risked getting shot in the head over something she just assumed.
That ain't it.
Now, without how confidently Ava executed the murder, she must have known for sure she wouldn't be penalized. How about Toza? Did she ever share that information with her?
Me?
A desperate killer is much like a hungry seagull, ready to pounce upon the slightest crumb of substance. The mere implication of a loophole ignites their senses, and they, as desperate people always do, will shrink their dignity in pursuit of confirmation. So, to answer your question, yes. Ava approached me with the same questions your friends are asking now. And yes, I confirmed her suspicions were true.
Not okay!
Seriously? That's so unfair.
Pathetic.
Unfair? Answering a reasonable question is far from unfair. Have you never asked a professor for help on an assignment? Sure, your professor won't do the work for you. But they'll be happy to clear up any confusion you might have. Then why did Ava say you made her kill Wolfgang? I suppose you could say Ava and I made a deal. A deal? What kind of deal? A deal to begin the killing game.
Impossible!
In exchange for agreeing to perform the first kill, she would receive a special perk.
Plot twist!
The traitor perk.
Holy!
Well, what do you mean traitor perk? Is it the tablet Ava has? I mean, she refused to show it to us when we asked. Mind you that a host cannot simply hand over a traitor perk to anyone who asks. For a student to be eligible for a perk, they must first earn it.
That was very...
What do you mean by earn it? Do you recall that little tidbit I shared with you about the pharmacy? You know, the one about a secret lurking inside? You see, a very interesting secret is lurking beyond the store. That secret, were you referring to the traitor perk?
Well done!
Indeed I was! When I said a very interesting secret was lurking inside, I meant that quite literally. The only thing separating you from the perk was a few inches of stainless steel and a pen pad. Pen pad? Oh gosh, you're talking about the big door I found tucked behind a shelf. I see it was hiding the trigger perk all along. How did Ava figure out the password to the pen pad though? Did she enter a bunch of random numbers until it finally worked?
Well,
A forged code would have thousands of potential combinations. Unless Ava encountered unbelievable luck, the chances of her guessing that code in only a few days is extremely unlikely.
How?
Then, how did she get access to the traitor perk? The 4 numbers are not the pen pad. How did Ava figure them out? There's only one way. Only one way I could see her attending the correct answer. It's to do with that poster, isn't it? That mysterious poster in the pharmacy? What poster are you?
Well done!
Ding ding ding, correct. Yes, hidden inside one of the pharmacy's rooms is a poster which reveals the code to the pen pad.
For real?
For reals?
No.
How can that poster reveal the code though? I knew it had to be important somehow. None of the visuals made sense, which is exactly what it caught my attention. But I didn't know what to do with that information, how to decipher what I was seeing.
Pathetic.
And that is where you fell short of your mathematically gifted peer. With her keen eyesight and quick thinking, she saw the poster for what it really
Plot
was.
twist.
An equation. What? Eerie details deceitful. These exclamations of grandeur may be in fact be hinted towards a certain something's nature, and that large star stand in for a coordinate plane. Well, not that it matters anymore, the passcode to that precious pinpad is after all being changed as we speak. To quote the words of my parents' parents, the roads to freedom must always be paved with obstacles.
Sick and twisted!
No way, a math equation is totally up Ava's alley. Ava, you told me you couldn't understand the poster.
Why the long face?
Of course you did. The equation is the key to the trader perk. Handing it over would mean handing the perk over.
Shit.
So the trader perk was Ava's reward for solving the puzzle?
Anybody?
The heck even is the perk? You still haven't explained that yet.
Me?
I assure you it's a very handy thing to have. You see, the trader's perk allows the owner to access the school's security cameras using a tablet. That tablet, of course, being on Ava's person right now. Wow.
Damn it.
So, I was right. You access the camera in the boiler room, which is how you saw Diana enter.
Oh, crud!
I thought it was weird Ava wouldn't show us the tablet, but I didn't think it was actually wired to the school's cameras.
But then...
Then, the reason I saw the security camera's light blinking back in the boiler room is because Ava was watching me? This is making too much sense.
Nonsense.
Ava, how could you negotiate with your kidnapper? Why would you have any reason to trust him? I had no choice. I either take this deal and give myself a chance to escape, or I would die here with the rest of you. You. That selfish attitude is the reason why we've ended up in this mess. Did we promise to make it out of here together? If you had murdered one of the only people who could have handled the situation, we might have made progress on escaping.
Hang on.
Even if I didn't kill, someone else would have eventually. And if they were in my position right now, they wouldn't even admit to what they've done. They'd cry and silver and try to guilt you. They wouldn't be honest like me.
Watch it.
Honest or not, playing towards this game was risky. You were trapped in a small space with witnesses everywhere. It's not a gamble you should have taken.
What a joke.
We had food, we had shelter. All we had left to do was wait for our eventual rescue from this place. But I would have died first. It was obvious from what was happening with Wolfgang. His constant jeering at me over the few mistakes I'd make, while the rest of you followed his lead. If a class trial ever happened with him around, he would have accused me of being the killer, even without evidence. And you all would have believed him. That's not.
Shut up!
Because of Wolfgang, I was isolated from everyone else. He turned me into an easy target for murder. And if I was murdered, would the rest of you even bother to find out who killed me? There's no way you would. There's no way anyone would. You're all the worst. I hope you all rot here. That's cold, man.
You really let me down.
Even if we had some rough spots, someone still tried to get along with you. During the gaming tournament, I was fine with you joining. You think a few games were enough to forgive everything you did to me? None of you actually care about me. None of you. I've never been anything to anyone.
Huh?
What do you mean? It really is the same in here as it is out there. I'm always the one that people hated. I didn't choose this talent. I was just doing what others wanted me to do. I was a prodigy student the adults wanted me to be. I thought I did everything right, but I still kept being judged. Everyone else around me resented me, hated me, because they wanted the love I received, or what they thought was love. And despite all my hard work, the UTP turned me into something I never wanted it to be. Even if I wanted to return to normality, it would be impossible. I'm stuck with this talent for life. And now when I try to become something more than a sad joke, I get hit with the realization that all my efforts were for nothing. I never could be anyone else. I'll never get what I deserve. But I cared.
I don't understand.
Ava, I cared about you. I don't get it.
Why?
Ava, why did you frame me? I cared for you and stood up for you whenever I could.
Don't say that!
I wanted to be your roommate. I wanted to help you.
I don't want to.
It didn't mean anything.
Uh...
Why? You still agreed with everything Wolfgang had said. No matter what he did to me, you kept on supporting him. Is that why you tried to frame me for his murder? Yeah, and you deserved it.
No.
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 Diana let out a sob and nearly fell into her podium. Diana! Eloise went over to Diana and put an arm around her shoulder.
Can you believe that?
Why did you have to kill Wolfgang in front of her? That's so cruel. She obviously knew what she was doing, but the cause and time of death were mentioned in the mock trial case. So it stands to reason they would be mentioned here too. Whenever I realized that, she tried to leverage it against us. I'm sure receiving that little camera perk made it all too easy to time the murder.
Shut it!
Enough of this bullshit already. Say he was a brutal asshole who thinks your life sucks. Who cares?
You!
You took Wolfgang's life. Didn't you think you deserved some fucking comeuppance?
Sheesh.
I doubt she's actually telling the truth. Murdering someone because they lied about their inoffensive talents? Even she must know how ridiculous that sounds.
How can that be?
If Ava didn't kill Wolfgang because she was scared, then why did she kill him?
Honestly?
Why else but to escape the killing game? I doubt any of us were ever afraid to her. In fact, it was probably the complete opposite.
Shocking.
She thought she was smarter and better than all of us. That's why she thought she could win the class trial.
My thoughts exactly.
Yes, I agree with Winona. In that case, do you reckon Ava killed Wolfgang because of his abilities as a lawyer? She herself admitted he would have suspected her if he was here. Clearly, Wolfgang was the best person to kill if she wanted to escape.
Nope.
And anyway, Ava isn't the only one who's vulnerable. There are people here with even weaker bodies and weaker minds. Anyone who is looking for an easy kill would know to target them first. It doesn't matter. Even if no one targeted me, I still would have died first. How so? Because of the perk, huh? Tozu told me that if I didn't use the perk to murder someone as soon as possible, I was going to die. Oh.
What did you say?
What?
Nonsense!
Is this true, Tozu?
Who? Me?
Guilty as charged.
Dude, no!
No way. Tozu never told me the number of days I had left, just that I needed to kill soon. If I didn't kill soon, I'd die.
This isn't fair!
I had to do something. You can't blame me for that. If you were in my shoes, you would have all done the same.
Worthless.
It's your own fault. You were only in that situation because you took the perk. Tozu targeted me with the math puzzle. He offered me the perk when I was at my lowest point. If you guys were approached the way I was and offered a chance to go home, you would have taken the perk too.
Stop it!
You're just a bunch of hypocrites. You just want to make me look like the villain so you feel it's bad about killing me. Killing her? That's right. How could I forget? If the blackened is uncovered...
Dumbass!
Enough already! I'm sick of talking to this scumbag. Get on with the fucking execution, will you? Alright. The soap opera is entertaining, but I realize it's time to change the channel. Huh? Wait, don't tell me you're actually going to.
Holy!
All of a sudden, the elevator behind us began to turn alive. The whir of machinery could be heard from the other side of the doors, roaring loud and rhythmic, like a mechanical symphony.
The show must go on.
Ahem, do not avert your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. I hear a lot of the budget went into this. No, I don't. What's going on?
I won't believe.
This isn't happening. This isn't happening.
My blood is rushing.
To the victor go the spoils. Hail the honorable deed avenged at last. I don't deserve this. Even if you hate me, I don't deserve this. May our charitable justice inspire fear and humility within these wretched souls.
Don't kill me!
This isn't fair. I don't deserve to die. I deserve to live. I deserve to live. And stir the hearts and minds of all those bearing witness. Ready, everyone? Let the show begin.
I want to live. I deserve to live. I'm going to live. I'm going to live! And
now we present The execution of Ava Suna. Huh? Enjoy the show. Fiery furnace of affliction. Oh. Ow. Brutal.
I can't handle it!
My entire body gets seized up. I couldn't move a single limb, couldn't say a single word. All I could do was stand and stare. My mind had a complete and total loss.
There's no way.
So that's what punishment entails? Let me go home. Please let me go home.
Isn't this lovely?
Goodness, talk about a heated moment. Ava put up quite a fight. For a second there, she almost had me believing we'd underestimated her.
Moving on.
Boo-hoo-hoo, just kidding.
I'll be damned.
How can you do this? Forcing these innocent people to kill each other.
Terrible.
So,
Just terrible.
So judgmental. Need I remind you that this is student-on-student warfare?
Get out.
Just shut up already. Ava, why? You just needed a friend. I could have been the friend you needed. Why did you do this?
I can't believe it.
I think I'm gonna be sick. I don't even know what I'm feeling anymore. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Oh, shit!
Oh, I'm totally gonna die here, aren't I?
Can't be like this.
But no one else is gonna die here. We're all gonna be okay. Come on, repeat it after me. I'm here and I'm okay. I'm here and I'm okay. I'm here and I'm okay. This was my reality. The fear of death had already been heavy on my shoulders ever since the killing game was announced. but now it had completely enveloped me. I can't do it. I can't lie to myself again. Again?
It's all my fault.
I'm not okay. I'm never gonna be okay. I could have changed things. I could have saved her. And him, Wolfgang. If I'd just dragged him out of the water, I could have saved him. Why didn't I save him?
Whoa!
Diana, you had no way of knowing what was gonna come next. He was wielding a knife too. Anyone would have done what you did. Did he really bring a knife for self-defense? Usually a comment like that would have gone on a rise out of Grace, but she stayed completely silent. I can't let it end. Wolfgang's kindness. I can't let anyone forget it.
It is how it is.
That goes without saying. I'm sure everyone will remember what Wolfgang did for us. I've never thought of the lengths my talent can go. The ability to change others' appearances to be the best version of themselves. It's always been someone else who sits in front of the mirror. I've never put myself in that place. Diana, you okay? If I can't save Wolfgang, then at the very least, maybe I can live
do this.
for him.
Believe me.
You didn't do anything wrong, Diana.
Pardon me.
Yeah. I can do this. I can fulfill the life he wasn't able to live. Huh?
Like a chameleon, I will adapt. I'll follow in Wolfgang's footsteps and continue what he wasn't able to accomplish. I'll become something new.
Tears are running down Diana's face, but her expression, somehow she looked determined. I couldn't understand it. Despite everything she's been through, here she was making some silly vow about continuing Wolfgang's legacy, acting like she's a hero from a storybook. Had this girl lost her mind?
Hold on.
Wolfgang and Ava, neither of them deserved this. I won't let what happened to them happen to anyone else
We
here.
won't back down.
For both their sakes, I'll save everyone from the killing game.
You've got to be kidding me.
Take this seriously, will you?
What?
Can this get any worse?
It seems your peers aren't much in the mood for heroic monologues.
Moving on.
Anyhow, it's been a long day. The crime scene has already been cleaned up, unless you have any further questions for me. You're all free to return to your dorms.
Mm-hmm.
So, any further questions?
Get lost.
Get lost.
Ingrates.
Huh. Now where have I heard that one before? In all seriousness, I'll take that as a no.
Good evening.
Until next time, everyone. Just like last time, Tozy walked over to the throne.
Isn't this lovely?
By the way, you're safe to ride the elevator back up. We set it back to its default mode. What we've glimpsed before was simply its punishment mode. On that almost note, he was lowered underground. Hey guys, should we just go back to our rooms? It's about time we draw this day to a close. Good idea. People silently made their way to the elevator, horror and despair etched on their faces. It was clear today's events would not be easily forgotten. And then there was me. Everything I'd been ruminating over. The devastating images which had been plaguing my mind. Wolfgang's murder. The trial. Ava dying right in front of me, swallowed by a pit of fire. It had all retreated to the corners of my mind. The only thing I could focus on now were those 5 words. I'll follow in Wolfgang's footsteps. Hearing those words come from Diana after everything that's happened. Seeing her raise her chin and act so tall and proud, just like Wolfgang once did. It pissed me off. my gosh. I did not expect the trial to take so long. 6.5 hours from investigation to class trial. Oh, yeah, that was really good. Oh man. I feel yeah, I feel a bit tired after that, but that was very good overall. I didn't like, okay, the only thing I didn't like was the shmup section. I think it should have offered checkpoints at the last stage. I think that alone would have made it much more tolerable. But having to start over from the very beginning, every time you go through 1 and 0 it's a little bit much for what this game is. I know it's at like mean difficulty, but the big games themselves usually aren't that bad. But yeah, I think the punishment was a bit too much for the shmup section. That's why I was getting like frustrated. But yeah, I liked the entire mystery. Like I very much liked how like complicated it was. Because usually like the first mystery initially is like role-playing games isn't that complicated. But with this was like really complicated. Like this was something that I would have expected out of like a later case. And like I remember like commenting at the beginning how like this had to have this like there was I could like since there was like a lot of like moving pieces to this case, like it had to have been like done by someone who had like a certain level of intelligence. But I never once suspected Data because I like in my mind like she's like I figured she was gonna be with us with the rest of the game. Like we were gonna like build this like trusted connection with each other and all that. Like, but no, like yeah, it was. It was really surprising to see like she was the culprit. Yeah. Yeah, like I really liked how yeah, Ava and Damon like kind of like just were turning on each other. Like it was, yeah, it like it was really interesting to see like the way they were trying to like manipulate I really liked how like they're both like trying to like obviously like manipulates the rest of the members in their own ways. Like that was like really interesting to see. Yeah, and it also like was kind of sad like how Ava went out. Like I don't know, like it was like oh, yeah, like I like every time like people would call her like a mathlete and stuff, like it would just like kind of make me feel bad because of what Ava explained to us like but before, like I was just, yeah, I was just, I don't know, I like the game made me feel really bad for Ava, and that was yeah, I think
yeah, the writing has been like really good for this project. And yeah, I'm just sad that we have to wait for like a couple more years for like this and before this project is fully realized. But like I am blown away by how good this game has been for a fan game. Like this is like amazing. Like the production quality here is insane. And yeah, this is I am fully confident that that what they have something great on their hands, and like I really want to see the rest of the story, but unfortunately it's gonna take many years before that it gets fully realized. So I'm probably not gonna cover the rest of the like the chapters as I'm probably not gonna cover I'm assuming they're gonna like release it chapter by chapter, and yeah, I think I would rather wait until everything else has been released before continuing. The risk being that I kind of forget everything that happens in the prologue in chapter 1, but that's ultimately my responsibility to like kind of to like relearn everything that happens. And yeah, I think ultimately, yeah, it's better for me to just wait, because I don't want it to be like another Deltarune situation where like again that game's where again like the developers doing a similar thing where they're releasing the game in chunks. But yeah, like I think like right now I'm just like waiting until like all the games been released before continuing, because now I'm gonna have to play chapter 1 again for like the third or fourth time just to remember what happens in that. But yeah, this has been great. Like I love the drama and tension between like certain characters. The voice acting has been really good, I feel. I think like some of the performances are like a little bit flat. It's like I guess like Ulysses in particular, but like I think like his character, like he's like supposed to be a bit more monotone in general, so it's not a big deal. But yeah, I don't know, I really have no like complaints. Like I do think it was a little weird, like the detail with like the door, like the locks being flipped on the door. I think that was a little weird. I don't know why it was necessary for that detail to be even a thing. I don't actually did that ever get explained actually? Like how did the door just like automatically lock from the inside? Is that how it worked, or did Ava somehow lock it on her own? But if that's the case, that's not possible. I'm assuming it just locks stuff on the inside and you can't get out unless someone opens the door from the outside. Maybe that's how it worked. The only other thing I found a little weird was like how like Damon like slipped through the morning, and both Damon and Kai slipped through the morning announcement. I thought that was just a little too convenient. It's like I think yeah, I think like the writers kind of like struggled to like think about like how to make it so David doesn't go to the dining hall like right away at the morning announcement, and I feel like that was a bit. I feel like that was like the only instance where I felt like the writing was a bit sloppy, but aside from that, like everything else was like fantastic. But yeah, this was Project Eden's Garden for the time being. I'm really excited for this game to be fully realized. And I imagine many people in the Danganronpa community are excited as well, because this is great. And like it's very much the spiritual successor that I've wanted for quite a while now. But yeah, this has been the game, and that's gonna be it for this stream, because I don't think I have any more thoughts on the game. But yeah, that's gonna be it. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you some other time. Bye bye.